world of radio shock jocks, the biggest are Opie and Anthony.
These people say shocking things that border on offensive in order to entertain their audience.
I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice. Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Radio bad boys, Opie and Anthony.
Controversial radio personalities, Opie and Anthony.
Infamous DJs, Opie and Anthony.
Talk show radio hosts, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio shock jocks, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
I've been dealing with a twisted testicle. She wrote out a prescription that basically said warm baths to let them float. They would look like alligator eyes popping out of the water. No, it's the best show on TV. I think it's called Three Sheets.
Where Anthony is in relation to the wind when he's driving. I have a red light in my bathroom.
Wow.
For showering with a chick when you have a red light.
You're always thinking of how you can look a little better.
Exactly. So I have a blindfold. I hand her go and she comes in.
The Opie and Anthony radio show, the most popular show in the history of satellite radio.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
And we're off. You look puzzled already, Jimmy.
I'm looking in, I'm just looking at page 6, and it says Whoopi takes to the air. And it's Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
They taped The View in L.A., and she had to take a bus back and forth to L.A. because she's so afraid to fly. Like, I had a fear of flying for many years, and I can't, I just can't comprehend still being that afraid of it, that you take a bus to Los Angeles.
I'm afraid to fly, but not so afraid to fly to take a bus from New York to L.A. That's when my fear goes away.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I will drive to Buffalo or Rochester to see Brother Weeze, because you can do that. But a bus all the way to L.A. because you're afraid to fly? Nah.
Doesn't
No
make
way.
sense. John Madden's like that. On the
Yeah,
NFL,
yeah.
he will not fly. He will take a bus everywhere.
You know what? John Madden should be, afraid of his diet. Because he lives in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
Or used to. I haven't seen him in the last year or two. And that guy walks in and out of these restaurants eating the most greasy crap. He should be worried about his heart. And stop this, fear of flying thing.
It's always odd to me that people, like, when you have a phobia, like, for years I was like, I can't fly.
Yeah.
I'll never be, my career's going to get injured because I can't get on a plane. And now you start doing it, you're like, what the fuck was I scared of?
Yeah.
Like, I was in LA recently, I'm like, I wasn't scared once, or maybe for 5 minutes during the 6-hour flight. And to be that afraid where you got to get on a bus and travel for 2.5 days. So Jesus, Whoopi.
Was it 2.5 days?
That's how cross country take. I mean, nonstop. They probably have drivers.
Yeah.
That.
Enough with the music.
Jesus.
We get it. We're outrageous. Jesus. Let's start our broadcast. Very important stuff.
I know. And I'm starting off like a fucking Gossip Girl. Did you hear that Whoopi won't fly? But yeah, she will not get on a plane. She flew to London. Now she took a private plane to London to see some musical of Sister Act.
Yeah, but the private planes, they said, are the ones that go down.
Well, she, I guess, wanted.
I mean, look at the track record on those things lately.
But how could a 52-hour bus ride seem feasibly safer in your head than a 3-hour flight or 4-hour? You know what I'm saying? Like,
and the famous, it's more dangerous to drive than fly. So many opportunities for that bus to careen off a cliff or something.
Dude, yeah. It's the illusion of control.
Right.
You could always say, "Stop! I want to get off." Like with a plane, you're just helpless. But with a bus, you can technically go stop. Let's just stop this. And she flew private, but the thing was she had a doctor with her. They said armed with sedatives in case she panicked. That's the advantage of being an Oscar winner. You know, you can fucking get away with that.
You could get Club Soda Kenny to do that for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, just talk to me.
It's time for your sedative, Mr. Norton. I hope it was a local bus.
Yeah, she should have stopped like fucking 6 times before she got to Pennsylvania.
Right.
Yeah, was it a Capital Trailway?
The Peter Pan fucking $8 round trip. Yeah, man.
We got to welcome Joe DeRosa to the show today.
Thank you for having me, man.
And before it gets back to Anthony. Anthony's out today. His grandma died.
Yeah,
and he's at a funeral today. Joe is sitting in Anthony's seat.
Yes,
he just has to. This place is too small.
It's better because for a triangle to work, it's just easier to look at Joe on the left and you there than to look at Joe to the right. It's just there's no reason for Ant's seat to be empty.
I mean, the whole place is panicking because tomorrow we got Doug Stanhope, Kevin Smith, and somebody else, and we don't know where to put all these guys. So I think they're going to set up microphones in front of those little couches we have in here.
You probably put two guys at the counter here.
Yeah.
It is between where Anthony and I normally sit, and in between where Danny and I are. You probably get two guys.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Fucking creepy and homoerotic. God forbid one of them has tits. There's fucking 6 more dudes in here. Bunch of fags.
Well, I won't touch any of these buttons he has over here.
No, you can.
Yeah, touch one of the buttons.
He doesn't mind.
Just
Can
for
I
the
just
hell of
touch
it.
one?
Yeah, sure. Uh-huh.
Doesn't do
It's not
anything.
plugged in.
Why isn't it plugged in?
I guess it's not turned on.
Dude, I've been asking for one of those machines for 6 years.
You can't have one.
What's the one that goes, "You're gonna be okay"? I want to put.
There's
touch
different
that one.
banks. Look at the templates.
Oh boy,
You're not going to be able to figure that out in
All right,
one
I'll
sitting,
just,
Joe.
I'll just push one of these.
Yeah,
Just hit any button. Just try
push
it.
a random one.
Ready?
No. It's still booting up.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, it's still booting
Oh
up.
boy, it's got to boot up. Oh Jesus! All right. Well, once it's booted up, I'm going to press the one that says.
I'm looking at the stuff we're going to cover today. Doctors find tree growing in Russian man's lung.
Ew.
What? Yep. All right, we'll get to that.
Was
a
it
little
growing
later.
or did he swallow it? I don't know. I saw that in the.
I don't know. We're going to find out.
Well, no shit.
Perfect.
You're 1 for 1. Joe DeRosa is 1 for 1. That's the game we're going to play today.
How many?
You just take a chance and randomly hit a button when you feel like something needs to be accented.
Okay.
And you're 1 for 1 so far.
All right. All right. But I'm only going to stick in bank 1 here. I can't get into switching these.
Well,
fucking...
if you need another bank, just let Danny know. Raise your hand, and he'll just give you another bank.
Yes, raise your hand and scream bank switch.
Yeah.
Danny will run over.
Danny,
Take care of it.
bank.
He sure will. All right, we could start with the Susan Boyle thing, just because Joe DeRosa hasn't. He doesn't know about Susan Boyle, the international sensation.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Actually, Jimmy brought this to our attention.
I've
been out of touch the last few days as far as the news and stuff goes, and Jimmy's like, we got to talk about this broad.
I only saw her because of one of our amenity monitors. I saw this. Obviously, the thing is she's ugly. She's really fucking homely, and she was making a big splash on Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent of England. Why do I have to explain that? He gets what it is. And I'm like, oh, she probably is a good singer, and she was, but everybody's talking about her. But she's just an ugly woman who's a good singer.
She looks like Bobby Kelly with a wig on.
You know, it's funny. I really did. Because they talked about her on Red Eye last night. I really did think of Bob Kelly. I'm like, she looks like Bob Kelly, but I didn't say that because,
Yeah, who knows Bob Kelly?
Well, a few of us do.
Oh my God, why did I say that? He's my friend.
No, I was going to say the same thing.
Oh, you
know
were?
what,
All right,
dude?
good. All right,
I don't need that out there, dude.
Yes.
Bob is so weird. Bob is like really like playful, and then once in a while you'll hit a nerve. He's like, you know what, dude? Fuck you. I don't know what the fuck. He's like, all right, Bob, sorry. Jesus.
That happened.
He could snap on a dime. That guy.
Bob snaps immediately.
He got like
over the dumbest things too.
I'm sorry.
Go, Joe.
He'll get eternal, like he'll get a little bit of an internal like fucking hurt sometimes. I was at his house the other week, and he was fucking with me the whole time I was there, and he's going, "Look at your fucking posture, dude. Ugh, you lump, and all that shit." And I go, Bobby, you haven't lost all the weight yet, so stop talking like you have. And he got like all quiet and walked away for a minute, and I was like, Bobby, I was just kidding, man. I was like, I felt fucking bad.
Right.
And then I was like, you know what? Fuck you, dude. You're sitting here making fun of my slouch and all this shit.
Yeah, you were defending yourself.
Yeah.
Bob, you can't be a sensitive bully. Bob did the same thing to me. Because he's brutal. You'll walk in, and he's, hey, sock puppet, and, hey, turtle. And then I said something to him about being fat. And he's like, dude, you're fatter than me. I'm like, no, I'm not, Bob. You're fatter. And he goes, all right, dude, I'll take off my shirt. You take off your shirt. I'm like, great comedy response. Fucking asshole. Don't make it real.
He just has to make it real.
He's nuts. He got mad at me one time at the cellar. I sat down, and Bob really gets mad if you tease his weight.
Yeah.
Because he has lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
So if you're listening, shithead, we know you've lost.
Yeah, relax. You look
65 to
good.
70% of the weight you had to lose. You've lost a lot of it.
Yeah.
Maybe 80%.
You only got 25 pounds to go. We know.
Yeah. He lost fucking 80 pounds. But he That's the one. That's Bob's fucking. I guess Achilles dorsal fin, if you want. He just can't take weight jokes anymore. He gets so fucking angry.
Yeah.
And he really reacts like Paulie in Rocky. You know what I mean? He really gets into that like I'm something too. You know? I'm like Jesus. I'm sorry. I was just fucking around, man.
Hey, Bob, I'm just having fun. I'll throw the turkey out the window.
Let's get back to Susan Boyle. So she's on Britain's Got Talent. And, well, let's play this for Joe DeRosa. This is her going on the stage. You're going to hear a lot of laughing.
Okay.
Because she's just hideous. She's the nicest thing ever. She's so sweet. She'd be the perfect wife if you could get past the visual. She would never give you a problem. You would never have a fight with her. She would do anything for you.
Except not embarrass you publicly. She is an atrocity.
We learned that she's never kissed a man. She's never kissed anything in her life. But here's how it went down. One more time for Joe DeRosa.
You know who she looks like? Fucking Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds.
Nerds! You know what I'm finding out, too? The picture of Susan Boyle that everyone's checking out from Britain's Got Talent, that's her all, like, gussied up. The pictures Danny are showing, holy crap, how... She's way worse.
Yeah, she's brutal.
Way worse when she doesn't have the makeup artist and the hair people and the nice lighting.
Oh, she's got the same hair as Danny.
She really does have fucking Danny Ross / Gene Wilder hair. She's fucking terrible.
She looks like Kathy Bates if Kathy Bates was retarded.
She looks like Kathy Bates if she were Philip Seymour Hoffman.
You got one, Joe? Making a trifecta?
That one kind of put me over. I thought that was a good closer.
All right, let's go with this then.
All right, what's your name, darling?
My name is Susan Boyle.
Okay, Susan, where are you from?
I am from Blackburn near Bathgate, West Lothian.
It's a big town.
It's a sort of collection of... It's a collection of villages. Had to think there.
And how old are you, Susan?
I am 47.
Britain is brutal, man. I thought we were brutal in America, but...
I know a comic that moved to England, and, you know, he's been over there for a few years, and I saw him at the Comedy Cellar one night, and he goes, I go, how's England? And he goes, you know what, everybody says... evidently, the comic is Bobby Kelly. That's the only fucking voice I can do.
I was just thinking, it sounds like Bob.
But he goes, everybody says it's so fucking smart over there and everything. He goes, the crowds are dumber and they heckle you 3 times as much as they do here. And it just popped the whole illusion that I always had about England being like this fucking tea sipping, you know.
No, not at all. They're brutal.
Patrice brutalizes England, man, because he spent a lot of time over there. And I've always refused to go for that reason.
You should go.
I don't think they'd like me. I'm not. My impression of England, it could be wrong, is that they only like certain type of American comedians. The guys that are like, Americans are a bunch of rednecks. Like they like the ones that just kind of shit on America. Because I think deep down the British citizens don't like us. I don't think they like us.
But you should go and film it because your fans would love to see how you're treated over there. Can you imagine?
That'd be awful.
Yeah,
that
would be very interesting. Sure. Back to Susan Boyle. And you hear the crowd, they're chuckling and just mocking her.
And that's just one side of me.
Okay, what's the dream?
I'm trying to be a professional singer.
And why hasn't it worked out so far, Susan?
I've never been given the chance before, but here's hoping it'll change.
Okay, and who would you like to be as successful as?
Elaine Page.
Elaine Page.
Like
what are you going to sing tonight?
I'm going to sing I Dreamed a Dream from Les Miserables.
So there's the setup.
All right. What did you say she's going to sing?
I Dreamed a Dream from Les Miserables.
Oh, Les Miserables. Okay.
Les Mis.
Okay, Les Mis.
Listen what comes out of this monster.
I dreamed a dream in time gone by.
You didn't expect that, did you? Did you? No.
I dreamed that love would never die. I dreamed that God would be forgiving. I was young and
Yeah, she's really good. And she should have turned to that audience and said, "You know what? You're all cunts.
Yeah.
You fucking laughed at me and you booed me, and I could sing, but
Yeah.
she's semi-retarded. So
You just animate that with the hottest, animated chick, and they got something.
like a Jasmine from Aladdin,
Yeah.
type of thing.
There you go.
We're the
Right?
most average animated animal. Doesn't even have to be the hottest chick. Can be a mediocre seal, whatever it is.
An animated badger.
Yeah, have Baloo from the Jungle Book singing that fucking thing.
She is a fucking brute.
Oh,
Yeah,
s-
she's.
But
she's
the
rough.
update, so everyone's checking her out online. Her videos have been seen by, it's now up to 12 million people.
Wow.
In the last 2-3 days.
Now, do you think
12 million views.
Do you think she can carry take the ball and run with it with the singing, or do you think she knows one song and she can belt out that song?
If not, she could take the ball and bounce it on her nose for a little while.
They're saying, I mean, what do we know? But they're saying that she's going to be the favorite now.
Jesus
That's
Christ,
Britain's
man.
Got Talent. We do America's Got Talent, obviously. So,
Yeah.
but now we're going to all be paying attention to that show.
No,
I'm saying it is so weird. It's the obvious point that we made it yesterday, and it's an obvious point, but it is amazing how, you look at somebody, and the bottom line is, if she was pretty and she sang like that, you'd go, wow, she's a good singer.
Mm-hmm.
But because she's ugly, she inspires surprise that she's good.
And even the judge even says it at the beginning of that clip. He goes, whoever it was, he goes, you weren't expecting that, were you? It's like, why not?
No, some guy from the side of the stage. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the Ryan Seacrest guy.
Why wouldn't
one of these shows is formulated the same now?
You wouldn't expect an ugly woman to be able to sing okay? I don't understand that. Where's the logic?
Don't you expect all ugly women to sing real well? Because what else are they doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Practicing their vocal talent.
It's like how a blind person has a heightened sense of hearing.
Yeah, they're real surprised. Well, of course.
She probably knows how to sing a tune and suck a mean cock.
She probably.
And that's it.
Me sucky.
There you go.
Hey, you looked.
No,
You
no.
looked.
No, I didn't set that up. I saw me sucky, and I fucking hit the goddamn.
Is he allowed to look at the buttons?
Yeah, I think he should be allowed to look.
All right, Joe
Oh,
DeRosa,
you're
2
saying
for 2.
I gotta just hit him
Yeah.
without looking.
That was fun.
Oh, okay, I'll
Because
do
you
that.
nailed it with the first one.
I'll totally do that.
All right.
Okay, hold on.
All right, so we're going to take that one away from you. You want to try it again, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
So wait, what were we talking about? So we think she would give you the greatest head ever, right?
She knows how to sing a tune and suck a mean cock.
Is that so? Who made you Pope in this dump, huh?
Still not bad.
You know what? Danny will be the judge. I think he pulled it off.
Well, you know what I'll do? Every so often I'll just change the banks so that
Yeah.
All right,
give that nice
that's
random
more
element.
fun.
I'm going to give you that one just because he said, "Is that so?" After your comment.
And I'll go like this before I do
All
it.
right,
I'll
that's
put a
good.
finger up as a fucking.
That is fun. Wow, every picture you find of her gets worse. This one looks like
rough.
she's a tranny. Show Jimmy this one.
She's kind of made up, but who the fuck does she look like in this?
It's driving me nuts.
Well, she looks like what's her
look-
face? Julia. Who's the cook?
Julia Childs, yeah, good
Yeah, yeah, a
call.
little
Yesterday
bit.
we said Lithgow. She does look like John Lithgow. She's fucking. She's a really bizarre looking woman. Just a very homely woman.
She's also got one of those British midget heads. Even though she's not a midget, she looks like one of the Time Bandits.
These people are sitting far away from. This is an interview clip we're watching of her from Britain, and they're kind of sitting far away across the desk. How is it being as visually unpleasant as you are?
Nosferatu.
Now she should just stay ugly. Well, obviously, I mean, they're not going to be able to do too much with her, but
please.
she should really ugly it up. Ugly it up.
Or make a home porno tape with some fucking black ex-prisoner.
Yeah. How could they make if she got a stylist to make her ugly? They'd be like, "Can we do that Pitbull eat your face off thing, and then we'll build you a new face?"
Travis the chimp rip her fucking lips and eyes off, and that awful hairdo and her neck fat. Start over.
How great would it be if she, continues down this path, and then it comes out that she's the greatest serial killer of all time? They find the bodies,
or she was just lip syncing the whole time.
Yeah.
There's a great picture of her. Now
that's her horrible house.
Oh, is she awful? Here she is. She's making. Look at her. Her feet are enragingly fucking fat and awful. She's standing. It looks like she's crossing a street. And you know the Thinker? How the Thinker is sitting down and he's got his fist kind of curled up against his forehead. She's doing that pose, but she's standing to the side in a street.
And it looks like she's baking bread in her shoes.
She really has a little fat, swollen feet. Poor little fat, tubby feet.
Can I see her house again? Oh my God! Almighty.
Where do you expect an ugly broad to live?
Yeah.
A
barn.
I thought maybe God gave her a break somewhere. She'd have a big house. She's like, I did well in the market. You know, like something. Jesus Christ.
Know what's sad about the picture of her house? They're not showing the whole house, so that means she only has a part of that horrible house.
Oh, God almighty. Dude, when it sucks in England, it really... Oh, boy.
And now she's got her house dress on in this picture.
Danny is...
And she pretty much can touch each wall of her living room because she has her hands out.
Oh, Jesus Christ almighty, dude. There
Why would you have a mirror in your house?
So she can practice her Les Miserables songs. That's, that's what she's doing. Look at that fucking couch, dude.
Oh.
That's the kind of couch... never mind.
All right.
There's also a story kind of related to being fat, and we talked about flying. And
the flying story is awesome.
I fucking love United Airlines because I'm a Continental flyer, and they're starting to join with what are we looking at?
Hey, by the way, we got every
there.
phone is lit, but I don't know what they want to talk about. Are we having a problem with the phone still?
Apparently.
If
they're all lit. No, I see them.
Can we get them?
But I don't know what they want to talk about. Hold on, man. We're still like kind of tweaking the new studio here at Sirius. All right, we'll have to figure that out during the break.
Yeah, let's just grab them randomly.
But they probably have some nice monster comments.
Can we get to them? Can we just click on them and see what they want?
Yeah, I don't give a crap. That's it. We could certainly
That's like
do
DeRosa with the fucking bank over there. We have no idea.
All right.
They got...
Hi, who are you? Hello. Yeah, we got a problem with the phones.
Are we hit? Is it hooked up right?
I'll try another one.
Hello.
Hello.
Guy coming in.
Hello.
All
right.
There's Danny's Biopy now looking.
I like how people, and it's not our people. When we have a problem, they kind of saunter around to get to the problem.
Oh, that's nice.
We're live. This is a pressure cooker. Will you run for us, please?
Yeah.
We're sitting here like,
yeah, Yeah.
We don't want moseying. We don't want meandering.
Hell no.
You fucking bolt in here and fix it.
Yeah, there's like you need staples or something like that.
Yeah, they're just like, all right. We're live.
But it's amazing when you're live how like you know that everyone's listening, so you panic and you look at everybody. Like I actually just looked out at the interns and I'm like, what the fuck is he just standing there? Like, what is he gonna do?
Right.
It's nice, by the way, that like this is like. I've done other shows here before, and this is the first show, obviously, because of the stature of the show.
Yeah.
Where there's not like four guys just in the room, just standing over. Burr and I did a promo thing here once where we did like sort of an hour together, and there was just like four guys standing behind us. And
why?
We don't know. And they were telling us like how to take calls and what not to do.
Oh, shut up.
And then Bill's like, hey, dude, I know how to fucking take calls. He was really getting like hot about it.
Sure.
So I was too, but he had the authority to say something because it was his fucking
All right.
show.
Well, we'll get to the phones in a minute. It looks like they're they got good stuff. You can just tell because every phone is ringing. That means they really want to jump in on this monster talk.
Hey, does Pete Dominic still have a show here? Does anybody know? He's a guy. He's a comedian we know.
Yeah,
who I like, and he has a pretty good show. I've been on it. I haven't actually listened to it. But it was good when I was on it.
I don't know.
Yeah,
does nobody know?
I think he still has it.
What do we know about United there, Jimmy?
Just that they're.
This is something that has been one of Norton's pet peeves for a long time. I guess it's a pet peeve of all of us. Who are we kidding?
Anybody who flies deals with it. It's United is going to start charging heavier passengers twice the amount to fly for 2 seats. And when I was coming back from LA, I saw some people like in the first seat in coach. There's a middle and 2 ends is 3 seats, and the guy there's a black dude in the middle seat, and he was built like fucking Eric Williams from the Cowboys.
Jesus.
Was good topical reference, Jim. Eric Williams retired like 98.
I'm in on the reference.
But the guy was massive, but he wasn't an obese guy. He might not be a good example because he was a big dude.
All right.
But he was literally hanging over, and there's like a little white businessman in each seat just kind of cowering out. And it's like, that's a cross-country flight. You should never have to fucking be subjected to somebody else's obesity.
Yeah.
It's like that's an addictive behavior, and it's like their addiction's affecting you. It's like I'm an alcoholic. I can't drink. So if I drank on the plane and was affecting other people with my fucking drinking, they'd throw me the fuck off.
Obesity is a tough one because it's like That is the only addiction where you were forced to consume the thing you're addicted to. Like alcohol, you can avoid the alcohol or
Right.
drugs. So I do feel bad for fat people, and also too that it is a little genetic. I eat like an animal, and I don't gain weight except for a little bit here or whatever.
Yeah.
So it sucks, but at the same time, there's always that point where it's like, bro, look, if this is your lot in life, this is your lot in life, and if you gain weight like that, don't just keep eating, and then I got to deal with your fat folds. I can't have the fucking armrest down because you're too big.
But it's also
You know,
what they eat too. Like I've watched them do it, and I know it's an addiction. But I've watched people who weigh like 350, 400 eating like shit, and it's like, you know what, man? No one likes eating healthy. It sucks.
Yeah, that part's not an addiction.
That's part. It's just
you're
fucking,
making those choices.
Here's the thing.
If you have to eat a lot, whatever, sure, but you know it has to be Oreos every single time.
My solution is very simple, and you're right. It's fucking on the seat rests. You have a seat rest, right? The seats should now be equipped where on the seat, on the armrest, you should be able to, if you want, to split the armrest for you and I both to get 50-50. A little piece of plastic that you raise 6 inches, almost like a little piece of plastic window that comes up.
Yeah.
So if you want just a little bit of privacy and to lean against it, you raise it like that. And if somebody's fat, they'll kind of be trapped in their fucking section.
That's a great idea.
And for years I've been thinking that it's like a little privacy thing that goes up, and this way either person can do it, and you both get half the armrest.
The problem with sitting next to some of those guys, you know, by the time you get off your flight, you need a chiropractor because you've been leaning to the right the entire flight. And then you're walking, and something just doesn't feel right.
I also think you should. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm serious. I think you should absolutely be charged extra too if you're bringing a baby on the flight. I mean, that drives me fucking crazy. It's like, I don't give a shit if you have to get somewhere with your baby. I have nothing to do with that at all. I got to do a 5-hour flight to L.A. Your baby's crying the whole fucking time. I shouldn't have to deal with that, man.
Where are you at with babies? My thing is very easy. I mean,
drown them.
Yeah, you can't avoid them, you know, in life. But all I want is the parent to show me they're trying to control their kid. That's the only thing I ever ask for.
Exactly.
I mean, that's it. If the kid continues to cry after that, I could deal. But these parents where, you know, the kid is just completely out of control and they just let the kid keep going, that drives me nuts.
Well,
nuts.
They're tired and they're spent and you don't know what it's like to have a 3-year-old.
Right.
I don't give a shit. I don't get. It's like the fat thing. This is the position you're in. This is your lot in life. This is not my fucking deal right now. Deal with this shit, man.
How about when you're on a plane, the baby's crying, finally falls asleep. We've told this story a few times on the show. Now it's peaceful. It's a peaceful flight. And the stupid parent that's unaware of everybody else wakes up the kid before the plane lands. Mm-hmm. So now the kid is now crying for the last half hour of the flight. Mm-hmm. You couldn't let the kid sleep until we land?
No, it's one of the most inconsiderate behaviors that I can think of is this mentality that the whole world has to appreciate and understand what my dealing with my kid is like. Mm-hmm. I don't give a fuck. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. And you couldn't do that with any other thing. Like if you had a sick parent that shits their pants all the time, you couldn't just bring the sick parent out and go, "Hey guys, well, he shits all over stuff and rubs it on the walls because he's senile." You know what I mean? I go, hey, "Sorry guys," you know what I mean? Like only with a baby do people expect you to go, "Oh, okay," you know.
I would like to go to that party.
Yeah.
Though.
Sorry, my husband's abusive. He hits. Sorry, lady. That's just what he does.
We have some of our bigger listeners checking in. They're saying, look, it's not every fat person you see is a result of food addiction. That's Blue Healer from Kentucky. He's a regular. I think Joe said it, though. Part of it is genetic. We understand that.
Yeah, there are people.
I've always said you're born with a body type, and then it's up to you to decide if you're going to be on the low end of that body type or the high end. Because I'm like you. I could eat anything, and I don't really gain that much weight.
I put weight on. I don't.
I think you put weight on easy. You have to kind of watch it.
I have
right,
to
Jimmy?
watch what I eat. I can. I don't. It would be hard for me to balloon up to fucking obese weight like 300. But I could get. I'm probably between 156 and 160 right now. I could get to 190. You know, I know I could get up to 200 if I ate wrong. It'd be very hard for me to fucking really go beyond that.
So you pretty much your body type. You could be anywhere
my body
from
type is sushi. It's fucking mush.
But you could probably go from 150 to 200 is probably your body type.
In there, yeah. I mean, to me, 150 is a great weight for me. I'm like, I'm like fine right now, but I could be a few pounds lighter or a few pounds heavier and live.
Right.
I don't like to be, 180 for me is a devastatingly fat weight. If I got to 180, I'd be fucking finished.
So we're acknowledging that it is a genetic thing too.
But it's hard to, Blue Heel or anybody, you have to admit, how many people do you know? And look, sometimes it's hard to eat. Like down south, you go on the road, man. Everywhere you go, they have, we don't have skim milk. It's like, well, why don't you?
Right.
You know how fucking hard is it to buy a skim milk, you assholes?
Right.
It's like, it is hard sometimes in restaurants to eat healthy, like, because they just don't have anything that's healthy. But it's like, how many times do you see someone fucking 400 pounds who literally is eating like salads and being careful about what they eat and eating whole wheat bread?
Yeah.
Just you don't.
Yeah.
Last night I was in our supermarket. Jimmy and I live relatively.
Yeah, we're
neighbors. My building and his building, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. And I was down there getting some dinner, some quick dinner, and there was a country pork chop, all made, ready to go, deep fried. I wanted that so bad. And then I looked to the left, and it was the lame, boring chicken breast. Pick the chicken breast.
Yeah.
I wasn't happy about it. Actually, I kind of wish I did the pork chop last night, though.
Was it breaded and just...
Oh, it was ready to rock. It looked so good, man. It was breaded and deep fried and cooked. You just pop that in the microwave for, 90 seconds and you're good to go.
130.
I was so ready to just, grab that.
And you pick up that bone at the end of it and just suck all the gristle and fat
Nothing
right
better
off of
than
that
a
bone.
pork chop if it's cooked right.
But, I don't even think that stuff's that bad. If you not a deep fried pork chop, but it's like, when I eat right, I eat steak, I eat pork, I eat chicken, and I eat it with salad, and I just don't deep fry any of it. I don't put oil all over it. I use Italian dressing on my salad. I eat a little bit of starch with it.
Yeah.
That's eating healthy, man. It's just like guys go out, that's a lot of fat guys don't eat. They don't eat all day. What they do is they wait. They don't eat properly. They wait, and then they hit like a Wendy's, and it's like, I'll take the triple whatever burger and a salad with ranch dressing on it or whatever, and that's why. And then they gain weight because they're eating in the wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the reason I like it's like it is like fucking decision making. It's like I know that I can again not get to probably 350 unless I really try, but I know that I can get really a lot worse than I am now, a lot worse. And it's like I don't want to, so I don't fucking. I don't get the pork chop. You think I don't want to? I hate not eating cake. I fucking love cake.
I would eat cake every night.
Who wouldn't?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I'm trying to eat a little better right now, and I'm fine all day. I do everything right all day, and then at like midnight, every deli, I'm like, I just want to go get 6 of those Nemo's chocolate cakes.
You are talking everyone's language that attempts to eat right. You do it. You eat perfect the entire day, and then you have a breakdown late, and then all of a sudden you're eating like 2,000 calories at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, and like,
what am I doing?
It's like I can't even, dude. I'm like I can't even walk in that deli because I'll look like a cake bukkake. I'll have it all over my fucking face. You just want to. You just want to attack it. It's I can't, dude. I tap out at like 2:10. That's like the most I can get up to. Like if I ever got some acting role, like Raging Bull, where they're like, you have to get fat, I'd be like, I can't. It's like which I'm very lucky about, but at the same time, it's kind of scary because it's almost being like a blackout drunk, where I'm like, I could eat McDonald's all the time, constantly, and I don't have the physical. Outside physical effects of it, but God knows what's going on inside my body. You know
Joe
what I
would
mean?
put weight on like a woman. I think you'd put it on in your hips and and your hiney. I can see you getting like fucking like older fat lady body, like because your upper body is kind of small, like your thin shoulders, and I could see you putting on like lower hips.
They're asking when. Well, let me read this one. When are you fags going to stop talking about cake? We are lame.
We are.
And I wanted to get to a call. He hung up. Susan Boyle, one last observation. She looks like Shrek's wife. That one has to be said.
I don't know who she is. I didn't see
You've
Shrek.
never seen Shrek?
No.
Pop up Shrek's wife.
Can we get phones yet or no?
Yeah, I think so. But now there's nothing really worth going to. Why don't we take a break? We got Joe DeRosa in for Anthony today. And also Keith Robinson coming in.
Finally, that fucking bastard. Keith is coming in at 7:30.
Dude, Joe, you're at Comics tonight.
Yeah, I'm hosting a show at Comics tonight.
All right, very cool. Anything else you want to promote?
I'll be at the Eastville Comedy Club this weekend at 10 on the 10 o'clock and midnight shows. Friday,
Where's that, Joe?
Saturday. It's down. It's on 4th Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue.
What the new?
It's been there about 6 months.
What the hell's going on with all these comedy clubs popping up?
But next week, me and Burr, Columbus, Ohio, at a club that I'll have to find the name of
there was
after the break.
I don't know what club is in Columbus.
I can't remember. I'll replug it again later.
Well, I think
but,
people could look it up.
Yeah.
All right. Joe in Jersey was one of the many that said Susan looks like Shrek's wife. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Shrek's wife is actually hotter.
Yeah, I was just going to say
Well, you just got to make the eyebrows a little bushier, and it's a match. All right, we're going to continue. Opie and Anthony.
And Steve, by the way,
yeah.
Congratulations. It's the worst shirt I've seen in 6 months. Holy shit. Thank you.
That's the real deal. Yeah, that's what we do. That's the real deal. That's the shit. That's the real deal. Yeah, that's what we do. That's the real deal. That's the shit. Motherfucker, dance! Take it in, dance, motherfucker, dance! Take it in, dance, motherfucker, dance! Take it in, dance, motherfucker! Take it in. I want to hear some music, man. Shut your face. I want to hear some music, man. No. I want to hear some music, man. Shut your face. I want to hear some music, man.
Yeah, we're live. Holy crap, I gotta give props to Drew Boogie. I haven't heard that remix in a long time. That was one of the first ones he did. That's the real deal. If anyone gave a shit about us, that could be a cool single. And Drew Boogie's got a CD out with all his remixes on it, and that's all I know. I don't even know where you could go to get it. I'm sorry, Drew. Oh, hold on. Go ahead, Danny.
There's links everywhere, the regular sites. And also, I do believe he's got some stuff up on iTunes. You can get a lot of those remixes up on iTunes.
Right on. Joe DeRosa filling in for Anthony today. Anthony's at a funeral. Those are always fun.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I hate funerals. I mean, everyone does. But I'll tell you why I hate them. Because, your own sadness you could kind of control. And then you go in the room, and everyone else's sadness brings you down to a level that you had no intention of going down to. The relative that falls down on the ground, and the other one that is crawling her way into the coffin.
Yeah.
Take me with you. It's like, this already sucks. Do you have to make it worse for everybody else?
Now you're just being embarrassing.
Right.
Just pull it together. I'm so out of touch with my emotions. I go to a funeral, and the whole time I'm like, I don't understand why I'm not sad right now. Why am I not crying?
Yeah.
And then I have that moment at the cemetery where I have a complete breakdown and need my mom to hold me. I'm like, oh, there's all that suppressed emotion.
Yeah, that forever thing really creeps you out.
Oh my God.
I remember my grandma, I think she was 92 when she passed, 90, somewhere around there. Same thing. I was cool until we got to the cemetery, and then we're in this beautiful, I don't even know what it's called in the cemetery, where they put the casket before they put it in the ground. There's this beautiful thing, and everyone gathers around and puts the rose on the coffin, the final thing. And then me and my brother, because we're pretty damn curious about just everything going on in the world and life, we're like, wow, what happens after this point, right? And the priest is there is like, this now concludes the ceremony for your dead grandma, meaning go home. And now the coffin's just sitting there. We're like, screw that. So we kind of hung out, and they wheel it out the back, and then you see the hole that is freshly dug, and it's a bunch of Mexicans, in this case it was, with shovels, looking at their watches, can we get this over with? We want to do lunch.
Yeah.
You realize it's just their job to get this dumb coffin in the ground and get some dirt over it so they can move on to their next task.
That's a bummer, isn't it?
Yeah, you think it's some glorious thing that happens after you leave the cemetery, but no, they're pretty much drop, and they're not going to be careful with the coffin. Yeah. They're going to drop that thing.
Yeah, they drop the one end in first.
Oh, I'm sure. And then your grandma's got a crooked neck for eternity.
When my grandfather died, he was in the Knights of Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
And when he died, they sent the Knights of Columbus to the service, to the church service part of the funeral, to give him, his send-off. And everybody, the whole family was like, it's going to be really nice, and this is really special, whatever. And the Knights of Columbus came in, and they gave this speech for my grandfather, and they go, we will miss and honor your memory, Joe De La Rosa. And my fucking family was livid. My uncle's in the lobby of the church. They can't get the fucking name right. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, it was brutal. But then they did the... you want to talk about getting choked up? He was in World War II. They did the military salute at the grave. And this soldier who didn't even know, he never even met my grandfather, did the speech and the salute. He started crying because he got so worked up about the honor, you know what I mean, of the soldier and everything. And it was brutal. That's when I broke down.
Yeah, that's heavy stuff. And then they hand the flag.
Oh, Jesus, dude.
In our families, they handed it to my mom because my dad was a military guy. Yeah, that's a moment.
Yeah, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's hardcore, dude.
Nothing but respect for those guys. Because they didn't know my father, but they played right through to the end.
But there's something so impressive, too, about a guy that just, to see those soldiers, to see somebody that believes in something that much and is that passionate about it, you're like, you don't see that very often, obviously. No. I don't see it in myself. I lose interest in things. I'll drift off halfway through this conversation.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, passionate about furthering the agenda of a fascist regime.
Man.
Oh, boy. Did Bill Hicks just walk in here?
People who just knee-jerk react against the military. It's like, what?
Hey, before we move on, and instant feedback, some of you guys had instant feedback from your cell phones. Leave your name so you get a little credit. This guy writes, we were talking about being fat and stuff, right? I love this one. I was at a diner that had a dessert that was 12 scoops of ice cream, and 12 fudge brownies. And here's the kicker. If you eat the whole thing, you get a free poster.
Wow. The poster is you jerking off while hot women run the opposite direction. Fucking.
What's the poster of?
I don't know, man. If the guy could, give me a part 2 on that.
Probably Leonard Lawrence, like on the toilet in Full Metal Jacket, because that's what you should do.
It's probably just a poster of the dessert. Congratulations, you ate this.
Oh my God Almighty! They should put that poster over your front door, like the fucking. Oh fuck! Never mind.
Go ahead, start over.
What was that Jewish holiday? The fucking Passover, where they put the blood. That's what I was going for, and I lost it. And fuck it.
Oh my God! Stephen S. from Bayshore. I'm not even sure if he's going for the joke here because this is part funny and part true. Hey, Ope, have you ever whispered about another relative? And said, hey, she's ruining the funeral. Yes, I have.
You've actually said those words?
Not the one in the casket.
Because there's always one that just brings you down to a level that you had no intention of going to.
Yeah.
I had a string of people die in my family, and, you mourn privately after all that's done in general, but some people, they have to let it all out right there in front of everybody.
You know what the worst is? Do you ever, like the people that get that fake sentiment at a moment like that where they're just standing there going, life, man. Life fuck off.
Yeah.
This sucks. Let's go get wasted. This sucks.
In my family, there are the cool members of the family that are in the back. While the body's up front, and they're in the back of the room making jokes and just having a good old time, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well, I love the ones that try to be so positive. They're like, someone's dead. They're like, why are we all so sad? Because they're dead, asshole. We get it. They're in a better place. Who cares? They're not in a better place. The Mexicans are dropping them in the fucking hole.
Yeah.
They're in a terrible place. They're dead.
Well, we got some guys that worked at a cemetery. I don't even know if we want to go down this road.
Yeah.
Well, of course we do. Let's go to Pittsburgh and say hi to Tim. Pittsburgh, a big O&A market. What's up, Tim?
Hey, boys. How you doing?
Pretty good. Joe DeRosa filling in for Anthony, doing a great job today. I just want to say, Joe.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, I used to work in a cemetery, and I got a fucked up story if you want to hear it.
Sure.
All right. So the wife is grieving, and this is all just so bad. Everybody's crying. I'm used to it, whatever. Let's throw him in the fucking ground and let's go to lunch. We're lowering him in to the ground, into the vault, because the casket goes in the cement vault, and the fucking straps break. The fucking coffin falls down there, and there's an arm hanging out, and everybody loses it. Loses it. My boss looks at me. I'm just in college. He's like, get down there. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean get down there? He's like, get in there, motherfucker. Look at them. They're losing it. I had to go in there and put the arm back in. Swear to God.
Oh, my God.
You talk about having a bad day? Oh.
That's all it would take, too, an arm popping out of one of those effing coffins.
Oh my
It was the worst. The widow lost it, dude. She lost it.
I don't mean to laugh.
All right, boys, punching out. Have a good day.
Good job, Tim. Let's go to John in Indiana. John.
Yeah, they make sure you're good and dead. They also put water inside the coffin there to make, the level of ground. So, that way you fucking drown if they're not dead already.
Wait, they put water where? No way.
They put water in a hole. Yes, to settle the ground. They fill the hole full of water.
All right, and then that water kind of goes into the earth.
Did you hear what his explanation, though? In case you're not already dead, you'll drown.
Right. All right. Thank you, John. Let's go to New Hampshire.
This
Ken.
is a humane way of doing it.
Hey, Ken, how are you?
Not too bad, Obi. How you doing?
Pretty good, Ken.
Yeah, I had the same story. Like the guy before was talking about how the arm fell out.
Yeah.
We were doing a removal where it was a veteran getting moved to a veteran cemetery. So you have to dig down into the coffin. The guy had been in the hole for 8 years, cement box. So the cement's it's pretty much just like clay. It's really soft. My boss goes, hop down in the hole. I jump down in the hole. I go right through the box, right through the coffin. I'm standing on the guy's chest. I crush his chest. My boss goes, Jesus Christ, thank God the fucking family's not here.
Can I tell you how great Carlin was? His bit about how fucking the ritual of burying the dead. We have a homeless problem. He's like, just get rid of the graveyards. He's like, it's an old idea. Just plow those motherfuckers into the river and fucking use the land to put people. It's a great bit, and it really is.
Is it a long bit? We should play that going into break.
I honestly don't remember. It might just be a line he used. I don't remember where it was.
Do a little research, see if it's a little bit we could play, because nothing wrong with playing some Carlin.
It is creepy. Like my mom's I'm come from an Italian family. My mom's real big on like let's go visit the grave, and I never go with her. I'm like I don't want to do that. It's weird. Like it's just weird.
I go every once in a while to my dad's site, and it's like, all right, now what? And he didn't believe in that either. So I guess I got that from him, because he told me he never went to his own dad's grave. So I'm like, why am I at your grave then?
And every time you go to a grave, you have to do that obligatory tap the head stuff. I miss you, buddy. You know, like you have to do all that. You have to have the speech. It's just, it's like, it's awkward.
Do what Forrest Gump did. Just throw them in the backyard under a tree, fucking mosey out, chat with them, then go inside, take a nice fucking coffee shit, and go on with your day. I don't ever go to graves. It's creepy. Just think about the person. You don't need to stand on their corpse. Just think about them.
Yeah, exactly. And tell a story about how a candle blew out and you knew that it was them.
Should we?
I knew they were in the room with me. Really? Well, out of the window was open. Fucking shit. Shut up. They weren't in the room with you. Wouldn't that creep you out if you were having a moment and grandmother blew out the kill? Because then I'd be starting to think like she was in the car every time I got blown by a fucking prostitute. She was there every time I clicked on questionable websites or.
Did I tell you
ran
about
out of steam in a joke like there?
Did I tell a story on the air when when we were going through my dad's wake? It was in a funeral home where they had 2 or 3 other wakes going on. But like ours ended, then the other one started, or somehow they were able to kind of organize this whole thing. And I was bored because I had to be there the whole time. Had to. Sorry, Dad. I mean, he probably would have only done a couple hours himself. That's where I got it from. And he didn't believe in all that. But I started wandering around the funeral home, and there was an empty room with all the chairs set up, coffin in the front of the room. Walked up, once again, being curious about crap. Walked to the front of the freaking room. There's Grandma. Not my grandma, someone's grandma, but the stereotypical grandma, the cotton candy hair that's kind of bluish, pearls, really nice like Sunday outfit on, just laid out. The casket is open, waiting for the freaking wake. I lean in to take a closer look. Swear to God, the lights go off in the room.
Oh, Jesus.
And to this day, I really need to know why the lights went off.
Oh, my God.
I'm wondering if it was someone. I mean, I got some jokesters in my family, and if one of them was around, they could have maybe, quickly turned the lights off and on. But I'm like, what the fuck is this about?
Did you grab her tits? That'd be the greatest story ever. If the lights went out and it could be a ghost, and you just grabbed her tits.
That's fucking hilarious.
Like, I know what you want.
My grandma, when my grandfather died, I had to sleep. I had to stay at my grandmom's house for like a week for all the stuff, whatever. And I had to sleep in the bedroom I used to sleep in when I was a kid, when I'd stay at her house.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, it freaked me out, and I've never gotten over it. And, it's already sad and weird because he's dead and everything. And I'm laying in the bed trying to go to sleep, and I roll over, and I'm all creeped out already. I roll over. She moved the chair that he always sat in into the fucking room, and it's directly, like, in my eye line next to the bed. I'm like, so now I'm starting to think I'm going to wake up. He's going to be sitting in the goddamn chair, and I was like, thanks, Nana. This week wasn't traumatic enough.
Yeah, you had to make it worse.
We're in this fucking poltergeist situation right now.
Okay, yeah. Let's take a few more of these morbid calls. Highway from North Carolina.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Highway.
The worst thing is when they play a song right before they take the body to the gravesite, and all the families there listening. My grandparents ruined "Everybody Hurts" by R.E.M. No one can listen to that song now.
But why even? It's amazing. Like, why play that stupid song?
Yeah, why bring you down even? I'm not a fan of bringing you down further than you already are. Like, there's music that could accent all this stuff and make you feel way worse. There's nothing positive coming out of playing "Everybody Hurts" at a funeral.
One of the worst, saddest songs ever already.
Know what song I can't do is Time of, what is it called? The Green Day song, Time of Your Life?
Yep.
Or whatever it's called. Yeah,
What's
everyone
that song?
knows the song.
I don't know it.
I can't even hear it. Seriously, for real. Because same thing, they ruined it for me.
All I could think of is
This is at a funeral, think of this.
But think about how hip his parents are. They're listening to R.E.M.
Well,
My parents would have played some Glenn Miller.
But why not play something a little, like, uplift? This is not uplifting at
Pennsylvania
a funeral.
polka.
Right.
And then everybody runs through and punches the body in the face.
If you're having a threesome, this song isn't going to bring you up.
Oh, Jesus
It's
Christ.
going to bring you
Could you imagine, dude? Just playing this song. You got two chicks naked on your couch. Hold on, girls. I'm going to set the mood.
Right.
And you just start sharpening a knife to it.
The hottest naked broads ever, and there you are crying like a baby. Everybody hurts. Why? Why do we do this to ourselves?
I know. It's,
Oh, now I gotta hang up.
All right. Yeah, all right. I'm sorry, bro. And then like, this is the final song. That's the other thing about when someone dies, you walk around like a zombie for 3 days. It's you're a zombie. If you want to know how a zombie lives, when someone dies that's close to you, you're gonna find out because that's all you do. All right, now it's time to go to my aunt's house for the 6-foot hero and pasta dish. All right, now we have to go and visit where she used to live. All right, now we're going to go to my mom's house. Like, you just wander around for 3 days like a zombie.
That is the only good part about a funeral is you get that carnival food afterwards.
Right.
Like hot roast beef and meatballs. Yeah, that's all right.
Usually get together for a meal and make believe that the person didn't die. All of a sudden, everything's happy again. It's just the dumbest thing. I hate it.
Yeah, it sucks.
I hate it.
What's your ethnicity, by the way?
yeah, what are you? I didn't even know what.
I'm a mutt.
I'm gonna guess you're a little German Irish.
Tiny Irish.
Like
A lot
Tom
of people think I'm very Irish, but I have barely any Irish in me. Unfortunately, I got a lot of Polish. Quarter Polish is the big one.
The reason I asked
German. Aunt would be proud of that. A little Irish. I have a grandfather that's from Canada, so whatever the hell he was. Yeah.
Do you guys do do you do like the drinking thing? Because Irish and Italian after a funeral,
not
it's
really.
like you just get
loaded.
loaded.
Not a lot of drinkers in my immediate family. The uncles, well, they're another story. So, yeah, they rock.
Well, yeah, it helps after a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of takes the sting off.
Well, the phones are lit. Do you want to keep doing
Absolutely,
this?
man. I'll talk about this shit all day.
You tell me which one you want. Had to bury father twice. Casket fell sideways.
I say that's a good one.
All right, let's go to Ty in Atlanta. Ty?
Yeah, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
My father-in-law at his funeral, he was a big dude. One of the straps broke. The casket fell in sideways. They couldn't get it all the way in. They had to take it back out. Well, then it wouldn't fit in the vault. So my wife and her sister had to have 2 funerals, and we had to go back the next day and do it all over again.
Oh,
just to say they were wrecked.
Yeah.
And then the guys that did it didn't really seem to give a shit one way or another. They were just trying to get out of there.
No, it's their job. We all have jobs, and we just want to get the job done. We don't think of the emotional part of it.
Did you laugh? Did people laugh? I mean, like something like that could be horrific, or everybody could just laugh.
Well, everyone was pretty much gone, and it was just the immediate family around.
Yeah.
The girls didn't take it too well.
No.
Dude,
and then the next day wasn't a whole lot better, Now you talk about it, not a big deal. They can laugh about it, but at the time it was pretty traumatic for them.
Sure. Yeah, right on.
Watching other people sad makes me sad. Like if I'm in a
That's
funeral
what
or
I'm
wake,
saying.
that's the worst part. Like there are people who are just not even being drama whores.
That's what I'm
who
saying.
Are just fucking that's the worst.
But I get pissed. I'm like, I don't need to see this.
Yeah,
Go outside.
It's brutal. It's almost like, is this necessary right now? I mean, you got to grieve and you got to respect what just happened, but is it necessary?
Yeah.
It's almost like a wedding. It gets to a point where it's almost gaudy, where you're like, this is too much. We're indulging too much in this thing right now. The wake was enough. We all came out. We looked at the body. We went up. We knelt there. You go down the line and shake the hands. That's enough. You don't have to go to the cemetery and watch them lower a casket into the ground.
Patrick K. from Texas. Oh, well, the screen just went dead. Hey, Opie, I wonder if someone tossed a rosin bag on Mark Fidrich's mound of dirt he's under now.
I am.
You don't know who Mark Fidrich is?
I don't know why that
I'm
fell
laughing.
flat. That is a funny joke.
Do you know who Mark Fidrich is? I think we're hoping
bird.
for the Joe DeRosa laugh. You got a good laugh. You should have laughed there.
Who was Mark? You know what?
Mark Fidrich died early this week. You don't know who Mark Fidrich is? He had one of the greatest rookie seasons in baseball history. Are you a sports
I don't follow
guy?
sports at all.
Oh, all right,
dude.
that's why.
I'm sorry.
Mark Fidrich comes out of nowhere. What happened? Oh.
No, I was gonna
You hit a button. Oh, you're gonna try to hit a button?
No, but I was gonna. I didn't want you to. I was just saying. When I was just signaling when you say this, I'm gonna hit a button.
Okay.
But sorry,
Mark Fidrich. Mark Fidrich, I believe, rookie season went 19-9. He was a sensation. He would talk to the ball. He would pat the mound. He was a lunatic, and baseball fell in love with this guy. And then what happened after that? He just sucked. I think he had an injury or something.
He must have got hurt.
Yeah, and then he only made it 5 years in the major leagues. After a 19-9 first season, his career record was, I think, 29-19. So he went 10-10 over the next 4 years. Complete disaster. Then he tried to come back with the Red Sox organization, 82 or 83. I sound like Mad Dog. I got all this in my head. But he didn't make the comeback, okay? So he retires, and he's like a truck operator in Northborough, Massachusetts. And now, they need his truck because of all the potholes in the Massachusetts area. And he's under his dump truck getting it ready for the season, and something went horribly wrong, and Mark Fidrich is no longer with us.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
My thing is this, though. Like, how much did he make? Because if it was... Sometimes you hear about those sports stories that suck.
Yeah.
And then you figure, look, if the guy got hurt, let's say he made... say $6 million. Well, probably back then, that's a lot of money for a young guy. They didn't get paid $6 million up front.
Mm-hmm.
But if you made $5 or $6 million bucks, and 30 years ago, if you invested it right, all right, you got a great life after that. But I guess Don Mattingly, when Mattingly made $19.5 million for 5 years, that was considered an outrageous salary. So I imagine Fidrich didn't get near that.
Do you want to kiss me?
Fuck Joe.
It was the button.
It didn't fit, but yet somehow I'm okay with it.
Yeah, you wanted me to cover the buttons. I don't know what it said. I'm not looking at
all right,
all.
well,
I'm not looking at all.
That was just awkward for everyone, though. Maybe Mark owned that trucking company. Maybe that was his thing. Maybe
maybe he owned the truck, or
maybe he invested his money in that. You'd like to think he did. I loved that guy when I was growing up. I'm like, this guy's a lunatic.
He'd yell at the ball. Yeah, he was a weird guy.
Yeah, look up some video of Mark Fidrich
The Bird.
if you care.
Was he definitely broke, or was he just doing the truck thing to keep himself busy?
I don't
Some
know
guys are
financially
like
where he
that,
was
you know
at.
what I
I'm
mean?
not sure.
Well, yeah, he probably didn't have a big contract if he, was a rookie. Maybe he signed for a couple nice years. Then memorabilia, he probably did all right for himself.
He had signings, but that's why those guys charge to sign. People think they're being dicks. The older guys, like when I never mind when those older guys charge because they never made fucking $8 million or $9 million in a year, and they were better than half of these douchebags playing now.
Sure. Rookie year, he made $16,000.
Ooh,
no,
wow!
Stop.
Maybe. Hey, rookie back in what was that? 1979. I'm guessing.
I think he made his comeback in 82 or 83. All right, yeah, late 70s. Late 70s? 76?
76?
16,000.
I was 8 years old when that
That's
fucking
amazing. That's like the money you make when you start doing comedy. And it's the same thing. You have this idea of this business. If I can only get in and make money. And then you make money, you're like, oh, really? It was $20,000? You know what I mean? Or what?
Well, what is that today, though? What is $16,000 today? Is there a way to look on?
I can find that.
Convert that, because it's like, I'm guessing it's like 40 grand today. It's still the shit.
I was going to guess 45.
Oh, Joe, let's not quarrel.
I'm going to guess 37,500.
Really? I like that you threw the 500.
Come on, Dan.
That was
It's amazing
good.
Dan can pull up fucking, like, if you mention, like, a fucking, an African hemorrhoid, he's got a photo of it in 30 seconds, but a simple math equation. I got no idea.
Let's challenge Danny with that one today. African hemorrhoid, after you find the answer to the Mark Fidrich question.
That'll probably be way easier than this.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I accidentally set grandfather's graveyard on fire. In Japan, when he cremated, family takes the bones. My friend was buried in the wrong grave. You tell me which one you want here, Jimmy. My family has fights at funerals. I hate when they play taps.
Let's go with the fights, because taps I don't mind. Taps is a military thing. Let's go with, or cop
I don't
thing.
mind taps either, because you're right, military thing.
Yeah,
it's
that's
when you take the pop song that, it's going to bring everyone down.
Yeah, taps is respectable.
We had funeral home cut man's legs off because he was too long for coffin.
That's a good one.
That's
all right. Yeah, because you don't want to wreck up the symmetry of the cemetery.
That's an episode of Tales from the Crypt.
You're not buying it?
No.
All right, let's
that's
find
an episode
out.
of Tales from the Crypt.
Jack, South Carolina.
Hey, fellas.
Welcome aboard, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
This is your best show yet in the new studio, I just want to say. But anyways, hey, listen, yeah, this guy died. He was 6'7". This happened in Allendale, South Carolina, so you can look it up. 6'7", and it turns out that the casket that they bought wasn't long enough. So unbeknownst to the family, the funeral home cut his legs at the ankle and at the calf. and just put his shoes on his feet and then buried him. Oh, and then had the funeral and everything, and then buried him. And they exhumed his body. This happened back in 2004. They just exhumed his body, and it turned they cut his legs off so he would fit in the casket.
But why'd they exhume the body? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it's.
And the name of the funeral home was the Cave Funeral Home. And they did it because I guess it's like desecrating a body or something.
You know what? You get him in a box and fucking throw dirt on him.
Is there a worse sentence than exhumed the body? Every time you hear about a body being exhumed, and you see like the backhoe in a cemetery, some guy's been dead for 30 years and they need to exhume the body.
Yeah,
and the guy was a preacher.
Anytime they exhume a body, they're looking for traces of semen. Or something.
I have the answer.
And now this guy's just throwing out weird facts. Guy's a preacher.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir, for calling. And a Democrat. All right. You got
All
it.
right.
We buy it. It wasn't a Tales from the Dark
Yeah,
Side.
he had bunions, sir.
He's now walking around like a go. All right. Will you go home now, please?
How much was it, Dan?
Well, according to this inflation calculator, 16,076 would roughly be about 60,000 in 2008.
Okay.
Whoa!
That's still shitty because right now, thanks to Travis traipsing in, minimum 2008 baseball salary, $390. $390,000 is the minimum you can make thanks to the fucking baseball union.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Can we go with the exhume the body a little more? I just need to. I don't know. I don't know where to go with this, but
one body they should have exhumed to shut a lot of people up, or maybe they didn't because they didn't feel they needed to, was the Kennedy body. I mean, because there's rumors now, because there's always like what happened to the brain of the president, where is it?
Right.
And then there's rumors that there was another private service held at night where they said Bobby Kennedy allegedly put certain things in the casket, and they think that was parts of the body, like the brain and things like that. But they could exhume the body.
I'm a Catholic. In the Catholic faith, don't you have to have the whole body in there?
Well, maybe because it was blown apart or the autopsy. There might have been a reason.
Well, the body was in all sorts
disarray.
of labs. Yeah, it was here and there and everywhere.
Wait, wasn't that the book that Bilbo Baggins wrote? Wait a minute. You said Bobby Kennedy put pieces of the brain in the coffin?
He allegedly placed something in the casket with Jack. Well, with the immediate family. There's a private service held for the immediate family.
Yeah, because they had to look at they had to look at the brain and stuff. But who gets the job of exhuming the body?
Oh, Connor.
And then you have to open that. The horror show that is facing you after that.
That's all mummies are, exhumed bodies. It's like we're just digging up people's relatives and sending them around the world and going, look at this thing wrapped up.
A little more on Fidrich for the sports fans. That was the family owned the trucking company. So after Fidrich, stopped his baseball career, he had to move back to the family farm and the family business.
Yeah, dude, he
had such a talent. Proves there's no God.
Didn't coach.
Why would he do that to Mark Fidrich? All he wanted to do was pat his mound and talk of the ball.
Maybe God did him a favor. Maybe he was an average talent, and God gave him one good year to now go fuck yourself. You've been dead under a truck in 30 years.
I like how you spin it.
Now, do you think? I have a question for the two of you.
Sure.
Do you think that exhuming the body, as you asked, who gets to do it, and you say coroner? Do you think the coroner dreads that? Like, dude, this isn't going to be good for anybody? Or do you think he's like, dude, you never get to fucking do this. We're going to dig a body up
I think they
today.
get excited. I think those creeps enjoy it.
And by the way, you know why it's worse than a mummy? Because a mummy isn't in a Sears suit.
That's a good point.
Mummies have wrappings and gold things.
They
in
look
there.
old and like you can't connect to them. You're right.
You can't relate to a mummy.
Yeah, they look like your fucking Uncle Murray. Same socks. Mummies don't have socks.
Yeah, you exhume the body and the guy has a Mets cap on. It's a bit creepy.
Yeah.
You know.
Look, at least the suit held up.
Yeah.
That's in good shape still.
Right. All right.
They should bury you in fucking, what's the word? Biodegradable clothing. Because it is creepy that the clothes survive and you don't. Like, the suit they put you in will survive for 1,000 years. I mean, there will be some remnants of the suit there on your skeleton. It's fucking creepy.
You exhume the body of your uncle and he's in a Saturday Night Fever suit because it was in when he died or something.
Kind of a coke overdose at Studio 54.
Yeah, right. One pinky nail's a little longer than the other ones.
Yeah, the pinky nail just keeps growing longer than the other ones, right?
Yeah, that is weird. They should just bury you naked. They should just fucking bury you naked. Why are they burying you in anything? Why are they wasting a suit That's just going to sit in the ground.
Because you don't want your relative to be cold.
To be cold? All right.
Well, you get the weird thoughts. Like, first day at range, you're like, oh, great. In a graveyard somewhere getting wet.
Yeah, I guess, and just...
Are we done with this morbid topic?
It's weird.
I wanted to go with the songs a little more, and we had a few, but they had to hang up. Some of the songs that we play to make sure we're even sadder than we are.
I want to be cremated now. I'm so claustrophobic.
That's what my pops went for.
Oh, that's smart, man.
It's weird though because like his bones went one way. He always wanted to like donate his body to science, but by the time he died, it was like,
he's older. Yeah.
The only thing they could really donate was some of his skin and bones. Ugh, a little creepy.
I think I might do that. I think I might donate it to science. And,
then you got to die young.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for the young.
I very well may. I mean, I'm not taking tip-top care of myself.
My pops made it into his 70s, so, what was left for science?
Yeah, my body is already like I'm in my 70s. Even if I died young, they'd be like, what the fuck are we going to do with this?
Looking at you from the side, Joe looks like an accordion in a shirt. It just kind of creeps. And I'm not believing you. I have body image issues, so I certainly get it.
Let's go to Scott in Boston. Scott.
Sorry, Joe.
That's okay.
I'm thinking Jimsy might have exhumed a few bodies in his day.
God damn, why didn't I think of that?
I don't know if Jimsy's around today.
It's amazing. Jimsy.
We have Jimsy around?
I always get a kick out of digging him up and bringing the family in.
Why would you bring the family in, Jimsy?
Because they get sad, Sam.
Imagine the clueless coroner bringing the family in, like, oh, you got to check it out. You got to check out what has happened to the body since we buried it. Jesus. Just no clue.
It's amazing. All this coroner talk, and I forgot Jimsy existed.
We're still getting used to the new place.
It's the new studio.
I don't think you've done Ted yet. A little Jimsy today.
I've done one Ted line.
We'll get there.
3 days.
You know, my new bit for Twitter is finding Ted businesses.
Oh, that's great.
I got my first one so far, Ted's Auto Body Shop. I tweeted that. Oh, that's my new bit. Don't take it.
Why would I?
Don't take that one.
No, sir. I have 2 bits that I do that are regular, and that's it.
Yeah.
One is my cock-ring bit, and the other is Find the Sweet Boy.
Find the Sweet Boy is a good one, actually. You on Twitter there, Joe?
I'm not on the Twitter.
I'm enjoying the Twitter.
You know what? And back to Bobby. My only experience with Twitter was I was at Bobby Kelly's house the same night.
Bobby should be shut down. His Twitter sucks.
He took a picture of me. I'm sitting on the couch. We're working on this idea for a TV show that we want to pitch. And I'm on the couch, and I'm slumped over, typing it for him. And formulating it into sentences that sound above 5-year-old level. You know what I mean? And I'm typing, and he takes the most unflattering picture of me possibly can, and he puts it on Twitter. And he goes, so my fans can see. And then he fucking turns, he just sets up his MacBook and just sits it there. And it's just bing, bing, bing. You know, that noise that goes on.
Right.
Just insults. He looks like a molester.
Right.
He looked, and I was,
instant insults. Like, you needed that, right?
yeah, and I go,
This is over doing a nice thing. Next thing you know, there's instant insults coming in.
Doing a nice thing for him.
Right.
Putting words like, audacity or whatever into this treatment we're trying to write. Because if he was writing, it'd be like, these 3 guys kind of know shit. They're fucking crazy. You know what I mean? And I'm trying
You're raising the intellectual level of the project.
You know what? I'm gonna say that I was actually. And, that would burn Bobby up if he heard me say that. But he tweeted, and it was unfair. I'm not on Twitter. I couldn't get him back. And then he goes, well, I'll put myself on. I'll take a picture of myself. I'm like, your fucking friends on Twitter are going to trash you. Mm-hmm. And they didn't. They just trashed me the whole time.
There you go.
Well, that's not very nice, Joe. And the fact that I am now putting a picture of you up that I just took.
You guys.
And you were slumped over too, Joe.
Yeah.
I know.
I saw it going down.
I know it wasn't a great story, but do you have to rub it in by taking
I'm
slumped
actually,
over picture of it?
No. I'm calling it Joe DeRosa's awfulness.
You know what? I like Joe. So Joe, give me your best look. I am gonna tweet your best look for everybody now.
Let's make it look like I'm.
What do you want to do? You want to look intellectual? What do you want? You got that? What do you want?
Like I'm
what do you want?
talking
You're
to you.
slumped a little bit. Your boobies look a little. Yeah, straighten up. There you go. Oh, you look very intellectual, like you're ready to go on a book tour. Is this the picture you want right here? All right, look what I do for you, because I care about you, Joe. Here it comes. All right. And look, before I even send it, do you want me to send that to my followers? No?
God,
all right.
ran my head to
take
that
two.
glass over
Take
there.
two. This will be on Opie Radio in a mere few moments.
Take it as I'm talking right now. While I'm talking like this.
Really?
Because it'll be good like action
All right.
shot. Like
all right, here we go.
radio,
We're
like,
taking the picture.
You know.
Oof. All right. How about that one, Joe? You like that?
No.
No?
At least
All
on
right.
Twitter one. Just let Jimmy
No.
stand out there.
Nope. One more.
Mine's.
You can't talk. That was a good look, though. All right. Yeah, do that. Well, what's that look called? Because we're on the radio.
It's like I'm about to say something. I'm
something
posing like,
very important.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's try this. Well, that ain't gonna help. All right, hold on. Don't move. All right, how about that, Joe?
Oh God, our Ope. It just stings. What do you think? What's
It's
your
awful.
favorite?
It's
yeah,
awful.
terrific. Look at that one Jim took of me.
So far, you've gotten only 3 remarks: just awful, old swivel shoulders, and sweet titties. It's not going to be good, Joe.
Oh God Almighty! Yeah, my body, my body sucks.
All right,
It's
we'll try it
embarrassing.
during the break, Joe.
I can't work out. I just can't.
We'll try it during the break.
I
Are
like
we done with the morbid stuff?
Yeah.
Someone is asking me if I went to a body farm. I did not go to a body farm. I read about a body farm. There is a book for you morbid people out there. The book is called
Happy Endings?
Happy Endings, yes. The book is called, I believe, Stiff. Joe, let me tell you about a book I read. It's called Stiff. It's a whole book on what they do with bodies after you die.
Like meaning what they do to cure it for the ground?
Nope. You have no idea what you could do with someone's body after it dies. They actually use them in car crash experiments. You know, we've all seen the car crash dummies. There are people that will write off and allow their dead relatives to be used in car crash experiments. There are some people that are used to try out new makeups after you die.
All right.
Which is creepy for the person that has to put the makeup on the dead person, but they're trying out shit. There are people that will allow your body to be shot at after you die.
Oh, that's a good one. I would donate my
I'm trying to
body for
remember
that.
the rest of them. Body Farm was another one where they, throw you in a field somewhere and see how you rot and stuff so they could, figure out shit. I'm trying to remember. Those were some of the better ones.
What was the makeup one? I don't even get. Would your body even have the same reaction to makeup? After
I don't
you die?
remember anymore, but yeah, something to do with makeup and the body, yeah.
Or is that for necrophiliacs? This makeup works. This doesn't smear on the corpse. You can dress her up nice and pretty.
Yeah. I got it figured out, by the way.
You got the picture figured out?
No. I'm not even taking a picture, Joe. I'm not even taking a picture. I'm checking my email.
You're just checking your email right
See,
now?
look what I just did for you, Joe.
Okay.
All
I can't see it.
natural,
Is it
laughing,
good?
nice, having a good time. That's the one I'm going to send to everybody today.
Thank you.
We should,
Oh, sorry. I wanted to hear more of what they do to the bodies.
That's all I remember. If anyone else read the book Stiff, maybe they could help me out with a few other things they do with the dead body. Why are we so morbid today?
Would you do any of those?
Anthony's at a funeral, that's why.
Yeah.
That's how I got started.
Would I do any of those? What, when I go?
I would donate my body to one of those. Yeah.
See, I don't really give a crap what happens to my body after I'm done.
Do you believe in heaven and all that shit?
I don't know, man. I think there's... I don't think it's been... We shouldn't maybe go down this road today because we actually have, what, the big guys coming by today, I hear? The new Archbishop of New York?
Is he?
Or the Cardinal, what is he called?
Oh, we're
Cardinal?
interviewing him, right?
Yeah, right. That we're not allowed on that side of the floor today. There's a whole thing going on.
We can't go over there?
The new Cardinal...
We were told to just not have any shenanigans planned for.
Yeah, that's fine. Of course,
for this
The
morning.
new Cardinal for what? New York City? How far does his power go?
That I'm not sure. I think it's just the New York Cardinal or whatever.
Security is on high alert to keep the O&A crew away from
We're
the
not
new
going to
Cardinal.
fuck with the Cardinal. Jesus.
There was memos and everything. No joke. Right,
Yeah.
Danny? We're not allowed on that side of the building when he comes in another hour or so.
Yeah, I think it actually starts right now. 7th. I think he was.
Is he over there?
He might be. Yeah.
He's
I think it was 7:30 on.
Could we get some of that like God stuff into our lives by just looking at him? What happens?
Dude, I went full-fledged atheist as of like a month ago. I finally just accepted it.
Really?
And it's scaring the shit out of me more than anything.
Really? I like to think that we just haven't. It hasn't been explained properly yet. That's my new thing.
Yeah, that's a nice way to do it.
I'm not a big fan of the organized religion in general.
Now,
but I just think there's. I like to think there's something, but we just haven't really explained it yet.
Actually, Norton said something once at the Cellar. Jim, when I first moved to New York, it was one of the first times I ever met you. You said something that made so much sense, and it freaked me out so bad, though. You were like, I believe when you die, you just become energy, and you just go into, you release energy like anything that's decomposing wood. You break down, and your energy releases into the soil or whatever, and that was it. And that was the most logical, at that point, the most logical and scientific explanation I had heard of it, as far as sort of finding some sort of medium between a soul and being released from you or whatever, and actually what could happen. And that's what started, or that was one of the things that sparked my atheist route. And now I'm full on just atheist.
Great, because of Jim Norton, you're going to be, you're not going to be able to live in eternity.
I don't think
That's smart.
Nobody meets Jim and goes, I want to find God. I want to go. Actually, maybe they do.
Or they thank him that they're not me. I don't even know where I stand on God. I'm not an atheist. I'm not an agnostic. But I'm not really. I don't know. I mean, I pray. I don't know.
You don't pray?
I do.
You do?
Nah, not often, but
I do the Om.
No,
You meditate, Joe?
I don't know.
A little yoga yet?
No yoga.
Did a little yoga.
No yoga.
I like the yoga.
I think I might start. I should do something.
I got this guru. She's like, she was part of the original movement. And that is a story I told, but one yoga session, I found myself on my back with my bare feet on her huge, warm, 70-year-old boobs.
Oh.
It was very comforting.
Was it?
Yeah.
You liked it?
I didn't like it because of a sexual feeling I was getting. It was just very
mothering and nurturing.
It was very nurturing, yeah.
You didn't get turned on a little bit, like in a creepy, dark place?
I was impressed as far as how firm the 70-year-old boobs still were. Very impressed.
And
they were very warm. Very warm, Joe.
You're kind of fucking making me tingle a little bit right now. I want to feel the 70-year-old.
I got to be honest. It was nice. Like Jimmy's saying, in a nurturing way.
I don't know what's appropriate. Like, I got a Thai massage a while ago.
Yeah.
And that's when you lay on the floor and, Thai massage, like she'll kind of put her foot on your side and stretch your arm. It's really a good massage. And it's not a sensual massage. You're dressed. You actually have on, you have on shorts or sweatpants or whatever. Mm-hmm. But like the moments of body contact, like I'm such a sexual fucking creep. Like I don't know what's appropriate body contact. What is appropriate contact between people that is not sensual, not sexual? It's almost like if she leans over and her breast would touch the back of my arm, I'm like, she means that to happen. That's something. Like,
oh, really?
To get my dick hard. Yeah, I'm such a.
You're just working it the whole time in your head.
Yes, it's like instead of realizing that during during a legitimate massage, occasionally there's going to be a contact that's not sexually intended.
The massage for me, I find it weird that you don't know this person. They're a complete stranger. They come into the room, and next thing you know, they're rubbing you. That's always bizarre to me.
Yeah,
because you can't do that at work. You can't all of a sudden just start touching somebody, right?
Well.
I mean, after a while, maybe you start shaking someone's hand or giving them the hand, chest bump or something. But out of nowhere, like you meet the person and you're pretty much nude, and they're rubbing your entire body for the most part.
Well,
that's very strange to me.
There's an agreement there, though.
Yeah, there's an understanding. I understand. Yeah,
if somebody at work said, "Give me a massage," you give them a fucking massage.
But your space is pretty sacred. You know what I mean. You don't allow many people to move into that space. But as far as getting massage, like go ahead, do whatever you want.
I went one time to one. I mean, they'll just put their hands all over your shit. They don't even, And I got off the bus. I was taking the bus back from Philly one day, and I hadn't showered. I had swamp ass. I just stunk. And I called my buddy up. I go, dude, we're going to the fucking geesh right now. Like, I just got in that evil, like, let's go. And we went in, dude. I took my pants off. I could smell my stink. Ugh. And this chick played with my asshole and beat me off. And did all of it like the soldier she was.
She a hooker? I tuned out of that story. Not I don't want to hear you, Joe.
It was a Yankee Cranky shop, and he wasn't.
He
wasn't properly. groomed for it.
But no, here's what it was. Not that I wasn't in listening to it. I looked at the cover of the Daily News. It was Timothy Dolan, who's the new Archbishop.
Right.
And I just was thinking to myself, do you call him Father? Like, I don't know exactly what would you call the Archbishop. Would you call him yes, sir, yes, Father? I don't know what you'd call him. And then I got brought back into it when Joe goes, I had cranky ass, and she was playing with my ass like a soldier. I'm like, wow, I went away for a second and really missed something.
Yeah. Let's
call him Your Eminence, by the way.
Oh, is it Your Eminence?
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
Let's go to Eric in Jersey. Eric.
Thank you, heathen.
Yeah, they were doing plastic surgery on the bodies, too. Boob jobs and nose jobs and shit.
Oh, they do that, too? Okay.
That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Let me say hi to Josh in Tampa. Josh.
Hey. I had gone for a perfectly legitimate reflexology treatment where they massage your foot and they're able to tell you that you dislocated your shoulder and things like that. Because my wife was reviewing the spa and I fell asleep, and when she woke me up, I had definitely cum in my shorts.
You made cumsies?
Wow.
Yeah.
Reflexology
That was
works.
a little embarrassing.
What toe did she put the pin in to make that happen? That's fucking worth it. Wow.
Cumsies.
Oh, yeah, we like that term
That's
here.
great.
One more from, what's your name in Boston?
Elise.
Elise, how are you, Elise?
Good.
Good. What do you got?
Well, I did read that book, Stiff, that you had mentioned.
Yeah.
She actually wrote about basically when you donate your body to science, what are the things that they could possibly do with it? So I actually, if I remember correctly, the families didn't know what the bodies were being used for. They just know that their loved one wanted their body donated to science. So,
is that the deal? So when you, I think something's going around today because I checked out of your phone call for a second. So when you give your relative to science, it's a general thing.
Right.
So you don't really know exactly what they're going to do. So my dad could have been part of some cool thing maybe.
Right.
God, I want to know what they did to him now.
You hope that that's what it was. You hope it was part of a cool thing.
Right.
You don't want to think that he was just thrown in the trunk because they want to see what happens during damp temperatures so they can check out for murders and stuff. But that's what half those bodies wind up having done to them.
You know, I know, thank you, Elise. I know DeRose is a fan of Bill Hicks, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I kind of hear a little Bill Hicks in your act. I mean, you're an original, don't get me wrong, but I see the influence when I see you, and I like it a lot, actually.
Yeah.
We should play the Bill Hicks bit where he talks about, donating your relatives to like action movies and stuff at the end of their lives. You ever hear that bit?
You know what? No, I haven't heard that one.
I don't know what the name of it is. I think it's off Relentless. I think. If we can find it really fast, it'd be a good way to go to break. Basically saying, look, instead of watching your relative like rot away, wouldn't it be cool to like have your grandma or something in some kind of action movie?
That's funny.
And they completely, take out grandma in that way. That's a
funny.
cool way to go out.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's funny.
I'm just paraphrasing the entire bit, but it's a nice little bit.
I like a lot of the Hicks stuff. A lot of it's really.
It still holds up. That's
really
what amazes me, man.
I have never listened to him.
Oh, you
but it's not to be a dick or to be different. I just don't want to be influenced by him because by this point in my life, I haven't heard him. So I don't want. It's like, I don't want to.
All his stuff.
I've heard
is
he's great.
Relentless is a great place to start with Bill Hicks.
And is it a shock, by the way, that our black friend is now 16 minutes late?
Keith Robinson will be joining the program.
No. Ah, shit! I had stupid traffic. God damn it.
Yeah. Do we have that bit? See, I need to see the guys in the booth.
Oh, Travis, he's got his middle finger up at it. It's like, dude, just look for the bit.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, you just said about Bill Hicks. He is a very infectious guy. You know what I mean? Like he was I first started listening when I first started doing comedy, and he was one of the first guys I heard because I was such a Carlin fan. But Hicks did like the Carlin thing, but he did it in like the sort of alternative comedy approach to it, where it was very conversational and it wasn't monologue-ish. You know what I mean? It sounded very off the cuff, and that's what's so infectious about him. Because for me at least, I was like, wow, you can really go to these certain places and talk about like weightier shit, but also do it just very like whatever, man. I'm just fucking talking about this shit, and it's not going to be that threatening. I'm just going to tell you what I think. and I'm going to put it out there. If you don't like it, fuck off or whatever, you know?
To me, that's what great alternative comedy, by the way, should be. Is that what you just said? It's like not necessarily being monologue-ish or whatever, but it's just kind of whatever, talking. To me, that's a good definition of alternative comedy.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, once it starts getting into like the realm of like, you know, pie charts and all that stuff.
Or just phony, detached irony.
I like the thought-provoking comedian at times, and Bill Hicks, and there's a few guys like this where you hear just dead silence in the room because everyone is listening, like they're really listening to what he has to say, and then the jokes still come. I love that.
Well, that's the best thing that I've found about a lot. I've been doing some more of those quote-unquote alt rooms in between the clubs, and the best thing I found about those crowds is they will stay with you. You could do a 5-minute bit that leads up to a funny closing, but in that 5-minute bit, there's periods that aren't supposed to be funny where you're just and they'll hang in there and they'll stay with it. A lot of club audiences, as you know, they're like, I've done those same bits in clubs where they're like, get to the point, bro, and you're like, dude, seriously, you can't just fucking listen to this and like. Go on the ride.
That's that ADD crap.
But is it? And again, I've done some of the small rooms like that too, which I kind of like.
Yeah.
My problem with alternative rooms is they tend to be too politically hypersensitive. They tend to be very politically correct, which annoys me about them. But the club audience is saying "get to it" at times means they're impatient assholes. But is it a way of saying that the joke needs to be gotten to faster? Because I am and I'm not saying your bit was bad, but I look at a guy like Pryor. Pryor worked out in clubs. And Pryor always, you'd wait for Pryor sometimes because you'd always wait for him. But you knew he was getting to something really fucking funny. And he never made you wait that long. Like, he'd make a couple of points and he'd hit you with something really funny. And then he'd make his point. He had a great way of coming in and hitting you often enough that you didn't lose interest.
Right. Yeah, well, it's certainly the balancing act of that. But I always liked, and of course, I'm not Carlin, obviously, and I haven't had that career, but I mean, I always liked Carlin.
I like how you had to explain that.
Yes.
Well, I'm just always so scared that I'm going to say something
that people will misinterpret as you think. Yeah. I hear Joe on that. Yeah.
We know you're not Carlin, stupid.
Now, go ahead, George. What are you saying? Go ahead. Go ahead, Lenny.
I got to get this out before Keith gets in here because he's calling in and saying he's annoyed at what I'm saying right now.
He? Yeah. Keith is annoyed at Jim and Joe. Well, fucking, where is he?
He's got it. We'll get to it.
Okay. All right, cool. We should go ahead, finish your thought because we do have to hit a break here.
I'm just going to say, I just love how on those specials he'll go 5 minutes and just be like, "This is what we're talking about here. It's a point that I'm making," and then he jumps back into.
We're not going to get to break because Keith is marching down the hall, and he is ready to roll. By the way, Bert and Philly, the premise on the Bill Hicks bit used terminally ill as stunt people. Yes.
Okay.
That's that. Hey, Keith.
Hi, Keith.
Hey,
Are you just annoyed? Are you annoyed already?
Making me sick.
Go ahead, Keith. Keith Robinson, everyone.
Yeah, well,
by the way, first time on our show in 4 years.
The fact that you're talking to Joe about great comics makes me want to throw up. Ask Joe about how it is driving Bill Burr around. That's what you need to know. Oh, well, Carlin, you see, you make me. That is the worst conversation I've ever seen.
You're getting annoyed by it?
Oh, it was infuriating. I was punching the air. I was so angry. And Joe, and how you let him skip over Richard Pryor, because Joe does not like Richard Pryor.
No, that's not true. You've been hanging
Shut
that
up
over
with
my
your
head for 5
high-pitched
years.
voice.
You've been hanging that over my head for 5 years. I like Pryor just fine.
Name one of his bits, stupid. One of them.
Mudbone.
Oh,
you know what?
That's the one.
I'm a windmill kick him right out the chair.
Right. All right, go with 2.
My father died in your pussy. I know that fucking bit. I'd be in that long, motherfucker, Jack. I know all the fucking Pryor bits, dude. Was it something I said? I have that.
He's shaking.
It's crazy.
You can say it.
I have Live on the Sunset Strip. I have Here and Now. I have Live and Smoking.
Well, either way, we want you to stop. You want to talk? Let's talk great comedy.
And I want you
but
to
not
stop
with
wearing
you,
those
stupid.
sweatshirts.
Not with Joe DeRosa. Jesus Christ. He has the body of a Somalian pirate. He stinks.
He's out of breath because he was running down that really long hall. to give you a beating.
Oh, it just infuriated me. Listen to Jim sitting back like Bill Moyer going on.
I was trying to discuss it like a gentleman.
Yeah,
I was trying to be a true gentleman.
Well, Joe, I see that you in alternative rooms and Bill Hicks.
But in alternative, the thing is, the point is, in alternative room, at times they'll give you a little bit more time. Like sometimes, a club audience can be fucking like you are trying to get to something, or you're doing something that's like a little bit paced, and they get impatient.
Alternative comics stink.
A lot of them do.
No, not a lot of them. All of them. They stink. But anybody that puts themselves on an alternative has to stink.
But it depends on what you call alternative. Like a guy like Hicks. No, but Hicks was to be.
Was Hicks an alternative?
He wasn't no damn alternative comic.
But compared to what that was at the time,
he wasn't. How?
He might be.
He didn't call himself an alternative comic. He was out there doing what he was doing.
He was just a comic.
It was a comic.
That was when no one labeled their comedy.
Yeah.
They just went up and did their thing.
Well,
right?
I still don't think they should label it, but I understand what Joe is saying.
You know why they label it? Because they stink. You have to have an excuse for not being funny, and that's what it is.
But that's not true. A lot of those guys are really funny.
Who?
Oh, for crap! Really? We got to get into this
well,
game
then,
now?
if you're not going to get into it, shut up.
Patton Oswalt's a great example. He's hilarious.
Oh, shut up.
And he's
Jesus
one of those
Christ.
guys.
Patton Oswalt stopped being funny in '88.
Oh.
I know everybody's quiet, but I said it.
Shut up, Keith.
Take it.
We're going to take a break. We got Keith Robinson. Keith, you playing Stress Factory?
Yeah, I'm at the Stress Factory. Yeah, I'm annoyed.
What is
are you there?
Wanda Sykes headlining?
Yes, she is. Yes, she is here. No, it's me. It's just me there with I don't know who.
732-545.
When, tonight?
Ha ha.
Or all weekend?
Tonight, I don't even know. It was like some emergency. Somebody
good old Vinny.
booted him.
Good old Vinny.
Oh, Vinny fired somebody? Or
I don't know
somebody
what
dropped out?
happened. JB Smooth was supposed to be there.
What, did Vinny
Are
get
you there
all
all
angry at
weekend?
somebody?
Yeah.
Oh, great. So it's going to be fucking Keith with a room full of angry Curb Your Enthusiasm fans. Who the fuck are you?
You're not JB Smooth. Yeah.
That would make me happy if nobody knew you were going to be there only for fucking JB.
No, why would I wouldn't be on here if there was loaded with people. No,
Sure.
it must have not been enough people.
All right, we'll figure it out. So we got Keith Robinson at Stress Factory. We got Joe. Where are you again, Joe? Comics tonight, right?
Comics tonight.
And I think we're going to break with that George Carlin bit. We're going to give it a shot. The one you referenced about cemeteries.
Oh, how he thought cemeteries were outdated.
Yeah,
yes.
let's see if this works, and we'll continue. Opie
right.
and Anthony without Anthony today. He's at his grandma's funeral because people are wondering.
I've got just the place for low-cost housing. I have solved this problem. I know where we can build housing for the homeless. Golf courses. Perfect. Golf courses. Just what we need. Just what we need. Plenty of good land in nice neighborhoods. Land that is currently being wasted on a meaningless, mindless activity engaged in primarily by white, well-to-do male businessmen who use the game to get together to make deals to carve this country up a little finer among themselves. I am getting tired, really getting tired of these golfing cocksuckers in their green pants and their yellow pants and their orange pants and their precious little hats and their cute little golf carts. It is time to reclaim the golf courses from the wealthy and turn them over to the homeless. Golf is an arrogant, elitist game, and it takes up entirely too much room in this country. Too much room in this country. It is an arrogant game on its very design alone. Just the design of the game speaks of arrogance. Think of how big a golf course is. The ball is that fucking big. What do these pin-headed pricks need with all that land? There are over 17,000 golf courses in America. They average from 150 to 200 acres apiece. That's 3 million plus acres. 4,820 square miles. You could build 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware for the homeless. On the land currently being wasted on this meaningless, mindless, arrogant, elitist, racist, there's another thing. The only blacks you'll find in country clubs are carrying trays, and a boring game. Boring game for boring people. You ever watch golf on television? It's like watching flies fuck. And a mindless game. Mindless. Think of the intellect it must take to draw pleasure from this activity. Hitting a ball with a crooked stick and then walking after it. And then hitting it again. I say, pick it up, asshole. You're lucky you found the fucking thing. Put it in your pocket and go the fuck home. You're a winner. You're a winner. You found it. No. Never happened. No chance of that happening. Dorco in the plaid knickers is going to hit it again and walk some more. Let these rich cocksuckers play miniature golf. Let them fuck with a windmill for an hour and a half or so. See if there's really any skill among these people. Now, I know there are some people who play golf who don't consider themselves rich. Fuck them! And shame on them for engaging in an arrogant, elitist pastime. Hey, here's another place we could put some low-cost housing. Cemeteries. There's another idea whose time has passed. Saving all the dead people for one part of town? What the hell kind of a medieval, superstitious, religious bullshit idea is that? Plow these motherfuckers up, plow them into the streams and rivers of America. We need that phosphorus for farming. If we're going to recycle, let's get serious. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Checking out the Opie and Anthony show. Got a full house today. We got Joe DeRosa to my right. And we got Keith Robinson, who came in here very angry.
I walked in because the Archbishop is being interviewed down the hall. So me and Opie went down to look at him, just to watch him. He's a bright dude. He's, giving a good interview. And I'm going to try to get him in here to talk for a few minutes, but I don't think it's going to happen.
That ain't happening.
And
there were memos. They want us to stay away from the guy.
We would give him a good interview.
We would give him a great interview.
I have some very good questions. I wouldn't fuck with the Archbishop.
See,
maybe if I say it like that, there's no way to get him in.
Yeah, you can't say I wouldn't fuck with him.
But I really would. I would ask him legit questions.
So he's the most powerful Catholic in New York State, New York City,
I think
Manhattan.
I don't know, man.
Midtown Manhattan.
No, he's St. Pat's, which is the biggest, I think, Catholic church.
Hence
in the
why
country.
they want us to stay away from the guy. We have a little history with the St. Pat's thing.
Yeah,
they're still paranoid.
I don't know, Tim. Bill Donahue. I would love to ask about this because he knows. I want to know how powerful this guy is. But you're the head of
Jim,
New
you
York.
say what questions would you ask the Archbishop of New York? Give me one of your questions.
Okay, what is the line you would draw with the Catholic Church between kind of holding true to what your morals are and what made you what you are, and changing with the times? Like certain things have to change with the times, and how much of the moral structure is like, okay, it's got to be this way because it's been this way for centuries, and how much of it should you change to changing times where you're not selling out your
So you would ask the Archbishop, does he Twitter?
No, I'm sure he doesn't.
Speaking of that, Jimmy, I took a picture. You didn't take the picture, so now I'm gonna tweet the picture of the big powerful Catholic.
Nah, he's all over the place. I mean, I would like to get a photo with him. I'm gonna run down there with my camera.
Yeah, but you're not gonna see a blurry picture like the one I took. Through
what-
double glass windows and security and paparazzi and cameramen. If you look through all that, you get a little glimpse of the guy.
You know, man,
that's why I'm great at the tweet.
I would get yelled at for taking a picture with him, but I still would.
Oh, I would like to see the
sneaky around
Archbishop
corner. Take a nice swing at Jim.
How great would it be if I asked for a photo and he put his hand in my face and said I'm busy and he mushed me?
I would love it.
Yeah. What are you gonna say?
Are you gonna try to get a picture with the guy?
Nah, probably not.
He might be the Pope someday. You never know.
Yeah, it does. You know what? That's a good point.
Some things happen, and when you got a picture with the Pope,
he won't be the Pope. They never have an American Pope.
No, you're right. They don't. Joe's actually.
Yeah, but maybe the times are
times.
He's young too.
Yeah,
I mean, he's probably
times are
what's he 60 or in his 50s? He's not like.
He'll be around.
Yeah, you know what? He's probably not old enough to be Pope. You probably have to be farther along in the hierarchy by this point. Like you have to probably already be in fucking Rome. I wouldn't curse if he was here, but you know.
Yeah, fucking wrong.
Yeah. But I'm saying that's probably what you probably already have to be in the Vatican by this point in your life.
Eminence, is it true that you have to be in fucking Rome?
Yeah, that's really not going to help us as far as getting the guy in studio, Jim.
He's Cardinal Egan was 77. So I want to know how old is
He's 59.
How old are you before you become Pope? They want you old when you're Pope because
80.
they don't want you around for that long. Like they don't want you to have a 30-year run of the Catholic Church. They want you to be kind of in a transient position where you're not the boss for 30 years. You get too powerful. and you can affect it too much. So they seem to want very, very old guys for that reason.
Jim kind of knows a lot about this.
I like that.
Yeah, we like this.
I wouldn't ask him stupid questions, but I don't think that guys like that don't mind answering those questions because they understand that in a lot of ways the church and religion seems irrelevant to a lot of people. It's like, how do you stop? What do you do to stem this whole tide of it seeming irrelevant to a lot of younger people? And it is.
It's like anything else. They're gonna eventually crack on a lot of these issues. They're gonna change I guarantee within 10 years, 15 tops, the Catholic Church's stance on homosexuality is going to be completely different.
I don't think so.
I do.
Oh, no.
No,
I do. They're losing too many people.
They're not going to They're not going to change the scriptures just for
they already
accommodate
have.
gay marriage. Stupid.
But they changed them. All right, the Second
Who?
Vatican Council in 1962 changed everything, and it was by the decree of the Pope.
Is that a real thing?
No.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
So they rewrote the scripture.
No, but dude, like for
A
instance,
man shall lay with a man.
for instance, the scriptures say you can never eat meat on Friday ever, and that's gone. That's completely gone.
Now that was because it was the Old Testament. Stupid. That was when you can't live no longer by Old Testament rules.
I don't know if they're going to change scripture. You obviously can't do that, but a lot of it's up for interpretation. Like the way you look at it now, like the way they interpret it in the 15th century is different than the way they interpret it now. They interpret it much harsher then, and the penalties and the punishment. So it's like a lot of that stuff is up for interpretation, and there's a lot of religious documents.
You can't misinterpret. Men should not lay with men. There's no way to go. I wonder what they meant.
No, but there's got to be other things in there that would balance it, where someone could go, no, this is what he meant. You know, they have so many ways of interpreting what Christ said or what was meant.
Exactly. Exactly. How about they just use the facts that it was passed down orally for 40 to 100 years before any of it was written down?
Oh, right. Yeah, it's true. The Bible, 300 years after Christ's death, was a bunch of most popular stories in the church put together. There's a lot of writings that aren't even in there.
Yeah.
Well, they decide which ones to be in there. That's
Well, people
that's one of the
voted.
problems I have with the church. They got rid of a lot of stuff. They're like, no one needs
Yeah.
to see these stories.
And Tom Hanks is going to get to the bottom of it.
Right. In his new movie.
My brother is a bishop of a church. You talking about the archbishop? Let's talk about my brother, the bishop of South Philly Church.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it
for
real?
Yes.
Keith's brother is a bishop.
He's a bishop.
And that really annoys me that you have turned out to be such a piece of shit. You have a holy man in the family.
You know, he was in a car accident the other day. It was a really bad accident. And I guess he was saying, that the ambulance was passing him by. It was a little racist. But what happened is we didn't know is that his car was hit pretty bad, but he couldn't breathe. But he was outside the car doing Tai Chi. So the reason that the ambulance was passing, they see a guy doing kung fu moves to the air, and they just, there's nobody hurt here. And they were just on past.
Why was he doing the Tai Chi? Just to calm his body down?
Breathing exercise.
Just to try to get some air
Yeah.
going.
He was in
That
the
Tai
middle of
Chi
the
is weird,
street.
though, because it's all, I don't get the Tai Chi. That's like meditation, but you're moving.
I don't know
and
what it
doing
is, but he's
like karate moves.
doing karate moves and a big wreck, and the ambulance like, it's just a
Yeah, it's just some nut who fucking.
doing kung fu moves.
It is part of becoming a bishop. That's part of the
gotta do the
training.
Tai
now.
Chi.
Some Tai Chi.
So is he against gay marriage?
Yes.
But there are people in the church, like there are like, whether it's priests or like they, more liberal factions of the church that sanction it and say it's okay. It's almost like there's gay priests allowed in a lot of other faiths.
Right.
So it's like those faiths are not completely ignoring, because no religion, if you look back at it, like over the years, has said homosexuality is good or whatever. So there's ways of interpreting where they say it's okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how are other faiths allowing it?
Well, Jim,
Or saying it's cool.
You're going to get the chance to ask him because here he comes down the hall.
No, he's not.
I made you look, though.
You fucking certainly did. I'm like, am I sounding smart? Maybe he's listening to the show. Maybe he's a secret O&A fan.
I can see the hall and I fucking look. That's how dumb I am. I'm like, where?
You saw the empty hall before you looked. Throwing you, Joe. Hey, when we
Because I walked in, I'm sorry, I walked in and Keith and Joe were going at it.
Yeah.
That's why I said to Joe, why don't you go look at the bishop?
Why were they going at it?
I don't know.
If this alternative comedy
Oh,
is
you're still on that?
Well, it heats me up a little bit. You
All
know,
right.
it's just because it's never happened. In school, you didn't have alternative funny guys.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't look over to a room of silence and see a bunch of guys being quiet. Like, they're just alternative.
Right.
But
The
They were
funny
just
guys
funny.
were the funny guys.
Funny's
But
funny,
the
right?
argument.
Back of the bus guys.
Be fair, Keith. Nobody argued that point. You got all hot when I said that doing those rooms in addition to the clubs has made me a better comic, and you said that was bullshit.
one would debate that.
You said that was bullshit. That's
No.
I mean, that's a ridiculous thing to
No,
combat. I'm
listen,
saying
listen
I'm
what
playing
I'm saying
different
to you.
rooms and it's helping.
But you're saying alternative comedy rooms just doing different rooms made you funnier, stupid. Not the room itself, not the alternative comedy room, different rooms.
Fine. The rooms where that type of show is happening help me out. I mean, you
Joe,
know,
I've been funny all my life. You think I'm gonna allow you to come here with your awful body and tell me about funny?
Why are you getting so mad?
Because, Joe, I've been a thug nigga since I was a rug nigga. Back of the bus nigga, hand on the trigger. But I didn't shoot from the hips. I threw from the shoulder until I got older.
See, you know.
You feel that right? Oh, that was beautiful.
I was angry, but I like the way you danced around with that. It put a cute smile on my face.
Although I gotta say, in Keith's defense, that it's not even. It's like back of the back of the bus guys is a great description. Not in a tough guy way, but just in the fucking guys that were just kind of being assholes, sitting in the back, fucking teasing everybody else. Those are typically, and the guys that run comedy or in the decision making are the guys
front
that,
of the bus guys.
the nerds that kind of sat in the front.
Complete nerds.
But Jim, in all fairness, and I know you're a fan of the man, Woody Allen is certainly not a back of the bus personality, and he's hilarious.
But Woody Allen's thing is. Woody Allen is just nothing but fucking and he's one of the greatest joke writers ever. He
funny.
is joke after joke after joke. Woody, to me, is like what an alternative comic is. Like, because he was so alternative to what everybody was back then. It was like, take my wife, please. Look at that, the kitchen. And then Woody came up and I'm Jewish and he was nebbishy and no one was doing it.
That was an alternative comedy.
Yeah, he didn't label it.
Stop putting. I don't put Woody Allen in the category of alternative comedy.
This is where you're wrong, though. This is where you're wrong. I have a book because I have a book called Seriously Funny: The Rebel Comedians of the 50s and 60s, and they talk specifically in that book about how Woody Allen, Mort Sahl, Don Rickles, Phyllis Diller, and fucking so on were the alternative comics of the era because they started to play the rooms instead of the Catskills because they thought the Catskills
Wait a minute.
stunk.
They never called themselves alternative comics.
Well, just because they didn't use the word.
Well, why you use a word then?
Because that's what it's called now. Who gives a shit?
Well, see, all right.
What changes this?
I give a shit because I'm a comic.
It's morphed into where
Good, quiet.
it's morphed into where a lot of people. But it's like you're getting caught up in the term alternative. It's morphed into where a lot of unfunny people hide under the moniker of I'm an alternative comic, whereas a guy like Woody was brilliantly funny and he was just alternative to the style that was happening. Back then, to me, alternative was more of a style thing, and it wasn't where certain people who aren't funny made their excuse for not being funny by saying I'm alternative. Woody was funny. You know what I mean? It's like
I'm with
like,
Keith. Just don't label
exactly.
this. Just don't label it. Just go
It's
up there
like you go up there and
be a
I'm sorry,
comic.
be funny.
Right.
Just go do what
I'm not
you do.
a fan of labeling all that crap.
Nobody-
And I'm not a fan of the theme comedy show either, by the way.
No.
no, it's terrible.
Where you get three Italian comics together and they have
no.
a cute name for
Joe
it.
was on the Egyptian tour, I believe.
Did you
I
do some of those?
I do Arab American shows sometimes. Yeah,
and,
I do.
and it's a theme show?
Well, they'll
All right.
have Arab American comedy shows where it's
I'm sorry.
you know it's all.
I'm sorry, Joe.
Okay, it's okay. I'm sorry too that I sink that low to make a buck.
So, speaking of comics, let's move on to the Jamie Foxx thing.
Oh yeah, man.
We
he,
can go back to the
apologized.
alternative comedy argument anytime, no problem. Yeah, Fox was on Leno, and he was apologizing for the Cyrus thing, the Miley Cyrus thing. This is in our wheelhouse, obviously. He doesn't want to apologize, but he's got a big movie coming out.
I don't blame him for this one. It's like he's an Oscar winner. He's like, there's too much money at stake. He's like, ugh, cares.
You know the
Yeah,
controversy.
He's thinking
Miley
as an actor.
Cyrus.
He's thinking as an
Yeah.
actor. Yeah.
I think it's no big deal, really, calling her what, a white bitch, and
He didn't call her a white bitch. Someone
on the
thing
show did, right?
Yeah, they were just being funny, and he's like. He's like fucking, he was talking about her big gums. It was, just shit talking her.
and getting chlamydia from the bicycle seat or something
Yeah,
like that.
it
That
was
line
fucking
was
funny.
Solid.
You got to rap it. You got to
Solid.
rap it. Eminem would be great at that, and he wouldn't apologize.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to give him some lines for it.
But we understand what this is about. With a big movie coming out, he's like, you know what? I'll just make this go away. There's no
plus-
reason to apologize for this stuff. When we said it a million times, you're hanging out with a bunch of dudes, and well, in his case, there's a girl on the show, and you're just trying to be funny and entertain the people.
Plus, you don't wanna
mean
ja-
anything by this shit usually.
You don't want to jam your middle finger up at Disney, which is basically what that's doing because there's too much money for him. Because Jamie, I will probably never make money doing Disney work. He will. He's a guy that could make fucking $15 million on a Disney film. Why would he say basically go fuck yourself to one of the biggest stars? It's stupid.
All right, let's go to Leno and see what Fox said last night. I think it was last night.
Yeah, I think he apologized last night.
I gotta ask you something. Yo. I was reading some stuff. Now, what's going on with you and Miley Cyrus? What happened there? Did you say something inappropriate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I so apologize to.
Yeah.
And this is sincere because I am a comedian, and you guys know that whatever I say, I don't mean any of it.
Right.
And sometimes as comedians, as we do, we go a little bit too far.
Right.
I have a radio show, XM 149, Foxhole 106 on Sirius.
Right.
Now, we're really the Black Howard Stern. And so you know how we go at everybody. But there was a situation with Miley Cyrus, and I just want to say I apologize for what I said. I didn't mean it maliciously, and you know I'm a comedian.
I know that.
You know that?
I know that.
You know my heart.
I know you. No, I know
so
you're a
Mike,
good guy.
what can I look into the Miley? I apologize. So I'll call you.
No, see, I think that's
sincere, right?
That's good. I think that's good. I mean.
And as a comedian, you know, I got a daughter too, and and so I completely understand.
And this has really been bothering you.
This is really bothering me because I'm a comedian. I don't want to. Do I lose my comedic license? Oh, can I keep my comedic license?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
You know, I'll put it down as a warning.
But yeah, but on the real, I want to nip it in the bud because what happens is that what we do on our radio show is completely blue. But what they do, they pluck it off of the radio show, then they play it on the internet, and they make it seem like out of the blue I said these crazy things about this young, and it's not like that.
Right.
So I want you guys to nip it in the bud when you see the TMZs and the all of that stuff. You know, just hey,
well, that's cool.
It's just jokes.
Smart guy, because he heard that little. I'll tell you what he was worried about too is that one of them did say that white bitch,
right?
And he just knows that can blow up and become a fucking mess,
right?
Yeah, he's not a dummy.
I got an email from my brother overnight, and he makes a really good point here about this thing. He writes a little venting. He says, I haven't heard what was said, and I probably would find it humorous anyway, but I'm irritated by the Jamie Foxx Miley Cyrus thing. This is what he says. His 9-year-old daughter is asking questions about it, all right? Not because she heard it on an obscure XM channel, but because it's being repeated all over the freaking media over and over again because they find it, quote, shocking. It was truly shocking, perhaps. If it was truly shocking, perhaps they shouldn't be exposing it to all the young fans who would not have heard anything about it. And that's one of the problems we have with the media here. You know, they go on and talk about how shocking something is as they play it over and over and over again, exposing it to so many more people that would have never heard this damn thing.
Well, David Cross used to have that thing about like when the Columbine shootings happened,
right?
And they were saying it's because of violence in the media, and he was like, that fucking Columbine footage was violence in the media. You showed them pulling that body out of the window
a million
over
times.
and over. He's like, that's violence in the media. Right. But I don't know, man. I kind of look. I guess he did what he had to do, but there was something a little weaselly about. I mean, I don't want to say he's a weasel. That's the wrong word. But like, if that's what it is, then it's like fuck it. That's what it is. He didn't do it. You know what I mean? Like, and I guess you got to play ball because he's got this movie coming out. Like you're saying,
you can hear he's playing ball.
But it's like
if he didn't have a movie coming out, I bet you he would have handled that a little differently.
Yeah,
I really think.
Well, he knows what it is. It's like again, there's a line between where you're going out and you're saying fuck you, and then you're backtracking. And then there's a line where you just get caught up in a conversation, and it's like, look, he has a movie coming out. He's thinking as an actor right there. It doesn't bother me as apology. It really
well, you know what?
Because I would too in his position.
I wouldn't. Well, yeah, I got nothing to lose. But
he's an Oscar winner. He's got millions of dollars at stake. It's stupid not to.
I mean, I was up for Star Search, $100,000. I have plenty to lose. But Miley Cyrus bugs me.
Yeah.
She annoys me. So if I wanted to say Miley Cyrus annoys me, she annoys me. What's that? The Jonas Brothers. They really bug me.
Their promise rings?
Oh, my God. I wish Michael Jackson was at the height of his pedophilia. Just so he could take him to the...
Take him to the magic room and fucking wipe out 3 little memories in one swipe.
And Miley Cyrus is going to end up going down the same road as Britney Spears.
Of course.
Yeah. Eventually, right?
She already did. She already took those like half topless pictures.
She's just getting started.
Yeah.
I think she's older
We're
than
talking
what she
about,
says, too.
doing a little heroin to the veins and stuff. She's going to go all in, I'm thinking.
Did Britney do a little heroin?
I don't know.
You wouldn't apologize?
No, I would no, not at all. I would probably dig myself.
Wouldn't.
I would dig myself deeper and deeper.
Keith just blows up his spot wherever he goes.
Yeah, the publicist would go, look, you don't want to say you're sorry, but you didn't have to call her an ugly little white bitch again. You didn't have to add ugly to it.
Keith Robinson's a really funny guy, but not a smart dude.
Not at all.
And I'll tell you why. Because
Businessman, no.
he had a great appearance on our show. A great one where we're like, oh my God, let's make him a regular like the rest of the guys. We would love to have Keith as part of this O&A thing, right? His last appearance was February 16th, 2005. And how many times have we asked you to do the show?
How many?
A lot.
Well,
I
yes,
can't even count that high.
The thing about it, man, I'm an eccentric businessman. I fly.
You're not a businessman. Keith is
You
a
just
fucking,
don't want to drive from Philly.
Keith is a bum.
That's what's keeping you. A little drive up the turnpike.
I'm horrific. I admit it. But if you had more prostitutes here, I would really.
We should
make
start
an
getting
effort.
some more whores in here because Keith is a fucking old school pig.
Yeah, I need
You go
more
old school?
whores. I love whores, man. I'm, it's my thing.
Yeah.
A nice whore.
Skanky or?
Nah, just a prostitute. It just feels good.
Street corner? Craigslist?
Craigslist. I've been, I read Craigslist like the Daily
paper?
News. Every morning I get up and look through to see who's new in town.
Just visiting.
Just visiting.
Looking for a generous friend. Is that great? New in town.
New in town. I'm excited. I start to shake when I see new in town.
That's good.
Fucking, is there anything worse, though, when you see like a really hot ad and then you see the same ad with just a different picture lower and you know that it's some agency putting out the ad? You're like, God damn it, that one seemed really genuine.
right.
Bill Donahue is available now. You want to talk to him?
Yeah, let's ask him a quick question. I would like to ask him real quick.
All right. Well, we do have the Archbishop here.
Yes.
We're not going to get him.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, there's security preventing us from going down certain hallways. They're so paranoid around here.
Yeah.
We'd actually give the guy a good time.
No.
Yeah, you get a couple whores in here.
I'll queue up 2 girls, 1 cup for the man.
Bishop, you're an old school pig, right? Just like Keith.
Wow.
Sorry, just a bad lead into the guy we're about to.
Yeah, he's the head of the Catholic League.
But he loves his drink though. So go down that road with him.
People get
I'm not
mad at
going to
us.
say a fucking word.
Bill Donahue?
I don't want to be the guy
say
that
whatever you
gets
want
everybody
to.
in trouble.
People get mad at us because we like this guy now. Like they a lot of the fans get angry. Is he on?
No, I'm still holding a grudge.
I'm not at all.
I think you're all right with him. I think
100%
Ed's
all right
sort
with
of
him.
okay with him.
Yeah.
I hold a motherfucking grudge.
Yeah,
Keith
you
can
should.
understand that, right?
I feel you, man.
Yeah, I
You
wandered.
being real. What
I
you real
wandered
with?
the earth for 2.5 years because I believe because he really pumped up our
My
situation.
grudge is against the old management there who knew the deal for real and reacted in a way instead of saying, no, this is what it is.
All
And
right,
they
here
didn't-
he
They
is.
didn't stick with us. Hey, Bill?
Hello,
How you
Bill.
doing?
How are you?
How's everything going, guys?
Well, we got the head guy here at Sirius today. First
Archbishop
of all,
Dolan.
is he the Archbishop? Is he the Cardinal? We're trying to figure this stuff out.
He's the Archbishop. He's not a cardinal yet. That'll probably take place, I don't know, maybe a year or less than a year.
What's the difference? What makes him a
Well,
Cardinal
because
down the road?
See, you have bishops in certain cities, and if it's a big city and a big state, you have an archbishop. But there's only about 10 cardinals in the country. That's like the higher rung, so to speak. So, I mean, an archbishop is you could be an archbishop of Denver, like Archbishop Chaput, but he's not a cardinal. The Cardinals that's like the top rung. So New York being New York, obviously at some point he will be a Cardinal. Sometime within probably a year.
Bill, can we talk in like sports terms? Is he still in the minor leagues? Is he like a AAA player, or is he now in the majors?
Sounds like he's
No,
majors.
let me tell you something. I met him twice yesterday. I'd spoken to him before. I worked with him in 2007. In the fall of 2007, when I took on the Miller Brewing Company, I hate to go after any kind of an alcohol company because I'm very pro-alcohol, but I did go after the Miller Brewing Company because of a vile anti-Catholic gay event. You know, guys having sex in the street, that's the kind of stuff these guys do at these events. And they also took crucifixes and used them as sex symbols. Had a stripper and a guy dressed as Jesus hoisted by a crane in a cage above a Catholic church, guys dressed as nuns, you know, that kind of stuff. So I said to Miller, I want an apology for 4 specific anti-Catholic incidents, and I got 1. I said, no, I need 3 more. Suffice it to say that in 6 weeks, after a boycott and Chaldean Catholics in Michigan throwing the beer into the streets, and I sent pictures of all these guys performing oral sex on each other all over Milwaukee the pride of Miller to churches and mosques and synagogues and civic groups. And finally, they got the message. And Dolan was fantastic. He told the Miller boys, Donnie is not going to give up. I'm on his side. This is outrageous what you're doing. You got to stop this sponsorship. And so we won. So when I met him on the steps of St. Pat's yesterday, and then over at the reception, I was very happy to be with him, and I'm happy that the Daily News will run a column by me tomorrow talking about this guy. I mean, he's not from New York, but you would never know it. He strikes me as if he's been in New York his whole life.
Well, this is Keith Robinson. Are you like the Al Sharpton of the Catholic Church?
No, I actually pay my taxes.
Now, Bill, we saw him. He's being interviewed today down the hall. We can kind of hear some of his interview. They're putting it out over the speaker, and he seems like a very bright guy. What are the odds of us getting him in here in studio and having a chat if we're nice?
I don't know. I'm going to be meeting with him, and he told me yesterday that's going to happen pretty soon, and 'cause I'm going to work closely with him. I think he's a great guy. I can mention it to him. I think that you guys would be respectful.
Yeah.
I tell you one thing. He's tough-skinned, and I don't think he's afraid of the media. And I think you're going to see him be more vocal, more out of the mold of O'Connor. So I wouldn't rule it out.
Well, that's all good. Does he have a sense of humor, though?
He has a great sense of humor. I mean, I know you guys are a little edgy, which doesn't bother me. I don't think it would bother him per se, but, somebody over there where he's at the headquarters might say, well, Opie and Anthony, shock jocks and whatnot. So I can at least, drop it in his ear.
We're not going to do edgy humor. I'll put this out there. We're not going to do edgy humor with the Archbishop. I like working here. There's no way to do edgy humor with the Archbishop. But I would have some questions I would like to. Because Keith,
ask Bill. Bill knows all this stuff.
Yeah, you can beat me up.
No, not even nasty. Because Keith's brother, a comedian friend here, his brother's a bishop in Philadelphia.
And also does Tai Chi.
Yes, and does Tai Chi. He's apparently not a very good driver.
Which is really smart if you're in a car accident.
But we were saying,
Jesus.
We were talking about the Catholic Church.
I said Jesus to Bill Donahue.
That's right.
I feel
he
bad.
says it a lot. I would like to ask the Archbishop about the Catholic Church. Like, where's the line you keep between, all right, remaining true to your principles and your values and all the things that you kind of think are right, and bending a little bit or changing a little bit to stay relevant. Do you know what I mean? Without considering yourself selling out. Like it's like something with like gay marriage or homosexuals.
But the problem,
I think that. The idea of being relevant is really of little interest to the Catholic Church. After all, if it's survived 2,000 years, and as one assistant to a cardinal told Napoleon, he said, if you think you're going to destroy us, you'll never do it. After all, look at all the popes and cardinals and priests that we've had who have been incompetent over the last 2,000 years.
But Bill, one thing
if they haven't destroyed it, you're not.
I got to say, to just interrupt just 1 second, and then I'll let you get. The passing of information now is so much different, and you have to admit, in the last 50 years, the church has taken some tremendous hits, which I mean, probably more damaging things that like became public knowledge and became apparent to a lot of people than had happened in hundreds of years combined before.
Well, listen, there's no question about it. The scandal rocked the church. It was a disgrace the way it was handled by some of these bishops and certainly these some of the monster priests that we've had. But fortunately, there's just a few of those kind of priests that we've had in the past. Most of that damage was done in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But look. The thing as far as gay marriage, there's no way in the world the Catholic Church is going to say Tom and Dick can get married because then Harry wants to get in make it a trio, and they're not going to do that. Okay, they're not going to bend.
Wait, because
they're not going to bend on gay marriage.
Because Bill, this is Joe DeRosa.
Who?
Exactly.
Were you expecting something?
No, I just was. Keith did it, so I did it too.
Bill, some people confuse him for being George Carlin. So
yes,
just to bring it all together.
See how this
for
goes?
real.
Everybody turns on you all at once.
Joe's a comedian friend of ours.
What I don't understand. You think the Catholic Church will never approve gay marriage because you think it means that a third man will? Is that what you just said?
Consider it deviant.
I'm sorry.
Listen,
That's Bill Donahue and his sense of humor, Joe.
No, I was just asking. I didn't understand. I was just asking.
Let me put it to you very clearly. Here's the way it works. Okay, you can't. The whole purpose of marriage is not about the man. It's not about the woman. It's about when they procreate, which means vaginal intercourse. That's the only way it works, folks.
Nice,
Nature
right?
says the man and the woman have a nice goodness of fit, okay, to use a statistical term. And then when it works, then you have children. Children need a stable environment. They don't need two fathers. I mean, after all, we have Mother's Day coming up, so what do you say to the little kid? And when you believe in the politics of inclusion, now you've excluded the kid on Mother's Day, and then in June you'll exclude him from Father's Day if he has two mothers. No, the way it works is you have to have a father and a mother, and they typically will have children. And we're not going to change on that just because our country has gone delirious. When I was a kid, if somebody said two men should get married, somebody might have want to call 911, get the asylum ready, get out the straitjackets, because these people have flipped.
But Bill,
now we have a governor and a mayor who are just as nuts as the people used to be in the asylum.
But Bill, don't forget, just because, like, in fairness, when you look back at it, like sometimes the older times, like if you say when you were a kid, just because that's the way it was doesn't mean that it wasn't incorrect. Because when you were a kid, also, blacks and whites drank at different water fountains. It's like sometimes things have to kind of change. And when you talk about
nature doesn't change.
No, nature doesn't. But sometimes our interpretation of what's proper in nature could change.
Right.
Like when you talk about a kid, I agree with you on one thing. Like when it came to gay adoption, I was like, well, I don't know. Is it going to damage the kid at all to have two dads or two moms?
Yes.
Will it? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't think there's been enough case history to show yes or no.
It will.
But how about families where there's alcoholism? I mean, there's so many dysfunctional and bad regular mother-father situations.
Let me tell you where the damage look, when you grow up as a kid, any kid hasn't grown up with his father wants to know where his father is. So if you have a situation where a woman can't teach a man how to be a man can teach a man how to be a man. So in that case, like if you got two women raising a boy, they're never going to be able to give that kid the instruction that he should have.
Have you seen lesbians? One of them would take that role. Believe me, there's lesbians.
No, you can't take
that. One has a mullet.
I have.
You can't take that role.
Listen, my little cousin.
A woman cannot be a father figure.
Hold on.
That's true.
My little
Joe, go ahead.
My little cousin was just born. Her parents had drug issues. Okay, the custody of the child was taken away upon birth from the parents because they were incapable and are still, quite frankly, incapable of raising this child. She went to a lesbian couple. They're doing a tremendous job with her. They love her. They're thrilled. It's brought meaning to their life. And to insinuate anyway that this kid would have been better off with two drug-addicted parents that were not capable of raising a kid versus two women that actually love her and are capable of raising her it's crazy.
Yeah, but you don't make social policy based on the exception. And by the way, it wasn't just in the 1950s that we had marriage between a man and a woman. It's been that way for thousands of years. The only people who think it's good for gay people to get married are white people who are well educated in the United States, in Europe, and in Canada. Don't try that talk in the Middle East. Don't try it in Africa.
Yeah, well, they're very reasonable over there.
Don't try it in Asia because they know better. And I'm on the side of the non-whites. They're a lot smarter than white people when it comes to marriage.
Well, don't forget, though, over there, though, Bill, culturally, there's so many other different things. I mean, they happen to agree with you on this one issue, but when you look at their treatment of women, come on, they're removing clitorises in a lot of these places. They're not good examples of socially, relevant people.
And I'm not going to go along with that kind of savagery, obviously, but I'm just any kind of female mutilation. Yeah. I'm not even big on tattoos.
Well, we had a marriage story yesterday. What? It was an 8-year-old.
Yeah, like in Saudi Arabia,
some 50-something-year-old.
The court has said they will not, they will not stop the marriage of the older man to the 8-year-old, as long as he promises not to have sex with her until she's pubescent. It's like, so if you're going to raise the Middle East as kind of a barometer of morality or of proper living, you have to take other stuff into consideration too.
Most of the world, I didn't just choose the Middle East. I'm not going to.
Let's not forget. Let's not forget about the rape demonstration yesterday too, where the women were like protesting they don't want to be raped anymore, and then the guys were there throwing rocks at them.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, that's not that bad.
In all fairness, Bill, you did also mention communist China, where they take your babies away from you. And
wait. Throughout most of history, the idea of two men getting married has been positively an insane idea up until somebody rolled out of bed here about 20 years ago, and I'm not sure what side of the bed and with whom, and decided this would be a good idea. And most Americans don't want it. As a matter of fact, even in New York State, the Quinnipiac poll showed that only 41% of New Yorkers wanted it. Not even a majority of the Democrats want it. So why is Patterson trying to force feed and shove it down our throat this idea that we have to have have gay marriage. We have a mayor who's out of touch as well. They do not represent New York. And in 30 states where this has been on the ballot, the scorecard, folks, is 30-0.
I'll tell you why.
30-0.
I tell you why I think it matters, Bill, because I think in our country, the minority voice has to be protected to a certain extent. Like
they shouldn't have to win. They can have their free speech.
I don't think it affects the rest of society. Like I think that if people want to do that and live, I think it is their business. And I think it's so weird. Like I want less government, and it's amazing. The conservatives typically are less government people, but they want more government when it comes to how people live their lives sexually. And it's amazing how it's not. They're live and let live with most things, but when it comes to that, they want a little bit of government intrusion. And if people want to get married, I mean, it's basically, it should be their right because...
But you're acting like as if we don't even have a society, that we don't have a moral consensus, that we all go about willy-nilly making up our own minds. You guys couldn't get to work this morning unless people agreed on what a red light means. I mean, we have to have a consensus. You don't have to have unanimity, but you have to have a consensus. You just can't go around there and saying, well, different strokes for different folks. We have a 13th Amendment which forbids me from owning somebody as a slave.
Yes, but
it's not just up to you what you want to do in every case.
Not in every case, but I think when it doesn't affect other people.
But there you go.
I don't think that does.
When it goes to the children,
I just gave you an
can't.
example. What are you going to tell the kid on Mother's Day next month when he has two fathers?
Well, Bill, like you said, you can't set policy because of the exception. You said that, and because of an American holiday, Father's Day and Mother's Day,
But it's not
twice
just that,
a year,
though.
you can't dictate the
Guys,
it's not
New
just
York City,
that.
They banned Mother's Day and Father's Day and some of these hippie.
Well, I don't agree with that either. You're right. I don't agree with that either.
Of course not. You can't make fathers irrelevant. You can't make
No,
mothers
of
irrelevant.
course not.
No, that's what you. When you argue the point, that's what you do. You got to understand the importance of a father and a mother, and you can't lower that for your own gain.
You have a point. You have a point
I'm on his
here.
side.
You have a point with some of the stuff here. When I was a kid, Mother's Day was my favorite day of the year. Never mind Christmas or any of that stuff. If I didn't get to celebrate Mother's Day, no kid gives a shit about Mother's Day. They just don't.
That's wrong.
They don't.
That's completely wrong.
You look. I do it. I love my mom, and I buy her something on Mother's Day. But no kid is going to be sitting there going, "Why don't I get to celebrate Mother's Day?" The kids just don't get. And Jim, to call back a point you made earlier about the separate water fountains, there was a time in this country when the majority of the country thought that blacks were not equal and blacks acted against nature and blacks shouldn't be allowed to raise children and all and have freedoms and all this stuff. And the reason that ended was not because of the majority. It was because Lincoln, as the president, put his fist down and said, "It's over. I'm vetoing this."
Race
that's
behavior.
There's
a huge
it's not a
difference
good
between
analogy.
race and behavior. Look, a vegetarian
not a
is
good
defined
analogy.
by what he eats. He eats vegetables. A homosexual is defined by what he does, and we know what he does.
Yeah, but Bill, the whole thing is the racial argument that people make. Like when I said to you about the separate water fountains, and your point was, yeah, but that's not nature. But the argument being used to keep blacks separate was basically the same. Well, they're savage. They won't interact properly. People were using that argument. They were saying that it was based in nature. White people are of a different nature than blacks. And then the more that became ridiculous and obviously incorrect, society changed. And I think that's the point with it.
Obviously, a nature-based difference between male and female. If we're going to try to say that that's a social construction, then we really do have to call the asylum.
But is it? Science to me has not proven conclusively whether or not you're born. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, if you could just say this, let's just say that people are born gay. Now, a lot of people think it's a choice you
They're
make.
not born gay.
But let's just say that someday science proves that, Bill. Just to play devil's advocate, would you at least have changed your feelings then if you realized that people are actually coming into the world that way?
No, of course not, because, again, the whole purpose of marriage is for the creation of families, which, by definition, nature has excluded them. You know, their problem is with nature and with nature's God, and I don't think society should be working against what nature does. It should ratify and take its cues from nature.
Okay,
the fact of the matter is that a person who's homosexual is entitled to the same dignity and respect as everybody else, but when it comes to marriage, you're tinkering with an institution, and quite frankly, you better be prepared. Once you go down the road of saying Tom and Dick can get married, the state cannot have, there will be no principle left upon which you cannot say three people can get married, whether it's polygamy with gays or with straights. There's simply nothing left.
Bill, I have a question because you keep bringing up nature. Where in nature does dead rising from the grave and the seas parting and water turning into wine and God speaking directly to people, where does that all fall into nature?
Well, you're talking about religion now, which is different from nature. I thought you were talking about human nature.
No, but we're talking about the church's stance on this, and you're bringing up nature. I'm just asking where in nature do these things fall?
First of all, I wasn't giving a Catholic argument. I happen to be a Catholic. I'm giving what I think is a pretty much of a Bio 101 argument that there are fundamental differences rooted in nature between men and women. And, we can go on like this. Larry Summers got fired from Harvard University for mentioning this, but he wound up now ruining the economy under Obama. So I guess you can get promoted after you do something like that. But quite frankly, anybody who made arguments about, race-based differences, those people were racist. I mean, you're not a racist if you acknowledge that there are fundamental differences between a man and a woman, and that only a man and a woman can yield the family. I mean, this is basic, and now we're so caught up with treating people equally that we've lost all common sense.
No, but Bill, you have to say, you did mention nature. You did bring that up. You're saying the nature, and then you said that homosexuals should be afforded the same dignity and stuff like that.
Yes.
But then you said you're tinkering with an institution.
Yes.
Now, an institution does kind of go under the same subheading to me as the black and white water fountains. That's a society type of a thing. That's a thing that can change in society. That when you mention institution, to me that is kind of covered by the same thing that would cover the black white water fountain and not nature.
I think what the best thing to do in this country is to have a discussion on why don't we just do away with marriage.
No, I don't think so. But I think.
Wait. Give me a reason why we shouldn't.
You know what? I can't give a good argument because marriages they fall apart so quickly. What's that?
Because of children. That's why we shouldn't get rid of it. But that gets back to my principle. I have a principle. I think you guys are going on feelings and emotions. And you know what? I can't deal with that.
Well, isn't that what kind of makes a principle, though? Your feelings and your emotions kind of define your principles. Aren't they all kind of tied into the same thing?
You deal with emotions. You're talking girly talk.
No, we all have emotions. Come on. That's not true.
Jim's a woman.
Hold on. I resent that. Look, you already know that I feel fat.
let me jump in for a second. Mongo comes up with a good point here talking about marriage. So, Bill, you got a sterile couple. They're sterile. They can't have kids. Should they be allowed to marry?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you why. Because they provide for a ready reserve in the case of the death of the father and the mother. They can step in, and they can still be a father figure and a mother figure. Okay, and so you got to have that kind of thing in reserve. Look, why can't we just deal with civil unions? Why does it have to be marriage? But you see, I knew once we went down the road with civil unions, the next step will be we'll go from third base right down to home plate. You know what's going to happen? We're going to have a constitutional amendment probably about 8 years from now, which will make sure that marriage is between a man and a woman, because you're going to finally push the American people to the point where they'll say, listen, we won 30 out of 30 in the states, and if you can't win in California and Oregon, hey, folks, I guess it looks like the American people don't want it, and they don't want it, according to the Quinnipiac poll in New York State 2 weeks ago, and yet we have these people trying to shove it down our throat. It's not like as if there's a groundswell of people saying we want two guys to get married. It's just the opposite. These little totalitarians out in California, they had the referendum, and they're trying to get the courts to rig it now and say we don't care what the people want. This is really becoming democratic despotism.
But to me, that there are people who are fighting for what they want. Like, the fact is, these are people who are fighting for the right to get married. It's almost like the church, who looks at marriage as a very sacred thing or an important thing, the way marriages are going now, they're falling apart at a horrible rate. And I think
they're going to do wonders on gay marriage. The gay men, they have a great reputation of staying together, don't they?
No, I'm not saying that they have. Look, because they're men. I bet you gay women are probably a lot better because gay men are men.
No, you're right about that.
But what I'm saying is, these are people fighting for the right to get married, and I don't think that their marriage divorce rate is going to be any worse than what's happening now. It's horrible.
What are we over, 50, 60%?
Something like that. I mean, and you know that.
So the polygamists, too, they can make the same argument, right?
People who want to marry different people?
No, I mean 3 people.
I mean 3 people. Look, I don't think you should be able to marry 3 people. Again,
why?
Look,
what,
again.
Are you closed-minded?
No. And look, this is where you get into the slippery slope thing.
You should be allowed to. Why not?
He kind of got you there.
It's a tough point to debate.
You know he had it when Jim used slippery slope.
Yeah, right.
No,
better use slippery slope.
No, I know that, but to me, just because I can't defend the point about polygamy, just because I would kind of go with you on polygamy and go, personally, I don't care about polygamy either. I mean, that doesn't bother me. If some guy in Utah wants to marry 6 of these maniacs.
What about Sam and Sally? They're brother and sister. They have a twisted relationship. What about
That's just hot.
Again, I don't know. Do we have the right to say that they can't marry? Look at British royalty. Bill, look at British royalty. There's been incestuous things from British royalty for centuries. If a brother and sister want to get married, I mean, look, I don't care. I really don't.
All right, let me tell you something.
So we just let it all go. Let it all hang out now.
A professor at Princeton University by the name of Peter Singer, he says that bestiality is okay with him. He thinks it's okay for parents to kill their kids up until the 28th day after the kid is born. But Fred and Fido, that's okay. Now, Dan Aykroyd actually said, I'm in favor of bestiality, except for the fact that I don't think the dog can give a consent. That's because he's not smart enough like Peter Singer, who teaches at Princeton, who has indicated that the dog can give you some body language indicators that he can consent. I'm not making this up. I can show you the evidence. So we are going to go down the road with Fred and Fido.
Aykroyd's bored, huh?
But you know what? Just because I said slippery slope, because just because there are those ludicrous arguments coming out, it doesn't mean that the basic
men getting married is ludicrous.
Well, to you it is, but it's actually something that's been. I mean, nobody's putting bestiality on the ballot. There really isn't. There aren't millions of people who are for.
Are there so much for the marriage?
Bestiality. There is actually.
Do they want the benefits of being married?
Why shouldn't they get the benefits of being married?
The civil union is just as good.
Right.
Right. Civil union.
What's the difference, Bill, between I'm sorry, Joe. What's the difference between a civil union and a marriage? Technically, I actually don't know.
Well, it depends on the state and what kind of perks they're going to give and the like. But I think the idea is that we still look. I guess what it comes down to is this: if marriage is special, it has to be treated as a special thing in law. If it's not special, then we can just have guys and gals who cohabit. Just let them get the same benefits. Let the polygamists, let the homosexuals, let them all have the same benefits.
Bill, do civil unions give people partner benefits and death benefits?
Yes, in certain states it does.
Okay, so. Would you say in most cases that marriage and civil union are the same thing, with the exception of one being called civil union and one being called marriage?
I think that it's my understanding in some states you're probably right or pretty close to be. It's not 100%, but it's pretty close.
So basically, in this whole fight, people are just holding on to it being called a marriage. I mean, you're making arguments about nature and what it says in the Bible, and what they are basically saying is we don't want it called marriage. We'll almost live with the fact that they can have the same benefits. They can live together. Do civil unions allow for adoption?
To give you an example, what happened out in San Francisco, they had a question about this, and the Archbishop was against it, and they said, listen, here's the way we're going to resolve it. Any person who lives with another person, it has nothing to do with sex, that person can claim that other person if he's a dependent. So that would mean that a son taking care of his father could claim the father as a dependent, or a gay guy could claim his partner. That was a way to kind of neutralize it without it making it so in your face that this is a gay legislation, and it actually didn't exclude people like the example I gave, where there's a guy, a 40-year-old, taking care of his 80-year-old father. Otherwise, he would be excluded too, just because they don't have sex.
What about adoption and stuff like that? Do civil unions allow for adoption?
No, that's a different question. Usually, where you'll see one, you'll see the other, but those are different questions. But listen, this is pretty serious stuff, because in 2007 in New Jersey, there was a Methodist-owned facility, some entity, and they denied lesbians to have their wedding party there. And they were threatened and did lose their tax-exempt status. So people say, oh, well, religion can still do what they want. They don't even know what they're talking about. They are going to go down the road to try and have the law. That will come later. The government will try to tell the religions that you have to allow people to get married, or you'll lose your tax-exempt status. Look, Obama's already said he'll sign the Freedom of Choice Act, which, if it gets passed, I don't know that it will, but if it did, it could arguably close Catholic hospitals. Why? Because if they don't perform abortions, they don't get any federal funds.
Well, I kind of have to jump back to your point then, Bill, where you said being relevant is not important to the Catholic Church. I think that in that case, it has to be important to the Catholic Church. And I don't mean it like it's a businessman, but I mean it does greatly affect the way they conduct themselves and the way they survive. If that's what's happening, if that's what we as a country or whoever politicians say, or then being relevant has to somehow be appealing to the Catholic
No,
Church.
no. I'll give you an example. In the 1980s and 90s, New York City said to the Catholic Church, "You have to have affirmative action for gays, and if you don't, we're going to cut off money for your foster care agencies." And O'Connor said, "I'll close the foster care agencies. I'll close the schools. I'll close everything. You're not going to tell the Catholic Church what to do." And let me tell you something: the bishops in this country will close the Catholic hospitals, and everyone will suffer before they're ever told that as a condition of receiving federal funds.
Kind of goes against the religion, huh?
Yeah, Bill, do you really think that's what Jesus would do? Do you think Jesus would want it that way? You turn away sick and needy people to make a point? That's pride, Bill. That's pride, and pride is a sin.
Bill, that's an excellent point by Joe, Bill. That really is pride.
One for Joe. One for Joe.
One for Joey.
I got the scorecard here.
What's that, Bill?
What about the kid in the womb? You think Jesus would say it's okay to kill the kid?
No, but you want to talk about different
One for
issues.
Bill.
That's a different issue.
No, it isn't. We're talking about. We're talking about a Catholic hospital being told that as a condition of.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. If it's an abortion issue, that's one thing. But when we're talking about, I can understand a Catholic hospital saying we will not take federal funds and perform abortion. Like, I don't agree with that, but I can understand why they would be that strict about it.
No, that's not belief, though. That's a belief.
I'm talking about. Let's stick with the issue of gay marriage and things like that. Do you really think that, like, when Cardinal, because you said didn't Egan say or O'Connor say, go ahead, we'll close all the. These things if we have to have gays forced on us. So let's stick with that issue. Do you really think that Christ would want these institutions closed, knowing the type of rebel that Christ was and the fact that he was bucking society? Do you really think that he would want these helpful institutions closed?
I've never seen anything in the Bible that talked about homosexuality that wasn't opposed to it, particularly in the Old Testament. So I think that you may as well write those. What about it? What about adultery? I mean, why don't we just keep open-minded about things? So the Catholic Church takes its teachings from the Bible, and the Bible's pretty strong on this, fellas.
You can't bring particularly Old Testament into this. Second Vatican Council in the 60s basically made the Old Testament irrelevant and declared that all of it was figurative talk and metaphor and all that stuff, and they were stories.
That goes way. No. The Catholic Church has never rejected the Old Testament like that. No.
I went to Catholic school for 12 years, and that seemed to be a pretty common lesson learned.
I think you fouled that one off, Joe.
Yeah, you fouled that
Hold
off.
on, Bill. What's your response to that? Because I don't know well enough, but it sounds to me like you're really giving up here to give Joe an answer.
He's going to give Joe a good beat.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe, Joe. I got to be honest. I don't want to agree with Bill, but I find it hard to believe that Catholics have said the hell with the Old Testament. We don't need it.
No. Let me clarify.
How long have you been you went to Catholic school for how long?
My whole life.
Your whole life.
My father's
now,
in
how
the
long have
clergy.
you been dealing with Catholic school? Catholic.
Hold on a second. If I did not phrase that as eloquently as I should have, then I apologize. I'm not saying the Catholic is. I don't mean to say the Catholic Church has disregarded the Old Testament. What I'm saying though is it was taught to us frequently throughout Catholic school, mainly in high school, that Adam and Eve, for example, the story of Noah's Ark, all these things in the Old Testament, these tall tales, these
bullshit.
No, they said basically, look, these were things that were embellished to describe the act of God. They are not taken as literal by the Catholic Church any longer. Fundamentalists take them as literal. Okay, so you can't bring the Old Testament, and that's a point that Jim was making about changing with the times. There was a time when the entire Catholic Church believed that even the Old Testament was literal, and then when that started to be thought as insane by the majority of the public, then all of a sudden, you know what, guys? That part's not literal. That part's figurative. The New Testament is literal, though.
From the Catholic Church rejecting the Old Testament, which you've now agreed that was never the case, to the Catholic Church looking at it in a literary, metaphorical sense, which of course has always been the case. We are not the fundamentalists in the Catholic Church. We've always looked at it in a poetic stance and to look at the whole ideas behind it, and that's why you have these constant interpretations. But where you'll never see, forget the Old Testament if you want, you'll never see anything in the New Testament which would ever give countenance to anything outside of marriage being between a man and a woman. It's simply not there. You can't even read it between the lines.
But don't forget, Bill, also, back then, when you're talking 2,000 years ago, when Greeks did plays, they would have men play the women. And talk about the Bible, because I said to you, what do you think Christ would do? And again, not with the abortion issue, because I think he'd probably give you the nod on that one. But when it comes to just closing helpful institutions to keep gays out, I mean, don't forget the Bible. I mean, you would know much better than I. How many years after after Christ's death did they vote on the most popular church stories and make them into what we know as the Bible? Like there were plenty of teachings and readings and things that were written by Christ and spoken by Christ that were not included in the Bible.
Yeah, someone had to edit that stuff.
You're right. I mean, it's basically oral history starting about 60 years after Christ's death. And it continued on then, for a number of years, obviously after that. And you get the Council of Nicaea in the 4th century and the like. So it's been an oral history. And that's why some of the accounts, most of the accounts jive pretty well. But
I can't tell an accurate story from a year ago.
That's Bill. With all due respect, and I have family that are clergy. Sincerely, I don't practice anymore. But with all due respect, do you really think logically that something that started orally 60 years after the death of Christ and wasn't even documented for God knows how long after that could not have been tampered with, could not have been...
no, because you had eyewitnesses as well, and then everybody would have to be lying for... I mean, you're talking about a conspiracy so wild that even Oliver Stone wouldn't believe
No, Bill, not lying. No, not lying, Bill. No. Like people, like you say, there were these, like you say, certain things you look at as interpretive and poetic, and people retelling the stories of Jesus, or again, especially 60 years after, a lot of them were probably second generation by that point. By 60 years after Christ's death, if he died when he was 33, his friends were probably 33, that would make a lot of them 90s. Back then, people really didn't live that long, so you're probably dealing with a second generation telling by then. Isn't it possible that a lot of what they said was interpretive and poetic without the motive of lying or being deceitful, but just of kind of getting their point across as well?
And everyone likes to pump up a story a little bit. Just a little bit.
There's no question that there's ongoing interpretations of the New Testament, but there are even people in the Jesus Seminar who are wackos. Even they agree there are certain fundamentals which cannot be disputed. And you have people who rejected the idea of Christ being the Son of God, who certainly understood his humanity, that he existed, and whatnot. So, I mean, it gets extremely complicated, but I think we're getting off the subject here. I see nothing that Jesus has ever taught that would ever confirm the idea that marriage could be something other than what it's supposed to be, which is namely between a man and a woman.
But just the idea, like, when you look at a guy like Christ, I mean,
A guy like Christ?
Yeah, I'm saying that because he came as a man. And when you look at the way he was, the way he looked differently than the people of the time, I mean, if you want to believe again, people think he was this way, people think he had long hair. Washing a leper's feet, like that went against the grain of the way society looked at lepers. That people looked at lepers like they were these disgusting things that should be cast out. And he knelt and he cleaned somebody's feet. What did he do with the leper? I don't know these stories. You would know.
There's a huge difference between tending to the dispossessed, the needy, and the forgotten, and the human trash that we've done in our society, and the way we've treated blacks and others. And I mean, there's no question that is sinful. But again, I think it's a hell of a leap to go from trying to care for the leper and saying that Tom and Dick can get married.
It sounds like a big leap, but when you look at the way society at that time viewed the leper, and you look at the way society views homosexual, it comes from the way society is looking at things. And we look at lepers now as like, wow, they're human beings. They should be treated with respect. They should be treated medically. Back then, they didn't, and Christ was bucking the system. And he would say, I'm going to treat this person beautifully and differently than you all will, and you are all wrong for not treating him well.
Treating an individual is one thing. For example, we don't throw homosexuals out of windows as they do in Muslim countries and things of that nature.
Right.
But what we do say is that while everyone's entitled to equal respect, we don't think that we should make marriage between a man and woman an alternative lifestyle. That's why we don't give the same benefits to a guy and a gal who cohabit. In other words, what used to be called shacking up. But they don't get the same benefits. According to what you're saying, we're leaving them out too. They're another victim in our society. More people have been excluded. You know what? The hell with them. If they don't want to get married, they should get nothing.
But Bill, isn't like you just said? I just lost my point as you were speaking. I looked up at the television and my mind just shut down. I had something to say. My hand is actually in the air.
I'm gonna tell you,
and my brain just said nothing is coming out.
Let's go to Keith for a second.
Well, I'm going to just say this right now. My brother, who's a bishop, would really give Joe a good beating on all his horseshit that he's been saying.
Yeah. Joe made a couple of good points on that.
He did halfway good. I got to say, he did halfway good. But my brother has he's very extensive in his knowledge about the church.
Yeah, my dad's a deacon. What's your point?
A deacon. Shut up.
No, I won't shut up.
You know what a deacon is?
Yeah, it's a step below
it's
a
a
priest.
Street sweeper.
It's a step below a priest. Stupid.
Well, no, that's in different churches.
My dad doesn't completely agree with my stance. Obviously, he's a deacon in the Catholic Church. He has his own beliefs. I'm an atheist.
Well, you're an atheist.
So we have completely separate beliefs. But the point is, dude, this is what kills me. And I'm not trying to take a dig at you, Keith, but it's the God's honest truth.
I want you to take a dig at me.
It's like you're
Joe,
preaching all this church
no,
shit.
I'm not
you're
preaching
not
church.
Christ-like in
Listen
any
to
way.
me. Joe, I understand you wanting two women to be married. You're shaped like a woman. You got tits. He looks like a lesbian.
that really made Bill happy.
Yeah, I heard the laugh. Right? Bill enjoyed that one a lot.
But I'm saying,
no. I see what you're saying, but I just think that everybody you got mixed up from what we were originally saying. It's about the kids, and it's about the kids, a mother and a father. We want 1,000. We want way over that.
So does
and
that
nobody
mean,
stay on that.
Does that mean nobody?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Joseph. I got to say this one thing, and I called you Joseph. You talk about it's about the kids, and Bill acknowledges the barbaric way the church for a long time handled the scandals with the kids, and they do handle it a lot better now. But come on, I mean, it was only society's push, Bill, that caused the church to handle the pedophilia scandals the way they did. For many, many years, it was the unspoken, ugly secret that the good, even the good priests and the good or the well-meaning cardinals and stuff, buried it for the better good of the church.
Let me just say something. And I'm certainly not going to exculpate the Catholic Church in this, but I'll say this. For many, many years, every institution, from the public schools to the Boy Scouts to the whatever group you want to talk about that dealt with kids, every group was told by the psychologist that we can fix these men and we'll give them some therapy and rehabilitation and then we'll put them back into the field, so to speak. And, of course, it's these psychologists, to me, and I have a doctorate in sociology, and I had psychologists working for me for a number of years when I was a professor, these people are absolutely wrong in the way they've given this advice. They haven't paid a price for this. The cardinals, like the school superintendents, figured, okay, well, Joe wasn't a bad guy. What he did was wrong. But now he's been fixed, according to Dr. Psycho. And, of course, now he's put back in, and the same thing happened again and again.
I don't think
I named him Joe.
Wait, Bill, I don't think you can blame. Come on. I don't think that's fair. I don't think you can blame the way for many, many, many years the church handled those scandals, which was to keep a hush on it. I don't think you can somehow throw the blame on bad advice from school superintendents and psychologists. I think that's a way of diverting it from
Let me give you an example here. I mean, first of all, we're talking a sweeping way. Just take New York City here. We didn't have a major problem here. It was certain places like Boston and L.A. and other places. It's not as if every single diocese.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why they didn't have a big problem in New York is because they had good priests like Father Benedict Rochelle, who's a Columbia University PhD in psychology, who dealt with these situations. But so we have to be careful about making sweeping generalizations. But look, we got a terrible problem about this in the public schools.
Well,
Dr.
Joe,
Carol Shakeshaft is the nation's leading authority on this, and she estimates that the problem in the public schools is 100 times greater than what it is in the Catholic Church. And so we had 10 accusations last year over 40,000 priests. Now, it doesn't make headlines because it's not a big thing, but quite frankly, most of the damage was done in the 60s, 70s, and the first half of the 80s.
Well, Bill, here's what I think when I'm looking at Joe, and Joe is a little angry about his Catholic school experience, I believe. And I think Joe had a certain. You want to tell us something, Joe?
Did you have an experience?
Oh, Joe, you got something?
Did you have an experience?
No, I wish I did, to tell you guys. It would bring the funny back to this raging debate that we're having right now.
We should do a speed round and get Bill off the phone. Bill, did you see Religulous, Bill Maher's film?
No, I didn't. I told him, and he keeps going on Larry King saying Bill Donahue said he wants to beat me up. I did say in jest that I'd like to meet him in Madison Square Garden, put on the Everlast. And even though I'm older than him, I know I could kick his butt.
Why wouldn't you see that movie and then comment about it?
Right.
Because it was a pretty big movie. It wasn't one of these little features, little indie films that no one saw.
I know. I used to go to pubs on weekends to relax.
Well, he did get into the Vatican too, Bill. I mean, it's not. I mean, Bill Maher, we know he's very, very liberal, but he did actually he did actually interview guys who worked very closely with the Pope, priests. I mean, people who really are in the know. He didn't just talk to a bunch of fringe players.
Right. Yeah. I look the movie. We've covered enough of this. What this guy's had to say in the past, and at least in the movie, from everything we've learned, we did have people here at the office go to see it and give a report on it.
But shouldn't you see
he
it?
Didn't single out. He didn't single out the Catholic Church the way he typically does with his vicious comments and when he's been relentless. Look, the guy's a punk. All right. As far as I'm concerned, I have no use for Bill Maher, and I haven't got a whole lot of use for this other punk, Ron Howard, and his friend Dan Brown, coming out with this movie May 15th, Angels and Demons. What a bunch of crap this is.
What is it? I've not heard of it.
It's the sequel to Da Vinci Code.
Yeah.
It's the sequel.
Yeah.
What about this punk Joe DeRosa? What do you think?
Wait,
about
hold
him?
on. I want to hear about the new Ron Howard film.
Yes.
Bill was on a rant there. Go ahead,
Bill.
Yeah. They're saying there's this group, the Illuminati, which existed in the 1600s, and they persecuted. They were angry that Galileo was persecuted by the Catholic Church, and so they're seeking revenge. They're alive today, and they're going to blow up the Vatican. Of course, Robert Langdon, the Harvard professor played by Tom Hanks, he's going to come to the rescue of the Vatican and whatnot. Let me tell you something first. First of all, Galileo was never persecuted by the Catholic Church. I can talk about that if you want. The Illuminati didn't exist in the 1600s, folks. It was founded in Bavaria on May the 1st of 1776, and it folded in 1787. So why is Dan Brown conjuring up this crazy
Bill.
to go after the Catholic Church on science?
Bill, it's a work. There's a word called fiction. It's a work of fiction. It's a
Why does he say
fictitious
it's an
book.
historical fact? If
You know
go
what
on
else,
Dan Brown's
Bill?
Website,
You know what else
he says
didn't
it's an
happen?
historical fact.
The Tarantino movie coming out, The Inglourious Bastards. That didn't happen. Where Brad Pitt didn't rally together 6 soldiers to go kill Nazis mercilessly during war. It's a story that takes place in a historical context, but it's a work of fiction. Dan Brown has never claimed that any of that work to be true. In fact, he's come out.
He has. That's what bothers
That's not
me.
true. He's come out openly and said to these accusations that it's a work of fiction. I don't understand what everybody's upset about.
Bill,
right
what did he
now.
say? Bill saying. What did he say on his website, Bill?
Look at the first page of the Da Vinci Code before you even get into the story. He lists 3 facts, all of which are demonstrably false. And in Angels and Demons, if you go on to Dan Brown's own website, it'll say it's an historical fact that the Illuminati were formed in 1600. I mean, the guy plays both sides of the street. There's another guy like Oliver Stone, and it's half fact, it's half fiction. And let me tell you something. CBS doesn't show the reruns of Amos and Andy. That was fiction. But African Americans take great umbrage at being stereotyped like that, and that's why they don't show it, because they don't want to offend African Americans. And they're not going to make a movie out of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is an anti-Semitic screed in the late 19th century, because it'll affect Jews. When it comes to Catholics, we can make it up. We can invent dirty laundry. We can do what we want. It's the same old crap. I've seen it time and time again. It's only one group you can dump on with impunity, and that's Catholics. And I'm fed up with it.
All right, Bill. Well, we're going to wrap it up, but you're always a compelling guest.
No kidding.
We're working on you. It's going to take a while. We're trying to bring you around. It's going to work in progress.
We should do a drinking show with Bill Donahue.
I want to bring Bill in studio. You've
In
never been in
studio,
studio.
Bill, would you ever come in studio and talk about everything but religion with us? I would love to see your take on other shit.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm a regular guy. I'm a Yankee fan, although I'm very dispirited this year because these guys have become such rip-off artists and whatnot. But no, they're and I have a new book coming out, by the way. You guys, Opie and Anthony, are mentioned very briefly. It's a book called Secular Sabotage. I've never mentioned this, by the way, before on radio or TV. How liberals are destroying religion and culture in America.
Wow.
Whoa, that's strong.
That looks like a good read.
All right, well, you got to come in one time. I was told, because I'm one of those guys, Anthony's not here, by the way. You've been talking to Opie, Keith Robinson, I'm Jim Norton, and Joe DeRosa.
A little Opie, but mostly Joe and Jimmy for the last hour and a half. Jesus.
But I happen to take photos with people. I like doing it. And they said that the Archbishop... I wouldn't be able to take a photo with him today because they didn't want to overwhelm him on his first day. I don't think that was coming from him, obviously. He was busy. So I accept that. But I'd like you to throw the word out.
Well, I got a picture of the Archbishop that I'm going to be tweeting in about 2 minutes here, Bill Donahue.
We took a photo of him.
And I'm actually in the photo, too, because you can see my reflection in the glass as he's well protected. So I technically got a photo with the guy. Jimmy.
Well, he's a good man. He's got a
Opie
great
Radio
sense of humor,
on
and
Twitter.
I think he's a great fit for New York. I really do.
All right. Well, we would love to have him in, and thanks, Bill, for coming on. It's always a fun debate.
Thank you, guys.
Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Guy knows his facts.
Yeah, I mean, look,
gonna hit you with-
Joe was going at him a
Joe
little
made
bit.
some
I
very
gotta
good
give
points.
Joe, good job, Joe.
The funny part is I'm going to tell my dad I met that guy, and he'll probably be like, "Oh, really? What was that like?" We screamed at each other for 20 minutes.
Joe wasn't half bad. He was worked up. He
got so worked up he took his glasses off.
I love that. Joe was good.
And then he was rubbing his ball bag for a while. You saw that too, right, Danny?
I started
Joe's
doing
having a problem with his ball bag today.
What's wrong?
I don't know. It's riding up in these button fly jeans.
Because he don't have dick separation. That means he has a small penis. Your dick usually takes it and knocks everything loose.
I can't argue it. I got a tiny dick.
You need the big dick to give yourself a scene.
Yeah,
there.
you gotta.
I got so.
After the church, now we're talking. Now we can talk.
We got someone on the line. We haven't heard from in a long time. Before we go to break, I don't want to lose him.
Bill Donahue.
Andrew. Anyone?
Good morning.
Oh,
Andrew from Brooklyn, right?
You're big on NASA, right?
No, it's not about NASA this time. No, it's not about NASA.
Well, what's it about? 'Cause we were talking recently
It's about the issue, the gay marriage issue. Bill Donahue is absolutely right about this issue about gay marriage because, the state of California, most people in that state do not like gay marriage. Several years back, I think it was 2000, they voted against gay marriage. They did not. There was proposition on the ballot where they voted completely against gay marriage. Facial endeavor. Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay because you're right. They did vote against gay marriage, and it's funny you call, Andrew, because we were discussing during the break. It's very ironic that you called during this gay marriage issue because we were talking about how a few years ago we saw that was it the Challenger come back in and blow up? What was it that just blew up a couple years ago? The Challenger, right?
No, it's a different shuttle. No, it's not about a shuttle. Forget about it.
No, I know, but I want to know because we were just talking about it.
It was Columbia. That's
what's the one that's active now?
Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavor. That's it.
Oh, okay.
And now back to the issue. Okay. And then last year, there was a bunch of people went over to the California Supreme Court and then said, well, we want gay marriage. And then these four justices on the California Supreme Court forced that down the state of California's throats. There was no voting. There was nobody in California. The state of California had to say. It was just four stupid ass justices.
So you basically the four justices. They did actually do that. I mean, I can't even argue that. But do you think? Let me ask you: does this have anything to do? Like, how are you feeling? I want to talk about NASA for a few. Did you call in to talk about NASA?
No, it's not about NASA. It's about gay marriage. I came here to talk about this issue. And then in November, they voted. They put Proposition 8. They put Proposition 8 on the ballot, and this proposition would put an end to gay marriage. The vast majority of the state voted for Proposition 8, and these are not just conservatives. These are people that vote for Obama.
Liberals too.
These are people that vote for Obama. And then they was like, and then they said all these gay groups. They're like, they violated our civil rights. They took away our rights to be married. I mean, this is ridiculous.
But Andrew, do you think? Hold on, no, Andrew, hold on. You're on a roll here. I'm not even disagreeing with you. You're making some valid points as usual.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the point we were trying to make was that, like, now they're talking about sending a manned mission to Mars. Which, I mean, do you foresee that as being a smart move for NASA, or is that something that's going to fail miserably?
Well, wherever they want to go through is it's their choice.
Is that what you basically did you call in to discuss that?
No, I'm not here to call for that. I'm here to talk about this issue that you all are talking about.
Okay, we were discussing that with Bill Donahue. Sometime, whenever you call, because we were discussing space. Do you want to talk a little bit about the Challenger? Because we were going over I had watched a frame by frame thing with NASA, Oh, where they actually go over every
Let
single.
me interrupt. Andrew, he's a little confused. Why are you calling the show?
Yeah, not that we don't want you to. We like you.
Yeah, Jimmy just came into the studio.
And moral issues. That is what I called for.
For what?
Now back to what I was saying.
Jimmy,
what were you talking about?
The issue of gay marriage. That's the one I'm sticking with.
Oh, okay. All right, so gay marriage, and all right, we can talk about that for a few minutes. We were on that, but when we saw your name on the screen, we thought you had called in to talk a little bit about
you're an
the
expert.
Challenger.
Yeah, you're an expert on the space shuttle, so that's where Jimmy's a little confused. But Andrew's not calling for that today. He's calling for something else.
Okay, Andrew.
Yes. Now back to what I was saying.
Well, you don't want to talk about the Challenger at all.
Huh?
You're not here to talk about the Challenger or the Endeavor.
No, I'm definitely not here to talk about anything space or anything else. I'm just talking about the issue of gay marriage and moral issues.
I'm
Now,
against
back
the
to what I
Endeavor.
was saying about Proposition 8. So the state of California voted for Proposition 8, and they supported overwhelmingly. And then all these gay activists were like, "Oh, they stole our rights."
Wait, who said they stole our rights?
The gay activists.
Okay.
And then there were so many protests. They went after the Mormon Church. Now, obviously, I'm not a Mormon. I'm not a Mormon, definitely.
What religion are you? What religion are you, Andrew? We don't know much about you.
Christian.
Oh, okay.
Christian.
Religion.
Do you need a tissue?
No, I'm fine. And then they just ripped them. They were smearing Mormons. And then there were several gay activists who were on the internet, friending Mormon churches, wanting to do this and that. And then there was some of these protests where they went after black voters.
Well, Andrew, you're not wrong though. Hold on, you're not wrong because gay activists. When you looked at the gay activists, really did kind of target the Mormon Church. Do you feel that the gay activists were very, very aggressive?
Yes, they were aggressive. They were just ripping. They were friending them on the internet, and then they kept attacking black voters for supporting it, saying how how gay marriage is a civil rights issue.
Are you black?
Since when gay marriage is a civil rights issue?
So no. Keith is asking if you're a black man, Andrew.
Yes, I'm a black man. Of course, I'm a black man.
We don't know anything about you, Andrew. You say that, of course, we don't know.
I hate to say it, I had you nailed as an Asian.
I thought you were more. I swear to God, I thought you were more Arabic. I had no idea you're black.
Arabic.
I didn't know. I thought he was like an Egyptian guy.
I thought he was Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
So you're a black man.
Sounds Irish.
How old a fellow are you, Andrew?
I'm now 16.
You're still 16?
I'll
with
be
a
16
55-year-old voice.
Months.
You'll be 16 for what? You'll be what?
16 for a couple more months.
Oh, your birthday's coming up. Happy birthday. What are you going to do on your birthday?
Go to
I
school.
don't know.
What's that?
I have no idea for now. But now back to my point.
What was your point? What are you talking about?
Wait, what do you mean point?
What?
Weren't we talking about something else?
You called in to talk about what?
His girlfriend.
Gay marriage. You all talking about gay marriage.
Wait, gay marriage. It's a.
Yeah.
It's a. Some problem.
What was it you wanted to discuss?
Yeah.
It was about gay marriage and gay marriage law. I'm being serious. I want to get into this conversation.
Well, so you're for gay marriage, which
I'm
is
against it.
You're not against it, right? No, it's good that you're not against it because I wasn't either.
I'm against it.
Yeah.
What's that?
He's not
I'm
against it.
against
He's not
gay
against
marriage.
it.
Oh, you're not against it.
No.
All right,
He's
cool,
for
man.
gay
I'm
marriage.
against it.
Because the last guy that called in was really.
Yeah, Bill Donahue was very, very against gay marriage, and we were trying to
I'm
get.
against it too.
It's good to know you have an open mind and you're not against it.
Yeah, he's with
No,
us
I'm
on that.
against
That's good.
it.
I appreciate it too because I felt like I was the only one that supported it.
No,
and I'm glad
I was with
somebody
you
else-
too, man.
Yeah.
But
I'm
he is
against
too. No, I
it.
mean, as a caller, I'm glad
Oh,
that there's
yeah.
another
Yeah.
caller that supports gay
Yeah.
marriage.
I'm against it.
So you against?
You're
wait,
against
you're
Donahue. He's against what Donahue
Oh,
said.
you're against Donahue? Yeah.
Yeah, because he.
No, I'm against
I don't
gay
blame you.
marriage.
Yeah.
So you called in about gay marriage?
Yes, I'm against that. I'm against gay marriage.
Well, now
I agree with Donahue.
Do you
now
think?
you're a 17-year-old guy. You're a young guy to have very conservative views.
Well, I have a few conservative views.
How do you feel about what's happening with the space station and how they're doing all that stuff?
Oh, that's a good question.
Great question.
That's for another time.
You didn't call about that?
What do you want?
Another time.
What? What do you want to talk
Can we
about?
just stick on topic? Come on, y'all. Can we just stick on topic?
Okay, what'd you call it and talk about?
The issue of gay marriage. What you all talking about, Bill Donahue? The Catholic League guy.
All right, very good.
All right, Andrew. We miss you. You should call in more. We always do when you call in.
You make great points on this radio show.
When are you going to come in and see us? We'd love to meet you.
Yeah.
I wish I had the chance to see y'all while you still had the old studio.
Well, we're down the street. We're not far away, buddy.
Yeah, we could get you up here. It's safe up here. It's a safe place. You need a tissue?
No, I'm fine. Okay, I'll call y'all guys later.
Happy 40th.
Do you want to give us a number we can call you at?
No thanks. See y'all later.
All right, Andrew.
Andrew, the great Andrew. We haven't heard from him in a while.
But he said he's 15 at 16.
Isn't that amazing?
Tissue.
Hey, we're going to take a break. We're going to play an old Andrew phone call for everybody. The plugs, we'll be back, obviously, but we got Keith Robinson at the Stress Factory Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. Help out Keith Robinson and, of course, Vinny. And we got Joe DeRosa at Comics tonight. COMIXNY.com for comics.
All I have to plug is Down and Dirty is on DVD in stores now. So you can go to the store and buy that if you want or steal it.
All right. And if you want my picture of Joe DeRosa looking very natural, it's now up on my Twitter, Opie Radio. And the Archbishop picture will be up there in a few minutes.
And I posted a picture of shitty, cranky Keith.
Yeah.
Fucking surly.
I don't know what kind of picture to post to Keith yet. I'm still trying to figure
There's
that
only
out.
one picture. Fucking either a dumb smile or surly. He has two emotions.
What do you want to give me today, Keith? Dumb smile or surly? Jesus.
Surly. What a fucking cranky douchebag. The picture I got of him, he's just fucking... What a mug.
Are you ever happy, Keith?
Yes, man. I'm very happy. I'm
What
a
makes you
man.
happy?
When white people are unhappy. That's when Keith is happy.
Prostitutes and when white people are...
We're going to find out what
happy,
makes
you're
Keith
right.
Robinson happy after this Space Shuttle Endeavour phone call. Let's go to Brooklyn. It's Andrew. Andrew, what's up?
I have a fun fact, too.
Yeah.
So the Space Shuttle Endeavour, the Space Shuttle Endeavour, the parts that the Space Shuttle Endeavour was actually built.
Wait. The what?
Space Shuttle Endeavour.
The
Special Endeavor.
All right, wait. It's hold on. There's something wrong with the phones. Andrew, right?
Yes.
All right, Andrew from Brooklyn.
Yes.
Okay, you're on the air. What's up?
Space Shuttle Endeavour. That spacecraft was actually built to replace the Challenger, and the
Something about the Challenger.
Huh?
Andy.
I can't hear
What?
him.
What?
You can't hear him either?
No,
What
did he say?
ship was built to replace it?
I said Endeavour was built to replace Challenger.
What?
What Endeavor?
What?
Are we talking about? What are we talking about?
No, it's fun fact.
Oh, fun fact.
Okay, so what's
fun
your
fact
fun
Thursday?
What's
All
your
right.
fun fact?
It's what Space Shuttle Endeavour was built to replace Challenger, and the parts that were used.
The what Endeavor? I didn't hear that.
The Space Shuttle.
Yeah, okay, but which one, bro? You talking
which
about
one?
The first one, and then there's another one. What? Because my
Hold on, I'm getting a thumbs up from Tim. We tweaked it. All right, we got. All right, the phones are working. Go ahead.
You're gonna have to start over. Sorry.
Start over. Sorry,
Go
Andrew.
ahead.
This sounds really interesting.
The Space Shuttle Endeavour, the shuttle that replaced Challenger Endeavour, was actually built with spare parts from the shuttles Discovery and Atlantis that were left over when they were finished build.
From
When they
what?
finished building both.
The Atlantis.
No, I said Space Shuttle Endeavour. It's spare parts. The parts that were used to build it. Excuse me.
Yes.
The parts that they used to build the Space Shuttle Endeavour came from.
Said it again. Yeah, it came from.
It came from Space Shuttles Atlantis and Discovery because they finished building. They finished producing the space. Excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry. I have a bad phone.
No, continue.
No, your phone's fine, dude. It's a good
That
phone.
phone.
That thing was messing up though. So what? I don't understand though. You're saying the spare parts were used from Challenger?
No, excuse me. I'm saying Space Shuttle Endeavour. The material that was used to build Space Shuttle Endeavour
What about the other space? What's the Challenger?
Yeah. So that was built to replace it.
Endeavor was built to replace Challenger, and the spare parts, all the parts that are used to make Endeavor came from Discovery Atlantis. Because they were finished. They already finished filming them, and they stopped producing space shuttles after Atlantis.
Right.
Atlantis was built in 1985.
So then,
all right. So
they took those spare parts and made what?
Yeah, sum it up. So the what replaced the what with the what?
Endeavor replaced Challenger.
Wait, what's Endeavor?
Space Shuttle Endeavor.
Right.
And the materials that they used
to
build Space Shuttle Endeavor were leftovers from Discovery and Atlantis.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Wow.
So the space shuttle in what did he say?
Endeavor.
Endeavor.
What is it?
Special Endeavor.
What is it again? Say you got to be clear, dude, and say it loud.
Yeah.
Space Shuttle Endeavor.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Thank you for that.
Well, it is Fun Fact Thursday.
Mush mouth.
we all learned something from Andrew in Brooklyn.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew.
Normally, I'm a very angry and dejected person, but that put a smile on my face. Thank you. You know, the older I get, the more I realize I hate everybody. Everybody. I hate dealing with people. I really do. They're just so miserable to deal with. I got this lady on the phone the other night, okay? I had to book a car to go to the airport. So I call the car service, and I get this lady on the phone, and she's just a miserable piece of of a human being, right? Because I go, hi, I need to book a car, please. And she goes, when? I said, I don't know. How about like 7:50 tonight, if you don't mind? And she goes, what the hell's that supposed to mean? I didn't know how to answer that question. So I said, you're aware that there's time, right? You know what time is, don't you? One of the times is 8. I'd like my car for 10 minutes prior, please. It's 7:50. Miss. And she goes, oh, I'm sorry. You must have meant to say 1950. Because it's a car depot, and we run on a 24-hour clock. Okay? Do you get it? And I said, oh, jeez, I'm sorry. I did mean to say 1950. And when I said miss, I meant to say whore. Okay? 1950. You miserable whore, pig, piece of I'll have 2 bags, by the way, if you could tell the driver.
The Virus. Sirius 197, XM 202. Opie and Anthony mornings, 6 to 11 a.m. Live and uncensored.
There you go. A little taste of Joe DeRosa helping us out today. Anthony's at his grandmother's funeral. He'll be back tomorrow. DeRosa's going to be at Comics tonight. COMIXNY.com.
Yes.
I was trying to swallow food. That's why it took a little while to get back.
That's all right.
Got to eat in between these breaks. Jimmy's over there. We got Keith Robinson. He's going to be at the Stress Factory tonight. Vinny's Club in New Brunswick, New Jersey. I don't know what mic you're on there, Keith.
Am I on the right mic?
Keep talking.
Yes. Testing 1, 2.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
Here I am.
Good.
It's my DJ voice.
I like that DJ voice. We were just talking about Keith Robinson.
Yeah.
And I was saying it to his face, even though he was in the room. You never know where he's coming from. Like
you do. Find the shittiest place, and that's where Keith is coming from. Yes.
Sometimes you feel like he's with you, but any second he could just punch you in the face. He's very confusing to figure out.
Keith will stab you in the back
faster. That Keith is Joe Pantoliano in The Matrix. Like he's the guy that's like on the team, and then you catch him eating dinner with Miss Agent Smith.
Yeah,
I like having fun, man, and you guys are fun.
See, I don't know where he's going. I have no idea.
How sensitive is Bob Kelly? We were talking about this before too, about how fucking real does he get when you make fun of his weight now? Like Bob is brutal. Bob is brutal, and yet as soon as you go to the weight, he gets real and he gets sensitive.
But the thing with Bob is that even though he's lost weight, you really can't tell. He looks like a guy that's about to be fat again.
Yeah.
So he's never really in shape. Like you go, man, this guy's in shape. Because he's like, young Dom DeLuise. That's what he looks like. And Cannonball Run.
Dude, Burr and I were watching, this is when Bobby was still heavy. Burr and I were watching Cannonball Run one day, and we rewound that scene where they get pulled over in the ambulance 4 fucking times because it looks so much like Bobby.
Really?
And Billy was like, we were both saying, like, I was going to ask Bobby if he would go out, but I was too afraid he'd get angry. But I wanted to go out like that as Halloween, on Halloween with Bobby, where I'd be Burt Reynolds. And he'd be dumb. No, but it's like, you can't propose that to a man without him getting hot. I mean, that's not a compliment in any way, shape, or form.
So he's hanging on for dear life, though. He could be a fat guy by, June.
Oh, he gets so sensitive.
He's hanging on.
He's gone. He's going to be fat.
You think so?
Yes.
But you say
I
that
put
to him,
money on it.
and instead of teasing you back, he's like, dude, I'm not fat anymore. You can't say that. Jesus, Bob, I'm kidding. I'm not really a shellless turtle, but I'll take it when I walk in the room. I mean, I'm really a mammal.
Yeah, Bob, he gets real sensitive about his weight and his smartness, his intelligence. He gets really infuriated.
We should get Bobby on the phone so he can maybe defend himself.
Just once in
Let's
his
get
life.
Bobby.
Just once in his life, Bob wants to hear, damn, Bob, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Just once,
Just
Bob
one
wants
time?
someone to say that.
That's all it's gonna
Unbelievable,
take?
Bob. Yeah, just once. He wants that.
Let's move on. We got a good Yankee story here. Someone getting kicked out of the stadium. You hear this one yet?
No, I've not.
This is a good story.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of an emergency was it?
I wouldn't say it was a 10, but it was certainly, at least a 7.
Between a 7 and a break in the baseball game, web guy Brad Campo-Lorion thought it would be a good time to take care of business. Only he says he got the foul business end of 2 NYPD officers who ejected him from Yankee Stadium.
I had my arms twisted behind my back.
His indiscretion, he says, was to try to take his pee break during the playing of God Bless America.
As they threw me out of the gate, they told me to get out of their country if I didn't like it.
Out of their country? Are you, what's your heritage? Are you a U.S. citizen?
I'm an American citizen, born and bred, so it's my country as well.
So basically, the guy got kicked out of Yankee Stadium for getting up to pee during America the Beautiful.
You know what? You can't throw a guy out for that.
Of course not.
Fucking stupid.
Of course not.
Let him go piss. Well, I thought he was doing it like right there in the seat into a cup.
No.
He's taking it so seriously. Wouldn't you be laughing?
No, he got thrown out of it. It's probably a $400 seat.
You wouldn't laugh your ass off if that happened to
If
you?
somebody threw you out?
I took a dumb pee break and they choked
angry.
me out at the fucking
Keith
stadium.
Keith would be swinging the whole way out to the parking lot.
Yeah, I would have to. I love fighting a good cop. No, I'm joking.
The story just keeps going on and on. It's just a simple, dumb story, but...
Now, whatever it was that got him thinking about a bathroom run, we can only speculate. But we can tell you the playing of God Bless America at baseball.
What does that mean? By the way, this is Arthur Chien, the one we got fired.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oops. Sorry, Arthur. Good to see you working again, though.
But we can tell you the playing of God Bless America at baseball games began after 9/11 and in some stadiums continues today. The Yankees actually have a policy restricting movement of fans during that song.
It was fine the year after 9/11, but it's gotten tired.
Yeah, they should go to the bathroom 100%, because when you got to go, you got to go.
Others, though, are a little bit tougher on Brad's bladder.
I would hold it in.
Oh, yeah? How old are you?
I'm 11.
Yeah, you can hold it in for a long time at 11?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, because you're 11.
Exactly.
Get up to our age. You can't hold it in.
See, they would have thrown him out if he'd have just peed right on the spot. If he'd have stayed there, just peed right
Should
there.
have just pissed his pants.
I've taken
respectful.
I've taken 10 pees in the last 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
He didn't want to hear the song. He just said, fuck it, I don't want to hear this shit. I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah, so then I can see the start of the game.
That's
Right?
the seventh inning.
What?
God Bless America's in the seventh inning.
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah,
I thought
they
that's how they
stopped the-
opened the game.
No, they stopped the whole
does-
game now.
Joe knows
Ever
nothing
since
about
9/11.
sports.
Yeah, it's national
Ever
anthem.
since 9/11, it's a new
Yeah.
thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You're not a
guys.
sports. Joe's not a sports.
We got the
guy.
NYPD guy with this.
The NYPD says Brad was ejected because he was cursing, disorderly, and reeked of alcohol, though he was neither arrested nor issued any summonses. He and his lawyers at the New York Civil Liberties Union have filed a lawsuit designed to stop officers from enforcing a policy on patriotism.
The police obviously should be doing the business of enforcing the law. They should not be in the business of enforcing Yankee policy, much less a Yankee policy that requires people to participate in a patriotic ritual.
And now we allow Brad to have the last shake.
And when you force someone to be patriotic, you devalue the very freedom that patriotism stands for in the first place.
Well, he got the last shake.
Yeah, the stupid Nicolas Cage voice is annoying me too.
Got the last shake.
You diminish the patriotism. Shut up. Even though he's right. Even though he's right, I hate him. I should have shot him.
You got a couple of the Yankees shooting steroids in the ass. Throwing this poor bum out.
Yeah.
He'll get another game out of it. Though. They'll throw him a game just for PR reasons, just to shut him up.
Yeah, they'll probably let him sit down in the little batter's box.
Yeah, he'll be able to fucking run around yelling fucking Allah Akbar during the national anthem.
We got Bobo on the line. Bobo.
I got a little song about the Endeavor guy.
Andrew from Brooklyn, who likes to say Endeavor, Space Shuttle. And we've also found out he says issue. And California was a good one, too. California. All right, go ahead, Bobo.
Andrew, he seems to be a big expert on the space shuttle, but he says in Endeavor so much. He's from Brooklyn, New York, that borders Jersey. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Sweet God.
It doesn't border Jersey. Bobo. Brooklyn borders Queens.
Staten Island, I think.
It's
a little
kinda
Staten Island,
touches
sort of.
Staten
Well,
Island.
you got a little water in
and
between,
Long
right?
Island. Right or no?
Do we have water in between Brooklyn and Staten Island? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Who the fuck goes to Staten Island? You just use it to get to Jersey.
Brooklyn just borders Queens and the East River.
That's it, right? All right.
I meant it's in the state.
We got it.
Yeah, we kind of got it.
That didn't improve it.
Anyway, hopefully I'll see you guys Friday.
All right, Bobo. We hope so. Work on something about Springsteen's impending woman problems.
How are we seeing you Friday?
I don't know. I guess we'll figure that out somehow. I'll see if I can come in.
You just really live like a nomad, don't you?
We're gonna work it out.
Well, we're just starting. We're starting up here at Sirius XM. They're building, and I think by next week we'll start getting some of these regulars
Creeps
back up into the show. All right, Bobo.
All right, you have a good day. Punching out.
All right.
There's nothing creepier than that. What he just said. I'll see you Friday. How are we going to see Friday? We'll figure it out.
Exactly.
We'll figure it out.
The same guy that called Eric Bogosian in fucking News Radio.
We're gonna work
Talk
some
radio.
things out.
News Radio was the Phil Hartman.
Oh, with
It's okay.
Joe Rogan, yeah.
Why don't we do the doctor story? We teased this to begin with. The tree growing in somebody's lawn. This is a weird one.
This Russian man underwent surgery to remove what doctors thought was a tumor. But what surgeons found left them simply shocked. It's still not clear how this happened. The patient said it's possible he inhaled a tree bud at some point. But this biologist said it's absolutely impossible that a green plant could grow inside a human body from a seed. She noted that certain conditions, light, water, and a certain temperature, are needed for a plant to grow from a seed. The patient, a heavy smoker, had complained of chest pains. He was back at work less than a week after having the small tree removed. The doctor said they intend to file a report on the unusual case.
Don't we have enough to worry about? Now we got to worry about like trees growing in our lungs.
Jesus Christ!
I don't like these stories.
I'm so dumb. I'm sitting there going, well, maybe he just swallowed like a piece of a tree, and then I'm like, you can't swallow something into your lung, moron.
How big? Can we see the picture? I would love to see that. That is bizarre.
It was a redwood.
Yeah, did they say how big the? Was it like a little fucking?
Can we see a photo of it?
You know.
What did he smoke? A lot of weed?
Maybe he smoked a lot of weed,
Well,
and maybe it was a pot plant there,
Yeah, a
Keith
little pot
Robinson,
plant.
right?
That's what I believe.
It was a fir
seed?
tree.
I'm gonna go with it. Yeah,
I'm going with a little pot growing
Yeah.
in his lungs. Let's smoke that shit. Re-smoke that shit.
Yeah, a lot of reefer.
Is that the
I say
picture?
reefer. Do they even say reefer anymore?
No, they don't, old man.
Reefer sticks. Want to sell some Mary Janes? Fucking.
You kids smoking some wacky tobacco over here?
Can I see that, Denny?
I think reefer should still be the word.
Yeah,
I kind of
like
like the word
That's
reefer.
disgusting.
That's really it, huh?
But is that growing or is
It
that just
looks-
something they...
It looks like some pine needles from your Christmas tree, right?
That's not a tree
That's not
growing.
no
That's not a
damn
tree. That's a little nothing. I guess for your lung, it's pretty
He probably
impressive.
inhaled it. He inhaled a piece of a fucking tree. It's not a... How big was it,
It
Dan?
looks like a piece of salad, like a romaine, some romaine.
A little romaine, really?
Yeah.
Where are you getting your romaine?
A little.
What do you think it looks like?
That's a
there?
fir tree. It looks like pine cone.
It
It's a fir
looks-
tree.
It looks like a
Yeah, it looks
Christmas
like
tree,
looks
right?
like some arugula. In a nice marinara sauce. Yeah, that's not. Come on, that's not.
That's
a fucking
not a
tree
damn
growing.
tree.
For Christ's sake.
5 inches.
It was no, it was 5 centimeters.
No, 5. That's fucking... It's a thing he inhaled.
Yeah, all right.
How big is 5 centimeters?
It's like this.
You have no idea.
Who knows? It's less than an inch, right? Has to be. Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, like what's the? Does it say what the scale of that picture is?
I think there's 4 centimeters to an inch.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Oh my god!
Are
I
we this
think you
stupid?
made that up.
Dude,
completely.
I am
right. I'm right.
I was a math whiz growing up, and I forgot that knowledge. Where the fuck is my math knowledge going?
And that there's a ruler down there. I didn't even fucking see that. God damn it!
4 centimeters to an inch. Well, not exactly though, right? 'Cause
No,
they
I
got
think
that
it's
metric
it's-
crap going on.
It's close enough on a ruler, I do believe.
Oh. What?
0.39. What, Travis? 0.3930. It's like pi, kind of.
Yeah, it just keeps going and going.
And he had to get surgery to remove this.
Yeah.
One thing I'm...
You want to go somewhere, Jimmy? What do you got? What do you got over
Woody
there?
Allen has got to be in hell because he's such a private guy, and he's suing American Apparel because they put him in the Rabbi, which is one of his movies, and without asking him, they just put him in an ad.
And he says he doesn't endorse
products in this country. He
in
doesn't.
this country, but he'll do it elsewhere. What's that about?
I don't know. He's an artist, and he's weird, and he's Woody. The Tonight Show wants him so bad, they've offered him the entire show. Like they'll give it to him like the whole hour with just Jay and him, and he's like, he's a fucking weird guy.
Why wouldn't he do that?
He's Woody. He doesn't have to.
Doesn't have to and doesn't want to.
It's Woody Allen. I mean, it's like he's just a.
And that's when you know you made it.
Yeah.
Don't have to.
Letterman did that too. Letterman offered a whole episode
to who?
Woody Allen. Same thing, and he said no. And the guy from the Borgata said he offered Woody Allen a blank check to come and do stand up, and he was like, nope.
Does he? He doesn't do stand up at all anymore.
He hasn't done stand up.
He plays that dumb
in 40 years.
He plays that dumb. What is this?
Clarinet
down in the village or
Michael's,
something.
yeah.
You can
He
see
missed
him.
the Oscars. He won the Oscar for Annie Hall, and he wasn't there because he was playing his clarinet.
Yeah,
down
he
in
didn't
the
want to
village.
miss his clarinet night.
But he did, after 9/11, he did like 5 minutes of stand up on the Oscars. And it was like the dude never stopped doing it.
Was he really?
It was
I don't-
hilarious.
I don't
it's
remember
it's
that.
on YouTube. It was hilarious.
Never seen it. Have to
He
check
came
that
out
out.
and he did a 5-minute speech, and it was essentially stand up, and it was hilarious.
Do we have that? I would love to hear that because I have.
Yeah, it's online.
I forget who he was talking about.
Fuck online. We'll just throw it on our show.
Oh,
4
yeah.
less minutes for us.
Exactly.
You're a smart man, Joe. Gonna keep you around.
You see?
But
You
he's
see that?
All right. So what do we got on Woody Allen?
he's suing him for $10 million, and he's 73 years old, and they're fucking aggressively going after his personal life. They're saying we didn't destroy his reputation; he did that, and they want to go into his whole Sunyi Previn hook up, and they're just being scumbags about it. I mean, I'm completely on Woody's side. You can't throw a guy in a fucking ad without asking him. You can't
Right.
do it.
And they're saying he ruined his own reputation a long time ago. So
They're being total fucking scumbags.
Their
And,
scumbag store too. I bought a sweatshirt there, and like 2 hours after I bought it, I was like, "Why did I buy this? I don't want this. It was $50. It's a piece of shit. I don't want it." And I went to bring it back, and they're like, "No, you can't. Store credit only." And I was like, "What?" And they're one of those stores that puts the tiny sign down where you're not fucking looking that
Yeah.
says, all purchases are fine. I'm like, you guys are fucking dirtballs.
how is
man.
store credit legal?
I don't even know if it is legal.
It can't be legal. You should say fuck that.
You know what?
I
Maybe
don't
if
want
the-
your stupid store credit.
If the product is defective, you might be able to get a full. Maybe they can do that. I'm guessing if a product is defective, you can get your money back legally. But maybe if you just
Yeah.
don't want it,
Well, the phone's lit up, and I got really excited. Like we were going to go into some fun directions here, but no, everyone wants to let Danny and Travis and everybody else know that 2.54 centimeters make an inch. That was so important that everybody called at the same time.
And nobody calls during the Bill Donahue debate.
No, they actually. I mean, if he would shut up for a minute, we would have went to the phones.
Oh, really?
Bill knows how to fill up the space with words.
Yeah,
dude,
you don't know when to get in there.
I'm proud that I don't know how many centimeters are in an
Yeah,
inch.
I know. Danny, that's fine.
He was
I'm with you.
screaming like Jimmy Hoffa during those Senate hearings. I want it stricken from the record. I am not a communist. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Wait,
yeah.
Jimmy's got a phone call. Oh, those motherfuckers.
Factory one.
How do we stop these people?
They call me all the time.
How do we stop these people?
It's not too late. Please don't make the mistake of driving without a warrant.
How the fuck do we stop these people?
They really are bugging me.
The final call.
These fucking scumbags.
Dude,
Here's how you do it, though.
We're all getting these phone calls. Every single one of us
Yes.
now. And they found the email, too. They do it on the email.
Oh, this is good.
Are you going to go with it?
I'm gonna. I know how to get out of it.
No, they're going to laugh at you.
No.
I've tried.
You
I guarantee there's going to be a laugh and a hang up. That's what I'm guessing. This is the second notice on your warranty on your car, that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They call me all the time.
I want to know what the scam is because I don't have warranties on my cars.
These pieces of shit.
What? I don't have a car.
I guarantee you they got the. I guarantee you they got the information. They probably bought it from the car dealerships. I'm going to call up GM. I want to know if they sold my information.
I don't know what's going on. We're all getting these calls. There's not one person out there, I think, at this point, not getting this exact call.
I press 1 and I'm on hold. Okay. Yes, this is James Norton's father. Are you calling for James Norton? Well, this number that you're calling, there was James Norton, but he passed away. This number you have to. What's that? Yes, that is the phone number, and James died, and we've been trying to tell people, and we're being harassed by telemarketers, but he passed away. Thank you very much.
What did they
That's how
say?
you get rid of them.
No fucking way.
You're not getting rid
No
of them.
way.
We
Keep
apologize.
us updated on that. There's no way that's going to work in the end.
This is why. When you
What'd
say
she say? We'll get rid of that number.
we apologize for the call, we'll put down the do not call
Did
list.
you just come up with the
No, I didn't
solution
do
to
it.
this?
It was told to me.
Oh my God!
When you say take me off the list,
Right.
If you say put me, there's a way to do it.
Well,
You
hold
say-
on, because that's what we tried at my house. Take us off the list.
They put you on another list.
The lady laughed openly and then hung up.
They put you on another list, and they do it simply by phone number. So they have it by phone number. So you have to say, someone told me, just say that you died or the person is dead, and they won't call because they don't take that as a rejection. They take that as, oh, we can't make this sale. So then you really do come off. That's what I've been told. But there's different companies doing this. I get them at my home number. I got woken up yesterday by the one on my home number. These motherfuckers. Who is selling them this information? Because they didn't know my name. They just had the phone number.
They're just getting phone numbers. So then it's got to be the cell phone company. Has to be.
Nah, but they're saying vehicle warranty.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, but no. The vehicle warranty is just all. I mean, a ton of
bullshit.
people are on instant feedback saying, I get the same call. I don't even own a car. So that's just the excuse to get you on the line.
Okay.
There must be other directions they go with those phone calls. Hold on. I got Chris in Atlanta. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Obi, these people are based out of Smyrna, Georgia. They are our local news did a whole story on them, and I know how to stop them from calling.
How?
When they call my phone, I told them I gave them their street address, and I told them the first fucker that comes out of that building is going to total fucking ass whooping if they call my phone again. I hadn't heard out of them in 2 months. Probably 2 months, 3 months. I ain't heard nothing out of them.
Oh, wow, really?
So you basically just threatened them.
I told them, I said, hey, I know
Keith's
exactly
nodding.
where
He likes that
What's
one.
the name of the what's the name of the company that's making these factory warranty calls? There's different ones though.
It's America something. I know. I can look online and get it to Danny. on his boundary.
Yeah, get it, Danny. Danny, how can he get it to you?
Jeff in Staten Island's writing, get on the do not call list. I don't think that helps.
I'm reading an article right here
On,
on MSNBC.
on our local news, they said that they put you on the do not call list, and then they still call you.
Yeah, that's what's
So
happening.
I just told him the first person that walked out of the fucking building was toting an ass whooping, and I hadn't heard out of him in 2-3 months.
Danny, how can he send you the information so you can get the address?
If he just emails me at danny@opieandanthony.com, I will have all the info there.
All right, cool.
All right, peace.
Thank you,
Thanks,
brother.
man.
Let's go to Ziggy in Jersey. Ziggy.
Yeah, how you doing, guys? Listen, I tried that donotcall.gov, and that really works. I cut down about 99% of the calls coming to my house on my cell phones. It does really work.
So it's donotcall.com?
Donotcall.gov, G-O-V.
Oh, G-O-V, I'm sorry. Donotcall.gov,
Oh,
G-O-V.
all right. And you could register your business phones, you could register your personal phones, cell phones, whatever phones you want them not call you. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big secret. I think, but these car scam companies are not minding the do not call list, and they're calling people anyway, even if they are on the do not call
then
list.
you could get the number that calls you, and you could make a complaint to the government on that, and they'll take care of it.
Well, it's funny you should say that because that leads into the next thing that's going on, where you get these missed calls from these bizarre numbers with extremely strange at times area codes.
877.
Where you look up the area code on Google or whatever, and it comes up as a nothing, but then you call it back because I think we're all curious, like, who the fuck is calling me? What's that about? Are they making money off us calling them back? Just out of curiosity.
That is correct. Those calls, most of those calls are from Dominican Republic and all those weird countries.
Dude, well, I shouldn't. I got I kind of blow my spot a little bit. Well, I got people watching my stuff for me. And I passed a number on to somebody to check into, and like, there's too many numbers. And then I checked my phone again, and it was absolutely the numbers that I gave this person. What is that? What is that about? And it wasn't because it was an international call. It came up as an area code in the United States, but there were like 2 extra numbers in it when it came up on my cell phone.
Maybe they're using some fucking caller ID thing that alters it. I don't know. Maybe I could say alters.
But that's a new one that just hit last week with me.
Another thing you guys could do, just don't give out, let's say you go to the store and they ask you for the phone number or they ask you for the email address, just don't give out that in the store.
I never do.
Hell fucking no. I say no.
I never give that information. One guy was like, you have to give it. We need it. I'm like, you're not getting it. Why do you need it? I was so fucking aggravated. Never give those douchebags at the cash registers your information. Never.
They all. I go, look, I live in New York City. I got a tiny mailbox. No, I can't give you my address because I know what you're going to do. And
you don't need that information.
Yeah, I don't need your dumb fucking pamphlets and whatever.
They're like, what's your phone number? No, I'm not.
No.
I don't have a phone.
Oh, they get mad too. Like, all right, fine.
You have to. It won't go through. Get me a manager.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
I told the guy, get me a manager.
Well, a cute girl can get mine anytime.
But of course, seriously, I'll write it on your clit.
You know, Keith's kind of right though. You know, if she's really hot, you're like, all right, well, here,
cute girl.
You got these fantasies. She's gonna write it down and put the number in her back pocket for later.
Even the right charming young man would convince me.
Yeah.
Well, a cute
girl. Sorry about that. But seriously, that worked for me. I have no phone calls coming from the. Nobody tried to sell me any stuff anymore when I signed up for that donotcall.gov.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll try it, Ziggy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good day.
Here's another one. I was driving back from my brother's house way out east, late at night. Needed gas. Pulled into a gas station. No cash. Got the credit card. I couldn't get gas because I didn't know what the
zip code.
The zip code was for that particular card. And I'm like, I just don't know it because my bills go somewhere else. Not to get too much into this, and I don't know the zip code. Because sorry, I'm like, no, it's my fucking card. Look at the signature on the back. And it looks like a lot of, and it happened 2 out of the 3 gas stations. So it looks like that's the new thing with gas stations.
Yeah, I actually like it because this way they if someone steals your card or steals your wallet, they have to know your card. I mean, then again, the address is probably on your license, but
I was almost fucked. I was on empty too. 3rd gas station, they didn't have that, as their thing yet. So
you couldn't do it as a debit card and just put your PIN number in?
I don't know.
Joe, don't be fresh.
I don't know what
Joseph.
Yeah, what's that about?
I got a call. I got one of these calls. I never got this car one that you guys are talking about, but I got one where I'm anal about paying my bills on time. I'm absolutely anal about it. And I had just paid my electric bill that day, and I paid it early. And I got a call, and this call kept coming, and I wasn't answering. I finally picked it up, and I go, dude, stop fucking calling me, man. And he was like, well, I mean, I thought you'd be concerned about paying your electric bill on time, man. Like, it's delinquent. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? My bill's not delinquent. I pay it early every fucking month, man. And the guy just hung up on me. So it's like, what the fuck scam was that guy running, or that company, that they try to convince you that you're delinquent on your bills when you're not?
Because they probably want to get your credit card information. You give them your credit card. You can pay by card right now. I got one from a car company that I recently am leasing from. And I actually called the guy who sold it to me, and it was actually a legitimate call, I make sure.
I got more info. Oh, wow, they're coming in like crazy. All right, Jeff in Staten Island. Opie, the telemarketer's caught on. When you call a number back, it then entitles them to bypass the do not call list, and then they could call you for 18 months. So that's what that's about if you see a missed call, supposedly, according to Jeff.
Okay.
Now you're breaking
Because
your
you've
own...
contacted them, okay.
Yeah, well, that makes more sense. I thought it had some kind of 1-900 scam. What am I trying to say?
No, I know what you mean.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, they're not that bad. Sometimes I'm a little lonely and I like a call.
Like a good old person. Old people must love them. Oh, hi!
A nice, sweet call sometimes.
I want to call and actually just jerk off on the phone with one of them. I should find a way to tape that when they call. I just jerk off on the phone.
Can you get in trouble for that? Like if one of these telemarketers called you and you
No!
were like, if
How
you
can
started
you get
being
in
like,
trouble?
play with your pussy. If you start saying shit like that,
No, what the fuck are they? Don't call me.
No,
Don't
but
call.
you're gonna be on a million lists after that.
Yeah, they're like, this guy's fun.
A million sexy
I would love.
lists.
That's what you do. If a telemarketer just calls you like these car companies, just go, all right, look, do you shave your pussy?
What was the
How
guy?
big is your cock?
There you go.
I suck your cock.
We had that opportunity just now, Jimmy.
No, but I wanted to try the dead thing. But I'll
Then
do
he
it
gets
again.
your number and calls you back later
big
on
is
that
your
night.
cock?
I don't like Jimmy's confidence, by the way, with the dead thing. He goes, watch what I do. I'll get rid of this one.
Watch tomorrow. I get a call from a funeral service company.
You know what? I used to
Once they pass your number along to the government, they cancel your Social Security number and all your bank accounts.
You remember it would be weird guys who call the phone booths? You ever hear like people would ring when the phone booth was in, there were people who just ring the phone booths and they'd talk sex to you. You're like, hey, what are you doing? Yeah. You know, and I used to answer those calls. One guy's like, yeah, you want to suck my cock? I'm like, what? I'm not going to. I'm arguing with a guy that I could have just hung up on about sucking his cock. Are you going to do it? You're going to suck my cock. I'm not going to suck your cock. Yes, you are. No, I'm not. 40 minutes on the phone with this guy.
Did you suck it?
I sucked it, yes.
Yeah, you playing with yourself? Well, probably not. You just called a phone booth, asshole. Yeah, I'm whacking off in the middle of Times Square.
I was coming home one night from Rascals in Ocean Township, and this is a different time at a rest area where a guy did something inappropriate. This was not in the bathroom itself, but I'm walking up to the Burger King, and there's steps outside, and he's sitting like on the ledge near the steps, and he had on shorts, and he had his leg raised, and his cock and balls were just hanging out the side. And I'm like, what a brilliant way to cruise. This is creepy.
Christ. That's awesome. That's a guy that just puts it out there. He's like, let's not go through these little fucking games. You know, look, here's my cock and
hanging
balls.
out.
This is what I got. Do you want it?
Yeah, do you like my cock and balls or don't you, fella?
Can you put me on a do not cock and balls?
Do not assault my face with your cock and balls. Jesus.
I need to be put on that list, please.
I was on the do not peek list, and he fucking broke it because I glanced.
Yeah, you're finished because every guy looks like he's trying to play the game with him. Because how do you not look at his cock and
Dude,
balls?
because he's
You
sitting
have
on,
to.
you're walking up steps, and you just see the guy there, and he just like moves his leg, and his cock and balls fall out. And it's like,
I love it.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't brilliant.
That is good.
He knows how to market his cock and balls.
And when they call those payphones that Keith's talking about, you'd walk out of there, because again, I would always be in these bathrooms, because you're coming home at 2 o'clock in the morning from the open mics and all that stuff. And you walk out, and there's fucking, the phone is ringing. There's like a bank of 6 payphones.
Yes.
And I'm like, does this ever work? Like, has someone
with
ever went,
me.
hello, you want to suck my cock? I was going home, but all right.
Where you at?
Wow, what timing you have?
You know, I just stopped off to get some Burger King and some Smarties. I was tired. On the
I got my
drive, but
family
fuck
in the
it.
car. Where can I meet you to suck your cock real quick? Stranger, what do you look like? Where phone numbers scrawled on fucking bathroom walls like fucking, Laura gives head. It's like, has that ever been accurate? Because I've called a few and like they disconnected by that point.
Sometimes when you're on a trip to Sea Isle City, you want to pull off.
That was great, though. They didn't have Craigslist back then,
No.
so they had that. The bathroom was a good way to go.
Some guy did a book.
Those were the days.
Fucking brilliant.
Jesus, Joe.
Me and
Those
Bob.
were the days. Cold calling.
Coffee is for closers. Me and Bobby Kelly were coming home from the gig one night, and we went into the bathroom together, like on one of these fucking, like, in Brewster, New York. And there was some guy just fucking cleaning his dick in the sink.
Oh my god!
It was so weird. And then he just kind of covered up real quick. And me and Bob were like, "What the fuck was that?" So we walked back in again to go, like, was this guy really doing that? And the guy had zipped up, but he had probably fucked somebody in the ass in the stall and was cleaning his dick off. We had no idea what. Why would you wash your dick?
To get this sin off of
Because,
it.
dude, he didn't look like he was being
Getting
dirty.
itchy.
He looked like he was really cleaning his dick. Me and Bob just was like, dude.
Dude, he probably cornholed some guy in that fucking stall,
Dude, he
dude.
probably fucked someone.
Wow.
Oh,
We're getting close to wrapping up, but
Yes.
Octomom.
Oh, yes.
Octomom wants to trademark her nickname to use in TV and a diaper line.
She can't. Ugly cunt has been trademarked already. Get it? Fuck Octomom.
You know that's a lawyer, though. She
Yeah.
didn't come up with that idea. Yeah, she might as well make a few bucks off that.
I don't know who Octomom is. I really don't know nothing
Do you
in
watch
any current
TV,
event.
Joe?
No, dude, I don't.
What? I don't understand you comedians that don't watch TV.
I don't ever. I have a
be on
50-inch
top
plasma
of
screen
shit.
that's just. You know what I
She's
do?
the one that gave birth to 8.
Oh, the cunt on the West Coast. That fucking.
Thank you. Yes.
Language, please. That's
I'm
respect.
sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
she's not a cunt.
There's a picture, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know who she was named Octomom.
Yeah, that was her nickname
Okay.
ever since the birth.
All right. Well, yeah.
The births.
One guy came forward and said he wanted to be the father. He was testing to be the father or something. It was amazing. It's like, I'm the dad. Who comes forward and like...
Well, because she was using, like, I think her friend's spermies there or something.
Right.
Yeah, at a sperm bank. She was using the same guy over and over again. Because how many kids does she have altogether? She had 8, and then she had another...
Yeah, there's like another 2 or 3, I think.
At least, right?
At least, yeah.
Maybe...
I gotta check.
4?
That's got to
I
be
think
like...
she's got 12.
The next guy that fucks her has to be breaking
Yeah, it's
news.
12. It's 12 total.
The very next guy that it has to be breaking news.
That fucking pussy has got to be like
Horrendous.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
got to be. Wait a minute, we interrupt. Obama getting rid of the pirates. But it's breaking news.
Is it?
We've seen her pussy. It's as bad as everybody thinks.
Is it rape if you have sex with her but you never touch any of the walls?
Yeah, was that just fucking harassment?
I'm serious.
And being a public nuisance.
If you could prove you never touched the walls,
It's like fucking one of those tires that Winnie Mandela would push you down the hill in.
He raped me. No, all I did was walk into the room. Your pussy surrounded everything in here. Jesus Christ, lady, what was it? It's
Dave.
rape by default.
Could you find that Woody Allen thing or no?
Nah, not yet.
yeah, maybe we'll have it for tomorrow.
All right.
And then we get this every once in a while. Texas governor says state can leave union.
Texas is not
What is it?
leaving.
What are you doing?
Where are you going? How funny would it be if they got invaded Mexico, just fucking took the Mexican soldiers, went in and just started murdering Texans?
You have no choice.
Apparently not very funny, but I mean, it would be interesting.
You got to continue being part of this horse shit.
Yeah.
What are you doing? And where are you going?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you going to do?
Be France.
How do you get that done, really? If you think about it. You're going to leave the union.
That's my favorite tone that you have, by the way.
What?
I love that. What are you going to do? What are you doing?
Where you going?
Shut the fuck up. Fucking moron.
Texas.
I really enjoy that thoroughly.
I know it's weird, too. Obama, I'm just kind of like, getting to the stuff we did not. Paid his taxes, made $2.7 million last year. Book deals, or it would have been a lot less.
Right.
And he's a guy that's rah-rah for more taxes in general. He paid $855,000.
It's a lot of money.
You think that bothers him on
It's a
some
lot
human
of money,
level?
man. 2.7. That's a lot of fucking money.
$855,000, and he's the guy that's like, he's a rich guy, so he's like, I'll pay more taxes. But when you get your tax bill as a human being, that's gotta hurt, no matter who you are.
It breaks your heart. It breaks your heart. You know. Yeah, that's brutal.
What?
800,000. Like I had some tax issues recently. So but to get it over with, the woman called me. She was on me real hard about it. She said, this is for my state taxes, and she said, you got to pay your state taxes. She was really ripping it to me.
Yeah,
and I'm like, yeah. What about AIG? That's all I brought it. She said, I agree. That's all she said. She said, you can make payment arrangements, whatever you want to do. I do that for every bill. Every bill I don't pay. What about AIG?
God, we're learning a lot today. Get you out of the tax thing. AIG.
Yeah, AIG always works. They love it.
Jimmy's now officially dead.
Yeah. Octomom. Everybody's learning a little something in here today.
A little something. I don't know. What else we got here? Oh, Danny, is the Everywhere I Go song good? Is it worth doing today?
I find it to be highly obnoxious.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean,
What's the backstory in this? I haven't heard this song yet.
I think Charlie, one of our interns, found. He sent it to me last night, and I took a listen to it this morning, and I instantly hated it.
Is it one of those things we could just bother people with?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we like doing that.
Absolutely.
We like doing that to the listeners.
Everywhere you are.
Days are the sunniest, jokes are the funniest, rabbits are the bunniest, hives are the honeyest, elephants the tiniest, troubles they're the nunniest, everywhere I go. Straws are the bendiest, time is the spendiest, cards are the sendiest, books are the lendiest, fun's the pretendiest, friends are the friendiest, everywhere I go. Berries are the fruitiest, shoes are the bootiest, puppies are the cutiest, treasure is the lootiest, teams are the rudiest, horns are the tootiest, everywhere I go.
Should we keep going?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Birds are the tweetiest, candy is the sweetiest, socks are the feediest, tricks are the treatiest, drums are the beatiest, lunch is the eatiest, everywhere I go.
That's good, right?
No more.
Flowers are the smelliest, gems are the jelliest, rain's the umbrelliest, tails are the telliest, wishing is the welliest, buttons are the belliest, everywhere I go. Skies are the bluiest, cows are the mooiest, gum is the chewiest, ghosts are the booiest, glue is the gooiest, you can be your youiest, everywhere I go.
Can we play this as a loop instead of our replay today? Can you imagine? Just turn on 202 or 197, wherever the fuck you're listening.
Is that a kid song?
To be honest, I don't know exactly where it came from, but it has to be. I mean,
I don't hate
it's
it.
gotta be a kid song.
It's catchy.
Yeah.
We should get one of our bands to do the heavy metal version of that.
Well, now it's out there.
Everywhere.
It's got a little creepiness to it. A little bit.
Most kids' songs have a creepiness to them.
Yeah, that sounds like, something bad is going to happen.
It's got to be something.
Play that song.
There's got to be something wrong with you that you want to make kids' songs for kids and then go to this place and that place and perform these songs.
I just picture the guy undressing as he's singing it.
Memories are the removiest.
Here we go.
Yeah, everywhere I go.
Heinies are the
asshole.
Oh, sorry, John. Damn it. Sorry, man.
That's okay.
Take two.
Who was that?
We don't know. We don't care.
Gary Glitter.
They should all. Well, we should care.
Yeah.
We should. Get that son of a bitch's name and put him on a watch list.
Yeah. Everyone's saying, I guess a lot of people have kids out there. It's from the TV show Noggin.
Noggin?
Noggin. Noggin.
Noggin. Oh, that's the Nickelodeon. That's one of the. Who gives a fuck?
We play that again tomorrow.
You know kids TV?
I used to live with this comic Jay Okerson.
With a 7-year-old.
No, well, I lived with this guy Jay Okerson, and he's a comic, and
he's a big pedophile.
And he,
Big J.
Jesus Christ!
I'm trying to get Big J on this show.
But he had a daughter. I lived with him and his wife and his daughter for the first year and a half of her life.
How old is? Oh, okay.
I saw all that stuff.
How old is his daughter?
Why'd you get kicked out?
What did you
do to his kid?
I chose to move. She was cramping my style. Yeah. I was just getting to, it was good. It was a good time. I learned a lot about a baby that I would never know now.
What did you learn about a baby?
That I never fucking want one ever because it's too
wouldn't
much
it be different if it was
responsibility.
yours though?
No. Because
No?
then you're tied to it. Jesus Christ. Then you have it was great for me because you can hang out with the kid and have fun and do little kid shit. But then you go, all right, kid, I'm taking a nap now. Go back to your mom. I'll see you later.
No, you can't do that.
Read this book. I'm not reading the fucking book right now. I'm going to bed. You can't do that when it's your kid.
It would make it a lot easier if you could just turn off the kid anytime you want.
Oh, shut her down like C-3PO?
Yes. Take the batteries out. Yeah. Take the batteries out.
Is Jay a good dad? I can't picture him being a doting dad.
No, he's a very good dad. He's very
attentive.
Yeah, Jay's a very nurturing guy. So
is he?
Yeah, you probably don't see that at the cellar when you're berating him with insults constantly. But he's got a soft side.
I'm a good dad.
Are
Damn
you?
good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't doubt it. I don't
Make my
doubt
son do his push-ups.
I'll tell you what, you're not a good comic or friend. What person? Maybe a good dad, though.
No, that's what my son gave me right here.
What do you do?
Black and blue mark.
He punched me.
Recently?
Yeah.
Why?
Why is there ever a
Wait, how
reason
old's your son now,
to
Keith?
hit 15?
I thought he was older than that.
No, he's 15 years old.
Can you still take him?
Yeah,
Or is it
yeah.
getting
No, he's hitting harder though, because I give him my arm like punch this boy, and he hit it, and I'm like, ooh.
How many more years you think you got on him?
Not many.
Really?
I gave him a good one though. Going into his teenage years, ass whooping. It was good. It was beautiful.
He's gonna remember that one.
No, he remembered. Not sure that I did a lot of stuff.
That'll keep him away from you for another
Yeah,
year.
but
Just when he starts thinking, I think I could take him.
yeah,
You know what? I
he's-
remember that beating though. So
Yeah, that was a good one.
I'm gonna wait another year.
I believe you're a good dad because I've seen you get a little defensive about it, which made me think you're a good dad.
Yeah, I'm a good dad.
Like I'll call, I call Keith every Thanksgiving, every Easter, every Christmas because I like to call someone who's destitute on the holidays. And I do. We talk every holiday, and Merry Christmas, stupid. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm going to see my fucking son. What do you think I'm going to do? So I'm like, Keith cares, man.
What, you think I see my son only on the holidays, you jackass?
No, I just never call you any other time.
Yeah, that kind of hurts, Joe.
Going back to that song, Thomas Overbeck from Dallas. Voss is the Julius. Bit still on.
Hey, do you and the mom get along?
Yeah, a little bit, off and on. Me and we had a lot of battles.
Yeah.
That,
Fist fights?
Well, she made keys to my apartment and came up and busted up everything.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I didn't know. When I was in Philly, she drove up and she busted up my plasma TV, my Sweet HD, busted it on the wall.
You must have did something good.
No, she had no business up there. You know what I mean? And I had a mini Miss Pac-Man. She smashed it up pretty good. And, it looked like she played it before she smashed it.
She wasn't happy with her high score.
The score. I'm going to beat his score and really piss him off.
Nothing made me happier than picturing you gluing that plasma screen back together again, just picking the pieces up off the shattered floor.
Well, Joe, you can't glue a plasma.
I know.
How do you ever forgive someone for breaking your stuff?
Jesus, was it that bad?
Well,
really?
I was such a creep. It's easy.
You deserved it?
Oh, I deserved it, yeah.
We never do this day in history, but the list is quite impressive. 2 years ago, Virginia Tech massacre. That's 2 years already. 6 years ago, Michael Jordan played his final basketball game ever. 6 years already?
Was that when the Wizards lost to, don't tell me, I believe that game the Wizards lost
Yeah.
to the Grizzlies.
Okay.
Is it accurate?
No. Look it up.
I don't know. Where would you look it up? Look it up online.
76ers, if you really are looking for a real answer. But I think
No, I had read it earlier. I just couldn't remember.
I know. That's Wayne Gretzky retired 10 years
10 years ago.
today. That's fucked up. All right. What about the Rolling Stones?
Oh, man, they're not doing well. 45 years ago. First song. First release.
Damn, first album.
Wow.
45 years ago.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I was going to say the Steel Wheels tour.
Yeah. 45 years ago, Mick got his first facelift.
Yeah.
That's an amazing law.
What else in history? I love just hijacking, like once you get the fact, you jump on like you know it too.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
Birthday?
Yep, absolutely.
62?
62 years old. Fucking amazing. And it sounds like you know it, right?
I like that. Why does every show have to end with the wheels falling off?
It really does. It's a drunk driving record. Up, time to go. We're all laying in the fucking gutter.
All right, we're going to get out of here.
Yeah, so Joe tonight at Comics.
Yes.
The Comics, and then next this weekend at Eastville Comedy Club, and then next week at the Funny Bone in Columbus, Ohio.
They're not going to remember all that, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay. MySpace?
Yeah, MySpace.
Joe DeRosa on MySpace, one word, right?
Yeah, MySpace.com/Joe
Comics tonight,
DeRosa.
though. Hit
Comics
that hard,
tonight,
and then
yeah.
Eastville Comedy Club over the weekend.
And Keith Robinson.
I'll be at a Stress Factory this weekend. Next weekend, I'll be in Eastville. The weekend after that, I'll be in Pittsburgh. After that,
Just fucking go down the whole fucking year. And in February, I'll be appearing at the Edmonton.
I mean, both these guys are great, but I'm going to give him a compliment because I know how your egos or your self-esteem is, fucked up in general, comedians. So just acknowledge that I think you're funny.
Okay.
Now I go to Keith. This motherfucker makes me laugh my ass off.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
My ass off. You should be way bigger. I don't know what you're doing.
Fuck, man.
You're just blowing
Sleeping
up.
in.
You're just destroying everything around you. Just when it's starting to get good, right?
Yeah, Keith is just
He's a problem, right?
Keith is a fucking. He ought to be in the military. Nobody blows up bridges or fucking sabotages things faster than Robinson. He fucking never met anybody important. He wouldn't fucking annoy immediately.
You think that's a problem, Keith?
No, man. You know what it is?
Let's do a little psychoanalysis here. What's happening?
Well,
As I go, what the fuck? This guy is hilarious.
Chris Rock gave me the greatest advice, and just you got to put in a full season of doing everything you're supposed to do. Put in that full season. You write what you're supposed to write. You do the perform how you're supposed. Just that full season to see if you can do it. And that was the question: have you put in a full season yet?
And you're always blowing out your hammy mid-season?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, a little hamstring pull, something like that. Yeah.
Well, I fucking put in 2-3 full seasons in a row, and I'm still fucking batting the exact same. That's really.
You're not. You've done good stuff, Joe Jim. You close. You close.
You're knocking on that door.
You're knocking right on the door to mediocrity.
Exactly. I really am. I'm in the basement trying to get up to fucking average.
All right.
And one plug, too, I want to give, too. I mean, my Down and Dirty DVD is in stores. And also, my friend Danny here is getting my Peter Criss picture signed this week. The drummer from Kiss is signed. Where is he signing, man? Just unplug him.
Chiller Theater.
Oh, all right.
Where's Chiller Theater? Where's that?
In New Jersey.
Chiller Theater in New Jersey. Peter Criss.
ChillerTheater.com.
Yeah, that's a good one.
ChillerTheater.com.
We
He'll be there.
We should get Sam there to do some interviews.
Yeah, they always got good people there.
Yeah, a lot of people, not just Peter Criss.
He'll be there, what, Friday through Sunday?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah. Fazio and Missing Persons is also going to be there. A bunch of people.
Okay, so ChillerTheater.com.
Oh, I'll be performing next Wednesday at the Juice Zone in Philadelphia.
That's not even a
It's
joke.
just funny to me.
What's the Juice Zone?
It's just a place to. It's awful. It's a place to eat. I got some shows there to make some money.
Do you really? You're kidding?
I'm joking.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if you're kidding or not.
Yeah. That's how you know you're fucking.
My career is awful.
When you say I'm performing at the Orange Julius, and people are like, "Come on, man, really?" All right. Well, I guess tomorrow Anthony be back.
Yeah, Anthony's back. We got a full house tomorrow.
Kevin Smith.
If you guys want to come in, it looks like it's going to be a party. We got Kevin Smith, Laszlo, Doug Stanhope. I think there's at least somebody else too in there. Whatever.
Bobo, Young Daniel,
and the regulars.
Travis.
And I'll be tweeting all day. That's all I promote. Opie Radio on Twitter. That's all I care about. It's fun.
All right.
Having
well,
fun.
let me know if I got some good comments back from that picture.
Oh, really?
You don't have to do it right.
Yeah, let's do it right now, Danny. Can you bring that picture up of fucking Awful Joe before we get out of here?
Which one? My version?
Thank you for saying.
Well, my
everybody
version was
said
the
Keith
good
is a
version.
genius, and I got Awful Joe.
No, I
on
mean
the
as a
send
person,
out.
not as a comedian.
Yeah.
I did take a very flattering picture of you, Joe. We took 3 or 4. You picked out the one you wanted me to post.
Well, you were very adamant about the one you wanted to post, though. You were like, this is a good one. Oh, boy.
What, the first one's bad?
No, there's a lot of comments.
There's a lot of comments, yeah.
Danny, you want to hit the comments? Sure.
Why would I do this? Why did I ask you to do this? What is wrong with me?
Oh, by the way, before I forget, Roland and Roger tomorrow. Roland
that's
and
what
his
it
brothers.
was. Roland is becoming a Swedish TV star.
He's a Swedish sensation.
And we'll explain tomorrow, I guess. We'll learn more tomorrow.
Yes, Danny.
Well, the consensus here is that Joe DeRosa looks like Jared, the Subway guy.
I've gotten that for years. That's not that bad. I can take that.
Well, they're calling you Jared from Subway with AIDS.
That's nice. I think that was actually one of the ones on Bobby's Twitter, too.
You never want to be described as a celebrity with something.
Exactly. Even Magic Johnson.
You know, that's. I'm going to take that off of my short-term
Magic Johnson
goals
without
list.
Yeah. Yeah, you look like Magic with fucking healthy blood. Oh, come on.
Yeah, you look like Magic if his AIDS worked. No?
Wow.
All right, Jesus. I'm sorry.
Wow,
I
way
thought-
to hurt everyone, Joe. We were just having some fun.
Breaking news.
Yeah, what the fuck? All right, well.
Breaking news, Elliot Franco, I hope you're right. Jersey, I'm just assuming you are, because sometimes we get fucked by reading these things. John Madden just announced he's retiring.
Oh.
Just hitting the wire.
Wow.
According
Fuck 'em.
to Elliot Franco.
Nah, man.
So blame Elliot if it's not true.
Not John Madden. He's good.
He is good, but enough already. We
He's
get
great.
it. Yeah, he was great. So what?
What is Frank Caliendo going to do now?
You and Pat Summerall can both suck each other's cocks for all I care.
Oh.
Caliendo will be fine.
Wasn't it him and Al Michaels, right? Was
Yes.
the last combo? Yeah, they did a good
They
job.
did the Super Bowl recently.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, Madden's great, but I mean, he's old.
Summerall was fucking
He was great.
man.
Pat Summerall was fucking
Pat
great.
Summerall and
He was one of the
John Madden.
best.
They were the best together. They were the best football guys
Madden
ever.
was solid. Danny, we're done with the comments? Yeah, fuck it.
All right.
Let him off the hook. Joe, thank you. You did great today.
Thank you, man.
And
I had a
Keith,
great
of
time.
course. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Bye, guys.